In a future world where the virtual and the real intertwine, a holographic online game named Divine Realm has taken the globe by storm. Su Lin, an ordinary university student, unexpectedly acquires the hidden profession of Grand Summoner, a vocation endowed with the extraordinary ability to summon countless formidable beings, albeit fraught with immense peril. As Su Lin rises within the game, he gradually uncovers that Divine Realm transcends mere entertainment. It represents a parallel dimension intricately linked to the real world. Each summoning in the game triggers unforeseen repercussions in reality. In pursuit of the truth behind Divine Realm, Su Lin embarks on a thrilling adventure alongside a group of like-minded companions. However, as they inch closer to the revelation, Su Lin realizes he has unwittingly become ensnared in a colossal conspiracy that threatens the very existence of both worlds. Chapter 1. The Continent of Saint Soya. Amidst the bustling novice village, a flash of white light heralds the emergence of a fresh-faced Level 1 newcomer. Unlike other newly spawned players who gaze about in wonder, this newcomer wanders purposefully through the village. Half a year has passed since the conclusion of the closed beta at last. The public beta has commenced. Su Lin exhales deeply, savoring the invigorating air within the game. After 6 months, everything appears both strikingly familiar and yet curiously foreign. Gazing down at his garb of threadbare cloth, Su Lin cannot help but smile wryly. He finds himself once again clad in this utterly defenseless novice attire, ready to engage in the age-old task of defeating monsters through elemental convergence. In the realm of Saint Soya Continent, prior to job advancement, there exist merely 2 categories of professions: the mental-based vocation and the physical arts vocation. As the nomenclature suggests, the mental-based profession entails wielding one's psychic energy to vanquish foes, with practitioners possessing solely 3 skills before their transformation: elemental convergence, psychic impact, and meditation. Elemental convergence allows the practitioner to manipulate the magical elements of nature using their psychic energy, forming orbs of water and fire among others. Psychic impact involves condensing one's purest psychic energy into a sharp spike that forcefully penetrates the adversary's sea of consciousness, inflicting damage and potentially inducing a state of confusion. Meditation serves to hasten the recovery of one's magical energy when not engaged in combat. Similarly, the physical arts profession also possesses 3 skills prior to advancement: powerful strike, charge blow, and sitting meditation. Powerful strike and charge blow are akin, with the latter requiring a longer accumulation of energy. The powerful strike carries a chance to stun the opponent, while the charge blow is designed to repel. Sitting meditation parallels meditation, facilitating the restoration of health and combat energy in a non-combat state. Newbie Village 8283. During the closed beta, there were only 10 such villages. How many newcomers have flooded in since the public launch? Murmured Su Lin, his pace unimpeded as he swiftly roamed the modest village, inquiring with various NPCs to discover suitable quests. Young man, I wish to capture a few female rabbits, but at my age, my mobility is quite limited. I must rely on your assistance. An elderly woman tending to rabbits finally entrusted Su Lin with a quest after his fruitless inquiries among the villagers' system. You have accepted the task of assisting the elderly farmer in capturing female rabbits. Su Lin opened the task log and meticulously examined the key points. Female rabbits, 0-10. There are numerous wild rabbits in the fields outside the village. Dear farmer, I need your help to capture some female rabbits. It is imperative that they are indeed females. And being a practitioner of the mental arts, you must avoid using mental shock to incapacitate them. Furthermore, I hope the rabbits you bring back are neither charred nor frozen. I desire them to be alive. Lastly, do be cautious of the young hawks lurking outside the village. Although their wings are not fully developed, they can still fly. Above all, I wish for your safe return. Task rewards: 5 silver coins, 800 experience points, and a willow staff. Su Lin read the lengthy task log thoroughly, grasping several crucial points. First, distinguishing between male and female rabbits is notoriously challenging. Thus, he would need to put forth considerable effort in this regard. Second, it is vital not to injure or kill the rabbits. Perhaps he could merely use this small wooden stick to tap them gently. Third, it seems that while capturing the rabbits, or upon his return, he may encounter attacks from hawks, which could prove to be quite a nuisance. Finally, before leaving the village, Su Lin opened his attributes: Divine Ascendant LV1. Faction Light. Title None. Reputation 0. Honor 0. Guild None. HP 200,200. MP 180180. Intelligence 12-0. Constitution 5-0. Strength 4-0. Agility 5-0. Spirit 6-0. Non-growable. Physical attack power 23. Magical attack power 12-14. Physical defense power 711. Magical defense power 28-33. Light attribute resistance 0. Water attribute resistance 0. Fire attribute resistance 0. Dark attribute resistance 0. Earth attribute resistance 0. Beginner's cloth. Grade D. Required profession none. Required level 0. Physical defense power 35. Magical defense power 11-13. Durability 1010. Beginner's trousers. Grade D. Required profession none. Required level 0. Physical defense power 24. Magical defense power 89. Durability 1010. Beginner's shoes. Grade D. Required profession none. Required level 0. Physical defense power 11. Magical defense power 35. Durability 1010. After examining his attributes, Su Lin followed the crowd out of the village. Outside the village, the countryside was teeming with small monsters such as rabbits and wild dogs. Despite the abundance of monsters, the players were even more numerous. Typically, a rabbit would spawn, and within mere seconds, several iron swords would be thrust into its delicate body, or a fireball would soar through the air, followed by the enticing aroma of cooked meat. The countryside was, in that moment, alive with the fervor of battled my heavens. Just as Su Lin had fixed his gaze upon a rabbit, several fierce-looking players rushed past him, ruthlessly slaughtering the innocent creature and seizing the copper coin it dropped before vanishing into the distance. My goodness. No wonder there's an 800 experience reward. It seems this task is indeed quite challenging. Most players, upon exiting the village and witnessing a throng clamoring to snatch the monsters, eagerly joined the fray. Only a select few, either wise or seasoned, understood the merit of veering off to the sides or delving deeper into the wilderness. Evidently, Su Lin was among that discerning handful. The majority of players in this novice village were likely congregated in that grassy area, and Su Lin found that after walking merely a few hundred meters to either side, the number of players dwindled significantly, while the rabbits remained plentiful. I fear it won't be long before this area becomes overcrowded as well. Su Lin dared not hesitate, seizing the moment to capture the rabbits, particularly the female ones. Deprived of elemental accumulation and mental shock, Su Lin could only rely on his meager physical attack of 23 to strike at these wretched little rabbits, prompting the nearby players who swiftly dispatched their prey to frequently glance over at Su Lin, regarding him with expressions of ridicule. "Hey, look at that kid, he must be daft," not realizing that mental classes utilize elements, remarked a player wielding an iron sword. "He's undoubtedly a gaming fool. It seems there are more of these simpletons nowadays." The companion of the mocking player cast a disdainful glance at Su Lin. "Hey, let's have some fun with him." "Indeed, splendid idea." Su Lin glanced at the two players approaching him, a cold smile escaping his lips. "Do they truly consider me a novice?" Chapter 2. I only want female rabbits. Two players approached Su Lin. One wielded a crude wooden staff like Su Lin, while the other brandished a sword over a meter in length, evidently a practitioner of physical combat, having just rendered a rabbit unconscious with his staff. Su Lin watched as the player with the staff hurled a small, unrefined ball of flame, more accurately described as a mass of fire, at the rabbit he had subdued. The little creature, scorched by the flames, awoke with a piercing wail. The damage inflicted was far more impressive than Su Lin's paltry numbers, plunging the rabbit into a state of severe injury. The other physical combat player swiftly followed up with a strike, sending the unfortunate rabbit to its demise. "Fool," Su Lin muttered under his breath, intentionally allowing his words to reach the ears of the two players. "What did you say?" The physical combat player erupted in fury, raising his sword to strike Su Lin. Stunned, Su Lin stood motionless as the blade came crashing down upon him. Ding! A shimmering shield enveloped Su Lin, deflecting the sword without inflicting any harm. To think you would call others novices while being unaware of the novice protection, Su Lin scoffed, relishing the moment of being underestimated for the first time. The player's face flickered between shades of green and white, at a loss for words. Finally retorting in a fit of rage, "At least I can use my skills, unlike you." Su Lin paid no mind to the two players, who were scarcely superior to novice gamers. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a torrent of water that coiled around several rabbits. He uttered a command, "Congeal." The water momentarily hesitated before instantly transforming into a stream of ice, its fluidity far surpassing the flame-manipulating technique employed by the deriding mentalist. The rabbits, ensnared by this icy flow, lost all capacity for movement, desperately struggling against the chilling bonds that held them firmly to the ground. I thought of this method from the outset. As Su Lin unleashed his renowned ice-binding technique during the internal test, the two players stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the ice flow that extended several meters. The fire-affiliated mentalist bowed his head in shame, having just boasted about outsmarting others, only to find himself in a most embarrassing predicament. Su Lin paid no further attention to the two players who quietly withdrew. He focused instead on tugging at the tails of the rabbits bound by the ice. This one has testicles, it's male, discarded. This one also has testicles, discarded. This one lacks testicles, good, you shall do. Wait, it turns out to be a juvenile rabbit. Who knows if it's male or female? The task log had mentioned that the sexual characteristics of rabbits become more pronounced after 4 months, such as the two conspicuous red testicles beneath a male rabbit's posterior, while females lack such features. Of course, one must first eliminate those young rabbits that have yet to fully develop their fur. These rabbits are far from being mere docile pets. They are, after all, formidable little creatures. Even when ensnared by the icy currents, they manage to bite Su Lin several times. While these little beings appear quite adorable, their bites are undeniably painful. Observing Su Lin's peculiar behavior, the scattered players around him began to depart, muttering to themselves, "Goodness, I would rather compete with others for monsters than associate with such a weirdo." It's one thing to be interested in female NPCs, but to not even spare the female rabbits? What kind of lunatic is allowed in this game? Though Su Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment, the prospect of earning 5 silver coins, 800 experience points, and a willow staff compelled him to endure. After all, it was just a matter of skin. He was not particularly concerned. For the sake of experience, he was willing to go the extra mile. Gradually, a large number of players began to converge in his direction, and Su Lin finally completed his task, having captured a total of 10 female rabbits. As he made his way back, he muttered in frustration, catching so many female rabbits just to take them back for breeding? Honestly, why not raise some animals with more pronounced sexual characteristics? As Su Lin looked up to curse the heavens, he suddenly noticed several dark shapes growing larger in his line of sight. The warning from the old woman who kept rabbits flashed in his mind. Beware of the black eagles. A juvenile black eagle, level 5, of the ordinary tier. In the world of Saint Soria, monsters are categorized into 9 tiers: ordinary, mutated, elite, boss, commander, lower lord, middle lord, upper lord, and domain lord. Although this was merely the lowest tier of ordinary monsters, it still posed a level 5 threat. Moreover, the number of black eagles circling in the sky appeared substantial. Su Lin felt a tightening in his chest and hastily ran towards the village. 10 female rabbits were not placed into the player's spatial belt, which could only accommodate inanimate objects. These rabbits were contained within a net provided by an elderly woman. Should they fall into the clutches of the Black Hawks, all efforts would be in vain. The first few Black Hawks that swooped down, upon noticing Su Lin's flight, accelerated their descent and began to call out to their comrades in the sky with piercing cries. An increasing number of Black Hawks descended from above. Su Lin, cradling the 10 female rabbits in one arm and wielding a sturdy wooden staff in the other, began to concentrate his mental energy. After approximately 2 seconds, a slender beam of pale golden light shot forth, targeting one of the Black Hawks. Although the Black Hawk was swift, it was no match for the brilliance of the golden light, which struck it instantly. The Black Hawk wobbled for a moment before plummeting from the sky. Su Lin silently praised his fortune. His first mental strike had successfully induced a state of dizziness. Turning around, he swiftly conjured a stream of water that ensnared several Black Hawks. Before they could free themselves from the watery grasp, it underwent an instantaneous transformation into ice, binding their claws together and resulting in a catastrophic fall. At last, Su Lin had not strayed far from the village, and disregarding his fatigue, he sprinted back with fervor. The nearest Black Hawks were swiftly shot down by a group of archers stationed outside the village, prompting the remaining Black Hawks to ascend to greater heights. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief as he approached the elderly woman who cared for the rabbits, placing the 10 female rabbits into her hands. The elderly woman, after confirming one by one, finally nodded in satisfaction and said, "Shenling, you have done remarkably well. Come, enter the house. I have something for you." She turned and walked inside, retrieving 5 silver coins and a finely crafted staff, far superior to a mere wooden cane, which she handed to Su Lin. "System, you have completed the rabbit farmer's quest and earned 800 experience points." Suddenly, a cascade of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Su Lin. Within the warm embrace of the radiant beam, he let out a contented sigh. "It has been ages since I felt the thrill of leveling up. It's exhilarating, akin to the rush of a potent elixir." System, player Shenling has leveled up to level 2. System, player Shenling has leveled up to level 3. System, player Shenling has leveled up to level 4. System, player Shenling has leveled up to level 5. The experience continued to accumulate until it reached over 80 at level 5. Indeed, the ascent for novices is remarkably facile. In less than an hour, and without vanquishing a single foe, Su Lin had already attained level 5. Willow Staff Grade, C required class, Spirit required level, 5 physical attack power, 4 to 5 magical attack power, 14 to 19 intelligence, 1 durability, 20/20 with a sense of delight. Su Lin equipped the Willow Staff, instantly doubling his magical attack power. "Young man, if you wouldn't mind, I have one more favor to ask of you," the elderly woman inquired. "Of course, please go ahead," Su Lin replied, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Could it be a chain quest? Chapter 3, The Black Eagle Leader. Upon your return, you were also harassed by those despicable creatures, weren't you? Su Lin felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that the old woman was referring to the Black Eagles, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "To be frank, despite my vigilant defenses both day and night, there are inevitably moments of oversight. Those wretched beasts have taken countless rabbits from me." As the old woman spoke, a flicker of anger crossed her face, revealing her profound hatred for the Black Eagles. "What would you have me do?" Su Lin inquired. "Hee. All you need to do is slay 100 juvenile Black Eagles and collect their primary feathers for me. I have my methods. And should you manage to present me with the primary feather of the Black Eagle Leader, I shall have a word with the village chief on your behalf. This will serve as your trial for advancement." Let me calculate. 100 Black Eagles should be sufficient for you to ascend to the pinnacle of level 9. The old woman remarked after a moment of contemplation. Su Lin's eyes brightened at the prospect of immediate advancement. This reward is indeed enticing. "I understand. System, you have accepted the farmer's request to obtain 100 Black Eagle primary feathers. Venture to the outskirts of the village to slay a few rabbits. Allowing their blood to flow, the Black Eagles will surely come. Once you have slain 100 Black Eagles, the leader will appear as well. Young man, do take care." Quest rewards: 20 silver coins, 2,000 experience points, and 1 ice willow staff. Upon accepting the task, Su Lin departed the village and made his way to the previously encountered clearing. He ventured deeper into the area. Since the completion of his initial task, nearly an hour had elapsed. Although a few individuals had begun to gather here, their numbers remained sparse, primarily consisting of levels 2 and 3. With only a handful at level 4, Su Lin swiftly dispatched a rabbit and, harnessing elemental energy, conjured a sharp ice dagger. With a decisive stroke across the creature's neck, a torrent of blood gushed forth, saturating the air with a pungent scent. The Black Eagle, circling above, drawn by the aroma of blood, dove down like a sharpened spear. Su Lin, having anticipated this, unleashed a mental assault upon the leading Black Eagle, inflicting 24 points of damage and depleting more than a third of its vitality. The young Black Eagle, reeling from the blow, struggled to maintain its flight, but was soon met with a sudden torrent of ice conjured by Su Lin. This caused the juvenile eagle to stumble and plummet. Seizing the opportunity before the other Black Eagles could descend, Su Lin swiftly executed the unfortunate creature, claiming its prominent jet black feather. System, task completion, Black Eagle top feather 1/100. Black Eagle Leader top feather 0/1. Upon Su Lin's slaying of the first Black Hawk, a multitude of its kind descended from the heavens, compelling him to momentarily evade their onslaught. After ensnaring a few Black Hawks with icy tendrils, he managed to extricate himself, while the hawks, unperturbed, huddled together to feast upon the rabbit he had drained of blood. Once they had consumed their meal, the Black Hawks ascended back into the sky, and Su Lin, adhering to his methodical approach, methodically eliminated them one by one. Their foolish compliance aiding his endeavor. System, task completion status, Black Hawk primary feathers 58-100. Black Hawk leader feathers 0-1. Su Lin rubbed his waist, reflecting on the hour spent running about to achieve slightly over half of the required completion. His level had risen to 7, and the sensation of advancement during the upgrade was the only solace amidst the monotonous slaughter. One must endure hardships to rise above, he mused, gritting his teeth as he once more severed the neck of a wild rabbit, the ensuing scent of blood attracting another wave of Black Hawks. He mechanically repeated the previous actions. After nearly another hour, he finally plucked the last primary feather, reaching level 9. System, you have completed the first phase of the Rabbit Raising Farmer's Commission, earning 2,000 experience points. This influx of experience propelled Su Lin to the pinnacle of level 9. Typically, the next step would involve seeking out a Tier 1 advancement task within the dungeon mode. However, Su Lin now found a more expedient path before him. Following the elder's advice, Su Lin grasped 100 black eagle feathers in his hands, releasing a faint aura of the black eagles. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the horizon, and a shadow, much larger than the immature black eagles, swiftly approached Su Lin from the skies. Indeed, it had arrived. Su Lin tightened his grip on the willow staff, a glimmer of golden light emerging from its tip, signifying his mental strike. The Black Eagle leader, a level 9 elite. It had been quite some time since he had faced a boss in a one-on-one duel. Su Lin moistened his lips, which had become parched from his earlier exertions. Although this was merely a small boss of elite rank, he had previously challenged even a lord during the beta test. However, now he was equipped only with novice gear and possessed merely 3 skills. An elite boss was just about right for him. Just like when confronting the ordinary Black Eagles. Su Lin seized the moment as the Black Eagle leader swooped down. He unleashed his mental strike, the slender beam of golden light piercing forcefully into the leader's head. However, the Black Eagle leader was not like the ordinary Black Eagles. After sustaining the mental strike, it only lost 15 points of health. Shaking its head to dispel the mental shock, its defenses were significantly higher, boasting a total of 1,000 health points. Alas, this battle would require endurance. Su Lin swiftly evaded the Black Hawk leader's clawing strike, a stream of water emanating from the tip of his staff, instantaneously ensnaring the elusive beast in a spiraling embrace before rapidly transforming into ice. The Black Hawk leader found itself bound to the ground, flapping its wings in a futile struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin launched a relentless assault against the immobilized creature, swiftly diminishing its life force by 1/10. Suddenly, the Black Hawk leader opened its sharp beak, unleashing a blade of wind that struck Su Lin with startling speed. He barely registered the danger before the cutting gust tore through his novice attire, inflicting a grievous wound. In that moment of vulnerability, the Black Hawk leader capitalized on the opportunity to shatter the icy bindings and attempted to ascend back into the skies. Not so fast, Su Lin thought, realizing too late that this formidable avian was a magical beast. Just as the creature broke free, another torrent of water ensnared its claws, yanking the Black Hawk leader back down from the heavens. Damn it, this beast has a remarkably tough hide. Su Lin wiped the blood from his face and, after exerting considerable effort, removed the dark feather from the Black Hawk leader's head. He then proceeded to eviscerate the creature, the pungent scent of blood eliciting grimaces from nearby players. Su Lin's intent was far from senseless cruelty, having recognized the creature as a magical beast. He sought to extract its core. Although of inferior quality, it was a welcome acquisition in these financially straitened times. After tidying up his appearance, which merely involved washing away the blood from his face and hands, Su Lin joyfully strode back to the village. At present, the predominant players in the village were merely at levels 6 or 7, with only a handful having reached level 8, while those at level 9 were exceedingly rare, and many had only just attained level 5. Ah, young man, you have returned. Did you encounter the Black Hawk leader? The kindly old woman inquired of Su Lin with a warm smile. Yes, Su Lin nodded, producing 100 ordinary Black Hawk feathers along with a much larger feather from the Black Hawk leader. You truly defeated the Black Hawk leader? I was merely speaking in jest, the elderly woman exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the feather, clucking her tongue in amazement at Su Lin. This beast was indeed formidable. It nearly escaped my grasp. Come, young man, follow me. I shall speak with the village elder. If you can vanquish the Black Hawk leader, what trials could possibly challenge you? I will advocate for you regarding the Ascension trial, and you shall be granted direct passage to the city. Oh, and your quest reward. A forgetful old woman like me almost overlooked it. She returned to her home and retrieved a small pouch, handing it to Su Lin, along with a staff that bore a striking resemblance to the willow staff he already possessed, though adorned with rough blue patterns. Dear boy, this is a staff passed down in my family. An old woman like me has no use for it. As a token of gratitude for eliminating the threat of the Black Hawk, I now bestow it upon you. The elderly woman, with a beaming smile, tenderly caressed the staff as if it were her own child. Frosted Willow Staff Rarity, B required class, Spirit required level, 10 physical attack, 12 to 14 magical attack, 34 to 41 intelligence, 2 ice attribute magic effect, 2 durability, 25-25, although it was merely a modest level 10B grade item. Su Lin accepted it with utmost care, motivated solely by the grandmother's affection, akin to that of a mother for her offspring. Chapter 4. The Summoning Hall. Su Lin stood quietly in Telt City, having been teleported directly from the village chief of Novice Village 8283 to the nearest medium-sized city, Telt. At this moment, Su Lin held a certificate in hand, a certificate for promotion. With this document, he could approach any professional guild of the mental system to complete the guidance of power and officially change his class. The Mage Guild was located here. Su Lin purchased a map of Telt City from a shop at the city gate and followed the markers on the map to locate the Mage Guild. The Summoning Hall. Opposite the Mage Guild stood a magnificent edifice, its grand entrance adorned with a contract magic array intricately engraved with a dragon and a phoenix, exuding waves of contractual energy. For some unknown reason, Su Lin suddenly halted his advance toward the Mage Guild, gazing vacantly at the Summoning Hall. During the internal test, he had played as an ice mage. What was the point of revisiting the internal test in the public release? A sudden smile spread across Su Lin's face as he turned and walked toward the Summoning Hall. The interior of the Summoning Hall was vast, yet felt eerily empty. Aside from a handful of NPCs, Su Lin appeared to be the only player present. Young man, are you here to change classes? A venerable old man, seated at the far end of the hall, abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. His clear gaze crossed the distance, locking onto Su Lin. Yes. Su Lin hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately steeled himself to affirm his choice. He realized that once he embarked on this path of career transition, there would be no room for regrets. The legendary rebirth water, said to possess the power to alter one's profession, would be sold for coin if he ever came across it. He approached the elder, brandishing the certificate personally inscribed by the village chief. However, midway through his strides, he watched in astonishment as the elder gestured, causing the certificate in his grasp to soar towards him. Very well, you may ascend, the elder proclaimed. With a wave of his hand, a milky white radiance descended from above, piercing through the Summoning Hall and enveloping Su Lin. System, player Shunling's level has risen to 10. System, player Shunling has successfully transitioned to the profession of Summoner, Water. System, skill acquired. Contract, Blue Ice Demon Wolf. Beginner summon a Blue Ice Demon Wolf using mental energy as a chain. Effect, summons a Blue Ice Demon Wolf of equal level, not exceeding 1 rank above, to oneself, with a maximum of 3 overlapping. Release time, 3 seconds. Consumption, 22 MP. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Mental contract, beginner establish a contract with a creature using formidable mental energy, compelling it to serve the summoner. Effect, forcibly control a creature of level no greater than 5 levels below oneself through the mental contract. The weaker the creature, the higher the success rate. The number of contracts is limited by one's mental capacity. Release time, 5 seconds. Consumption varies based on the creature's attributes. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Ice Blade, beginner arrange the ice elements from the heavens and earth using mental energy, coalescing them into a razor-sharp ice knife. Skill damage, 150 of normal magical attack, 98. Skill effect, a 10 chance to induce a state of sluggishness in the target and a 1 chance to freeze the target. Casting time, 5 seconds. Cost, for MP. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Dispel, basic eliminates magical effects within a certain range, inflicting damage upon summoned creatures. Casting time, instant. Cost, for MP cooldown, 30 seconds. Ice Shield, basic solidifies ice elements into a protective barrier, capable of withstanding a certain amount of physical and magical damage, with a maximum of 3 layers. Casting time, 3 seconds. Cost, 13 MP cooldown, 60 seconds. Healing Waters, basic restores 10 HP to a single target each second. Casting time, instant. Duration, 10 seconds. Cost, 10 MP cooldown, 10 seconds. Ice Blade, Ice Shield, and Healing Waters are skills that Su Lin has mastered as an ice mage. And he is also eager to experiment with other new abilities. Hey, come here. A rugged yet slightly aged voice resonated through the grand hall, shattering its prior tranquility. The elder, who had facilitated Su Lin's class change, cast a glance at an elderly man with a bushy beard leaning against the wall, his eyes momentarily reflecting a hint of respect and trepidation before he turned away to resume his meditation. Who is this old man? Su Lin pondered. Aware that all professional guilds prohibit loud disturbances, this elder had brazenly violated that rule, while the seemingly formidable class change mentor remained oblivious. After a moment's hesitation, Su Lin approached the old man. Young man, I detect the scent of alcohol on you. Quickly, present it as a tribute to the old master. The elderly gentleman declared with a carefree demeanor. Su Lin felt a sudden chill. He had always enjoyed a drink, and upon arriving in Telter City, his first actions, aside from acquiring a map, had been to procure several bottles of fine ale, which he had stowed away in his pack. How could this old man discern it? Su Lin dared not hesitate, and promptly produced the ale. The old man, showing no restraint, snatched the bottle and tilted it back, taking several hearty swigs before exclaiming, "Excellent brew, quite potent. Is there anything else, sir? If not, I shall take my leave." Su Lin found himself at a loss for words, especially since even the class transfer instructor seemed to regard this old man as inconsequential, as if he were merely a figment of their imagination. The old man's eyebrows twitched as he spoke, his breath reeking of alcohol. "I still wish to assign you a task. Are you truly going to leave just like that? If so, I shall seek another." Upon hearing the word task, Su Lin abruptly halted his retreating steps, saying, "Sir, please give your instructions." The old man's expression turned grave as he replied, "This is a complex, multifaceted chain quest." Su Lin's eyes sparkled with interest. Typically, such chain quests yielded substantial rewards. Furthermore, I must inform you that should you abandon this quest midway, you shall receive nothing. Allow me to reveal that the ultimate reward for this task is a formidable piece of equipment, the El Mortis Sanctuary. El Mortis Sanctuary? Su Lin's mind raced. A name surfacing in his thoughts. Almodis, a legendary summoner from the continent of Saint Soya. "I will not give up," Su Lin declared resolutely. "Goodness, to abandon such splendid equipment before me would be sheer folly. System, you have accepted the mysterious elder's commission." "Very well," the old man nodded in satisfaction and continued. "The first phase of this task is to assist me in procuring the third eye of the three-eyed purple cat." "Three-eyed purple cat? What is that?" Su Lin inquired, puzzled. Beyond the city lies a level 10 creature known as the illusory purple cat, which has an exceedingly slim chance of spawning a mutated three-eyed version. While this mutated cat is not particularly powerful, it is quite adept at evasion, so be cautious. Oh, and remember, not every third eye of a three-eyed purple cat is purple. I do not want any other colors, young man, so take heed." "Understood," Su Lin nodded, completely unaware that he had already fallen into the old man's trap. It was only after Su Lin exited the summoning hall that the elder's voice wafted softly from behind. "If you manage to encounter a three-eyed purple cat within a week, consider yourself fortunate." Unfortunately, Su Lin could not hear this voice. Chapter 5. The Frustrating Task That Damned Old Man. Su Lin had been lying in the grass for 4 whole days, logging off 5 or 6 times in between, until he finally encountered a three-eyed purple cat. He was almost deceived by the illusion of this creature, which was hardly larger than a domestic cat. After chasing it for several miles, he managed to slay it, only to receive a black third eye as a reward, rendering all his efforts futile. Thus, Su Lin continued to hide in the jungle, frequently becoming the topic of conversation among other players, who merely labeled him as a fool in Telt City. The advantages he had painstakingly gained in the early stages had all vanished, and now Telt City was teeming with players, some of whom had successfully advanced to the second tier. 3 days later, "At last, I've caught you." Su Lin lifted the now lifeless, three-eyed purple cat, inspecting its purple third eye with satisfaction, finally completing his task. He extracted the third eye from the cat and tore open the return scroll for Telt City. Damned. In pursuit of this cat, he nearly ventured into areas populated by second-tier monsters, ultimately having to team up with 3 blue ice magic wolves to intercept the now transformed feline. In the Telt City summoning hall, the old man gleefully toyed with the glass-like purple eye, exclaiming, "I thought you would take a month to return. But here you are in just a week. TSK, you are truly fortunate. Stop the nonsense, you old fool, and give me a decent reward," Su Lin retorted impatiently. "Here you go." The old man casually extracted a brown stone from his pocket and tossed it into Su Lin's hands. "What is this?" Su Lin focused his gaze, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Seal stone. Upon use, it can summon a giant rock bear for a duration of 1 hour. The giant rock bear is level 20, a commanding tier. This seal stone could prove to be a significant boon in the initial stages if utilized wisely. Now for the second task. Help me gather 3 snake heart fruits. They can be found beneath the cliffs 10 miles outside the city, though they are quite rare. Additionally, there are some small pythons at levels 30 to 40 in the vicinity, so be cautious. Levels 30 to 40, small pythons. Su Lin's facial muscles twitched as he shot a resentful glare at the old man, leaving the summoning hall in a huff. The last one. Su Lin clung to the cliff like a gecko, clutching a crimson fruit in his right hand while a hissing sound emerged from below. "Get away from me." Scram. Su Lin kicked frantically, yet he could not escape the gaping maw of the 4th-tier python, which ultimately swallowed him whole, forcing him to traverse the dark and oppressive corridor of memories once more. For just 3 fruits, I ended up dying twice. At this moment, Su Lin's level had reverted to 10, rendering him an indisputable novice within the city of Telt. "You expect me to remain in this damp mine for a week for a measly stone? Are you out of your mind?" Su Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, only to find his efforts resulted in further smudging his face. In his hand, he clutched a pale yellow mineral, which was stained with blood. This task was truly inhumane. Su Lin cursed under his breath. After half a month, while mainstream players had already reached levels above 2, he barely managed to attain level 15, falling significantly behind. Damn it, chopping down trees was one thing, but to fell such a colossal one. Su Lin gazed at the towering tree, which stood several dozen meters high and would require multiple people to encircle it. His eyes were devoid of focus. "Fine. I can accept the act of felling this enormous tree, but now I must also excavate the cursed heartwood. And you dare to tell me that the heartwood, as thick as a child's arm, randomly grows in some part of this tree? If you wanted me to dismember the entire tree, you should have mentioned it earlier." In that moment, Su Lin directed a vehement curse at an old man who was enjoying a mug of ale made from his contributions in the summoning hall. "Achoo! Who is thinking of me?" The old man touched his bulbous nose and chuckled narcissistically. "Why must I trek such a long distance for a mere pond? Couldn't you just hire a cart? Instead, I have to make this journey on foot. Damn it, the run took an entire day. Are you kidding me? And why didn't you mention that there were monsters in the pond earlier?" Su Lin had just submerged himself into the water pool, collecting a spoonful of what was referred to as the heart of water, given his mastery over the water element. He felt no extraordinary qualities in this small handful of water. However, as soon as he stowed this slightly deep blue liquid into his bag, a colossal shadow surged through the water, rapidly approaching him from the depths. Damn it, what a trap. How could there be a crocodile in a mere water pool? Su Lin clumsily scrambled onto the shore with his awkward dog paddle technique, while the crocodile, seemingly no less than a 4th-tier creature, followed him onto the land with a playful demeanor. The icy stream he flung at the beast merely elicited a head shake from it, as it effortlessly broke free. Consequently, Su Lin reappeared in Telt City with a face full of resentment, his level plummeting back to 18. As he rummaged through his bag, his expression suddenly shifted to one of horror, and he bellowed at the sky. "What the heck? How did I lose everything again? For a month now. Your perseverance has truly impressed me," the old man remarked, scrutinizing Su Lin with satisfaction. Now, only the final phase of the task remains. Su Lin's spirit soared. After a month of these tedious tasks, he had finally reached the pinnacle of level 19. Yet, this accursed old man had the audacity to declare that this task was limited to those below the 2nd tier. The thought of having to forfeit his task in order to advance terrified Su Lin, who had endured for an entire month. At this critical juncture, he feared that any misstep could lead to his mental collapse. "In the magical forest outside Telt City, there lies a frost giant wolf," the old man continued. "But that creature is a 2nd-tier lord, and I am merely at level 19. Su Lin's expression instantly fell. "Do not rush. Allow me to explain. The frost giant wolf is gravely injured, possessing only 50% of its strength. The old man paused before continuing. You may also seek assistance from friends, provided they are of the second tier or lower. Are you certain this is the final trial? Su Lin asked, skepticism evident in his gaze. Do you think I would deceive you? The old man shot Su Lin a glare, causing him to shrink his neck and depart the summoning hall in silence. Upon exiting the summoning hall, Su Lin made his way to the general store, purchasing some provisions, ale, and a few potions to restore his vitality. His hard-earned gold coins seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving him with a heavy heart as he counted the handful of silver coins in his bag. That old man must have consumed at least 1 gold coin's worth of ale, Su Lin lamented, grumbling about the insatiable old man as he trudged toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 6. The Enchanted Forest. Su Lin treaded cautiously through the dense thickets of the forest, aided by a formidable blue wolf that cleared the path ahead, while 2 other equally frosty blue wolves flanked him with vigilant watchfulness. After traversing the thick foliage for a brief while, a relatively open expanse materialized before Su Lin's eyes. He signaled for the 3 blue wolves to crouch within the underbrush, silently observing the colossal ice blue dire wolf that loomed in front of them. Gently stroking the head of the blue wolf beside him, Su Lin remarked with a hint of resignation, "Is that your elder?" Having realized that a Lord-level boss is not to be trifled with, especially one of level 25, Su Lin felt the weight of his predicament. He was merely at level 19. However, abandoning this quest was out of the question, for it constituted the final stage, requiring the acquisition of the Frost Giant Wolf's magic core. Su Lin had embarked on this quest when he was merely level 10, and now, at level 19, he found himself at the last juncture. He was among the earliest players to enter the game, while the current mainstream players seemed to have surpassed level 30. This stark contrast highlighted the immense time Su Lin had devoted to this quest. Despite his commendable skills, he would not dare to provoke a Lord-level boss that exceeded his own rank, even with several additional doses of bravery. Fortunately, the old man had mentioned that the accursed Frost Giant Wolf was injured, capable of only 50% of its full strength, and he had received a temporary reward of a 4th-tier robe from the previous task that could be donned during this quest. The Devouring Frost Robe Grade, a required class, Spirit required level, 20 physical defense, 87 to 92 magical defense, 144 to 167 intelligence, 6 MP, 120 MP recovery rate, 2 ice attribute magic accumulation time, 10 durability. 50-50. The Frost Wolf cast a disdainful glance at the hiding place of Su Lin, seemingly having detected his presence concealed within the thicket. Su Lin promptly commanded 3 blue wolves to charge at the Frost Wolf, while he himself gathered ice blades from the rear. The blue ice wolves were approximately 2/3 the size of the Frost Wolf, and their chill was far less potent. Despite being an injured creature, together, the 3 blue wolves unleashed a column of ice, eliciting a cold snort from the Frost Wolf, which nimbly evaded the attack with a leap. Suddenly, a spinning ice blade soared toward the airborne Frost Wolf, shattering upon impact with a resounding crash, resulting in a blood-red 126 appearing above its head. Enraged, the Frost Wolf glared at the diminutive human who dared to assault it. "Do you presume I am as meek as a common wolf?" It seemed to roar in its mind. With furious eyes, the Frost Wolf gathered frigid energy in its mouth, swiftly condensing it into a sphere of ice the size of a human head. With a sudden burst, the Frost Wolf unleashed a colossal ice column, significantly thicker than that of the blue wolves, hurtling towards Su Lin with ferocity. Unperturbed, Su Lin conjured a hexagonal ice blue shield, sidestepping as the ice column whizzed past, scattering fragments of ice in its wake. Su Lin pointed his long staff, and the icy elements in the air swiftly converged at its tip, forming a spiraling band of ice around the staff. The 3 blue wolves arranged themselves in a triangular formation, encircling the Frost Giant Wolf, which unleashed a barrage of ice orbs. However, the Frost Giant Wolf effortlessly swatted away the ice orbs with its claws, letting out a low growl. It manifested a layer of icy blue armor, leaping forward with ferocity, and with a single swipe, reduced one of the blue wolves to mere elemental fragments scattered in the air. How can a second-tier frost armor possess such formidable offensive power? Is this so-called 50 strength truly this outrageous? Su Lin cursed inwardly, gripping his staff with his right hand to maintain the ice band while he began to inscribe a magical circle to summon a blue ice magic wolf. Approximately 3 seconds later, another blue wolf emerged from the magical circle, joining the fray. Su Lin extended the ice band to an impressive length of over 10 meters, swirling around him in a series of sharp-edged ice streams. This was not an official skill, but rather an initial ability from the psychic class known as elemental convergence, allowing for free manipulation of elements. However, the majority of practitioners merely utilized this skill for basic elemental gathering, making Su Lin's proficiency a rare exception. The intelligence of a Lord-level boss was notably high. After dispatching another blue wolf, it recognized Su Lin as the primary threat and disregarded the ineffectual attacks of the remaining 2 blue wolves, charging directly at him. In Su Lin's eyes, a sense of helplessness emerged. High-intelligence bosses could not be assessed using conventional metrics of animosity. If this were a less astute creature, it would have eliminated the 3 blue wolves before turning its attention to Su Lin. However, a creature of higher intellect, like this one, would analyze and prioritize threats accordingly. Fortunately, Su Lin's renowned skill was no trifling matter. Seizing the moment, he summoned 2 ice shields, which danced gracefully around him, while the icy currents coiled like a venomous serpent. As the frost giant wolf lunged forward, the icy stream surged forth, swiftly ensnaring it like a binding rope. The airborne frost giant wolf crashed to the ground like a heavy sack, struggling fiercely, yet its jaws were firmly trapped, making escape from the icy grip a formidable challenge. The 2 blue wolves, recently battered, hurried over to pummel the downed creature, taunting, "Aren't you so impressive? Come bite me." The frost giant wolf, incensed by the audacity of the 2 lesser blue wolves, glared with eyes the size of bronze bells, emitting a palpable fury that enveloped it in an icy aura. Su Lin glanced at the frost giant wolf's health bar, noting it had diminished by approximately 1/10, confirming its formidable resilience. With a sigh of exasperation, Su Lin quickly retreated, followed by the 2 blue wolves. It was evident to all that the boss was about to unleash its wrath, and as a summoner, Su Lin found himself powerless to interrupt the boss's skill activation. With a thunderous boom, the icy shackles binding the frost giant wolf shattered into countless shards of ice, while the creature emitted a low growl, its frigid aura intensifying. With a fierce roar, the frost giant wolf suddenly opened its maw, seemingly siphoning the surrounding ice elements into itself. A crystalline ice spike gradually formed within its jaws. Though relatively small, akin to the size of a fist, this ice shard radiated immense magical power, sufficient to obliterate Su Lin, a mere level 19 summoner. In a moment of panic, Su Lin exclaimed, "I need to get out of here." Realizing the frost giant wolf could no longer contain the ice spike, he commanded one of his blue wolves to rush forth and obstruct the creature while positioning another as a shield in front of him. Su Lin then sprinted away. A chilling torrent erupted forth, instantly freezing the blue wolf that had charged at the frost giant wolf, which then dissipated into ice elements. "Damn it!" Su Lin exclaimed as he witnessed the oncoming cold wave. He swiftly rolled to the side, erecting 3 overlapping ice shields in front of him. The blue wolf, fulfilling its role as a shield, had valiantly transformed into ice elements. The cold wave surged past, narrowly missing Su Lin by a mere meter. Yet his innate vigilance sensed an unsettling presence. Acting on instinct, he rolled aside once more. Boom. The cold wave that was meant to merely graze him suddenly detonated, coalescing into a barrage of ice arrows. As Su Lin curled his body to minimize the area exposed to the assault, dozens of ice arrows struck him relentlessly. Alas, my health. The once ample 600 HP of Su Lin had dwindled to a mere sliver. It seemed that the frost giant wolf, after unleashing its ultimate attack, had momentarily closed its eyes in repose. Su Lin, crawling on the ground, gradually distanced himself from the creature's line of sight. Leaning against a sturdy tree, he consumed a small vial of healing potion and summoned a blue wolf for vigilance, reflecting on the arduous quest. What a miscalculation. The lordly boss was indeed formidable. Even at merely 50 of its strength, it exhibited astonishing resilience, making it exceedingly difficult for a solitary player to vanquish it. The task itself did not stipulate that it must be completed alone, yet Su Lin, accustomed to solitary ventures, found it challenging to seek assistance. To be candid, even if he desired help, few candidates were available. The quest required players to be below level 20, which was precisely why Su Lin had been procrastinating on his promotion quest. Perhaps it was time to seek aid from his old friends, the Madman and the Monkey. The Madman, whose real name was Lu Feng, was also among the first batch of players, having joined during the open beta. With prior experience from the closed beta, he had now ascended to level 39, poised for a 4th-tier promotion. marking him as one of the elite players, far more illustrious than Su Lin. The trio had forged a strong bond during their university days, sharing moments of revelry, camaraderie, and mischief, and even after graduation, they maintained a close connection. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the monkey had been delayed for an entire month before finally entering the game, and having only spent a few days within it. He had likely reached no higher than level 20. Nevertheless, the monkey's skills were commendable, making him an exceptional damage dealer. As for Lu Feng's sister, despite being a priestess, she still proved to be of some utility. It's time to return to town and log off. This cursed enchanted forest is not a safe place to set up camp. With a sense of resignation, Su Lin withdrew a scroll, slowly unfurling it. A magical circle, large enough for a single person, materialized from the scroll, enveloping Su Lin entirely. In the next instant, a flash of white light erupted, leaving behind a small pile of ashes where he once stood. As Su Lin reappeared at the eastern teleportation array of Telt City. Chapter 7. The Wolf-Catching Plan. Upon returning to the city, Su Lin summoned the system panel and logged out amidst a halo of white light. He removed a sensor resembling a pair of glasses from his head and casually pressed a button on the pager at his bedside. After a brief pause, a projection of a young man materialized on the panel, followed by a cacophony of shouts emanating from the device. "What, are you still asleep?" the young man asked while brushing his teeth. Su Lin glanced at the time displayed beneath the sensor. Indeed, it was June 12, 1192 of the New Federation era. 2 p.m. Damn it, monkey, is that really you? It's already 2 in the afternoon, and you're just getting up to brush your teeth, Su Lin remarked, feeling exasperated. "What can I say, Wood? I tend to sleep quite late," came the reply. "I recall you going to bed earlier than I did. But enough of that. What level are you at in Saint Soya?" Su Lin inquired. "Just hit level 18, and I've trained an assassin," the young man responded. "All right, come find me in Telt City later, and help me with a quest. Bring that lunatic along as well. Once you handle your wife, that is settled." "I'm hanging up now," Su Lin concluded before the young man could react, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he continued brushing his teeth. For a level 25 lord, an 18-level warrior was far less useful than an assassin. Having an 18-level warrior withstand the attacks of a level 25 lord would be akin to a tale from the Arabian Nights. Hastily preparing a packet of instant noodles, Su Lin retrieved a magnetic card and swiped it across a second-hand optical PC positioned on the bedside table. A modest virtual screen projected into the air, and Su Lin's gaze fixated on the 2 gaps on the screen. Moments later, his account materialized before him. Su Lin's fingers danced upon the scroll bar beside the screen, dragging it downwards to reveal the remaining federal credits, 35,530. Alas, how swiftly money dissipates. The earnings from his previous online game have nearly evaporated. Upon graduating from university after 7 years, 6 years in elementary school, 4 in middle school, 3 in high school, and 7 in university. With an average lifespan of 145 years, Su Lin found himself navigating the life of a professional gamer, managing reasonably well. Both Madman and Monkey also pursued this path, however. Madman hailed from a prosperous family, and Monkey enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. Su Lin, on the other hand, was orphaned. His father perished in a tragic accident during an interstellar journey, with all 450 souls aboard lost. His mother, leveraging her fading beauty, with the average lifespan being 145, aging was slower, became involved with a wealthy man, leaving Su Lin with a modicum of conscience and a parting gift of 10,000 credits as she departed. As a recent graduate, Su Lin found himself utterly adrift. Rubbing his temples, Su Lin donned the sensor and re-entered the game. Retina authentication successful. DNA authentication successful. Access to the game granted. In a flash of white light, Su Lin reappeared in the same location where he had logged off. He opened his friends list, noting that the avatar of an assassin named Shadow Sun, who was level 18, remained grayed out and silent. First, he resolved to repair his gear and then take a leisurely stroll through the marketplace. Amidst the lecherous grin of the blacksmith, Su Lin reluctantly extracted 5 silver coins to repair his entire set of equipment. To the west of Telt City lies the default trading market for players, where nearly everyone sets up stalls. Occasionally, Su Lin would venture there to shout out and sell some gear. Telt City is not particularly large. Su Lin summoned a rickshaw and, for the price of 3 copper coins, arrived at the entrance of the trading market in approximately 4 to 5 minutes, where he could faintly discern the bustling crowd within. "Thank you. It's no easy task to pull a rickshaw," Su Lin remarked, tossing an additional 2 copper coins to the player who had drawn him. Driving a rickshaw is indeed a form of livelihood in the game. While it may not yield as quickly as mining or herb gathering, it is a safe endeavor within the city. A few players, stripped of all their equipment and having lost everything overnight, often resort to pulling rickshaws to earn some extra coin. Upon reaching the trading market, Su Lin headed straight towards a stall where he was a regular customer, having established a good rapport with the owner. "Ah, Shenling, what fine items do you bring today?" The stall owner, a rather unscrupulous young man with the ID lecherous scoundrel, greeted him. "1 piece of intermediate cluo ore and a magic core from a golden crystal python." "Name your price, I trust you, scoundrel." Su Lin produced 2 fist-sized stones from his bag, one gray and the other a pale gold. "By the heavens, how did you manage to acquire such fine treasures?" "Intermediate cluo ore is capable of crafting 4th-tier equipment for warriors. For both, I offer a fixed price, 7 gold for the intermediate cluo and 3 gold for the golden crystal python magic core." The lecherous rogue's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the 2 stones in Su Lin's hand, particularly the intermediate Croa raw stone. Su Lin was well aware that this individual was a formidable warrior, likely intent on acquiring a superior weapon for himself. "Very well, considering our lengthy dealings, I shall offer it to you at this price." Su Lin recognized that this price was rather low. The rogue intended to start with a low offer to negotiate further. By agreeing, Su Lin inadvertently placed him in an awkward position. "I realize this price is indeed low, but in light of our friendship, I acquired a 4th-tier summoner's staff at a premium yesterday, and I shall reserve it for you. You may name your price." The lecherous rogue sent Su Lin a trade request, producing 10 gleaming gold coins and an ancient wooden staff. The staff, known as the Ice Line Longstaff, was classified as Grade A, requiring a spiritual vocation and a level of 20. It boasted a physical attack power of 45 to 67, magical attack power of 112 to 122, intellect of 8, with 156 MP and a recovery rate of 5. Additionally, it provided a 5 boost to all attributes of Ice-type summoned beasts, and it had a special effect of potentially triggering a freeze upon attack. Its durability stood at 50-50. "By the heavens, this is exceptional," Su Lin exclaimed. "I don't possess sufficient funds. I can offer you 10 gold coins, along with another item." Su Lin's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the staff. Realizing that the level 18 tier B staff he currently held paled in comparison to this treasure. "Little Lingzi, I acquired this staff for 20 gold. What do you intend to trade for it?" The lecherous rogue grinned mischievously at Su Lin. "This item is worth at most 8 gold, but I suspect it is something you would desire." Su Lin leisurely retrieved a red hexagonal crystal from his bag, which sparkled brilliantly under the sun's rays. "Is that a shard of sunlight?" inquired the lewd individual with a smirk. "To be precise, it is a refined shard of sunlight from Kremlin. I believe you are quite familiar with this trinket. It holds little value, yet it can enhance the success rate of crafting weapons, particularly axes. If it weren't for that Kremlin prefix, I wouldn't even consider selling it to you," Su Lin replied. "You may take the staff, but leave the sunlight." At that moment, a notification from his friends list chimed. Upon opening it, a virtual image of the monkey materialized before Su Lin, visible only to him. "I have arrived at the southern teleportation array. Where are you?" "My wife is here too. Do not move. I will come to you. Please wait a few minutes." After a brief interval, Su Lin spotted an assassin and a priest in the southern region, one at level 18 and the other at level 15. He sent a party invitation, and soon the system notified him that Ing Yang and Ing Guang had joined the team. "How is your brother doing?" Su Lin inquired of the priestess. "He's doing well. He is preparing to advance to the 4th tier in the game. And the Huang Yu Guild is on the verge of upgrading to a level 3 guild," replied the priestess, Lu Ying. "Monkey, let's go. Let's hunt a boss." Su Lin beckoned. The 3 of them ventured from the southern area into the enchanted forest. "What boss are we facing? With your skills, do you really need assistance?" The monkey understood Su Lin's prowess. He typically dispatched ordinary bosses with ease. It was a level 25 boss, a lord-class frost giant wolf. Su Lin mockingly observed the ever-changing expressions on Yang Hong's face. "Are you leading us to our doom, Wood?" "Surely not. That wolf is severely injured and can only exert 50% of its power. Before we confront it, I need you to assist me with something." A few minutes later, yet another level 18 blue ice magic wolf lay on the brink of collapse beneath Yang Hong's wicked dagger. Su Lin fervently initiated a mental contract with the faltering blue wolf. After a considerable effort, yet another blue wolf was brought under his command, with Lu Ying restoring its health. 6 now. I can manage no more than these. Along with the 2 level 19 blue wolves I've summoned. I shall wait a while longer to summon the third and allow my skills to cool down before we seek trouble with the frost giant wolf. Would I must say, you are exceedingly audacious. Thus, the trio, accompanied by their 9 wolves, embarked on an irreversible journey, oblivious to the impending disturbance that awaited the frost giant wolf. Due to the constraints of the quest, this frost giant wolf was confined to a specific area, unable to leave. Once defeated, Su Lin would be the one to trigger its respawn. At the same location, the frost giant wolf still languidly drooped its eyelids. Upon arrival, Su Lin wasted no time commanding the 9 blue wolves to charge forth, while he concentrated on forming a binding ice flow. Yang Hong refrained from employing the assassin's signature skill, stealth. In the presence of a wolf lord surpassing his own rank, that ability would prove futile in concealing him, as its cost would merely reduce his movement speed. Lu Ying diligently began to enhance his state, as the luminous short staff in his hand started to coalesce light elements. The frost giant wolf initially demonstrated its prowess by expelling several ice orbs, but upon realizing its ineffectiveness, it commenced the formation of a larger spell. An impressive ice orb gradually took shape, and unbeknownst to anyone, Yang Hong stealthily approached from behind the boss, executing a fundamental technique of physical prowess, a heavy strike, which successfully interrupted the boss's spell. The 9-headed blue wolf lunged furiously at the boss, tearing at it with ferocity. An icy stream quietly coiled around the frost giant wolf, ensnaring it for the second time in its pitiful plight. Subsequently, Lu Ying's holy shockwave struck the frost giant wolf, although the damage was modest. The binding effect of the holy shockwave rendered the already restrained frost giant wolf even more immobile. During this interval, Su Lin relentlessly hurled ice blades, while Yang Hong occasionally landed a couple of strikes on the boss. The 3 summoned blue wolves, whether seeking vengeance for their predecessors or driven by some other motive, bit with exceptional ferocity. Monkeys, fall back. The boss is about to unleash a powerful attack. Having learned from a previous misstep, Su Lin quickly ordered the blue wolves to retreat, allowing them to unleash ice pillars from a safer distance. A resounding wolf howl echoed, and the icy streams enveloping the frost giant wolf shattered once more, transforming into ice elements that surged towards it. Initially, ice pillars, subsequently, a wide-ranging barrage of ice arrows. Caution is advised. In a precautionary measure, Su Lin had already summoned 3 ice shields. Lu Ying provided everyone with a protective barrier, and upon Yang Hong's suggestion, they distanced themselves from the battlefield. The 9-headed blue wolves dispersed to avoid significant damage, while Yang Hong, rather unscrupulously, activated his stealth and vanished from sight. In the eyes of the frost giant wolf, Su Lin had become its singular focus. Su Lin felt a sense of helplessness as the frost giant wolf's head followed his every movement, clearly fixating on him. He noticed the ice sphere in the beast's mouth diminishing, nearing the threshold of release. With a sound akin to shattering glass, a massive ice pillar surged towards Su Lin. He rolled to the left, narrowly escaping the danger. Subsequently, Su Lin retrieved a pearl and a scroll from his bag. As the ice pillar passed, it detonated instantaneously, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows that swept across a vast area. The 3 ice shields crumbled in less than a second, and a blue wolf, meant to serve as a meat shield, was instantly torn apart, its icy blood splattering across the ground. In haste, Su Lin tore open the scroll, and in the next moment, as he watched it shred into fragments, those pieces transformed into shards of ice. Su Lin's figure reappeared in a different direction. Fortunately, he had prepared an ice-based escape scroll. Su Lin steadied himself as the 8 blue wolves re-entered the fray. Extending his right hand, he inscribed a complex magic circle, with a pearl the size of an egg shimmering within it, a sight to behold. Having exhausted all his resources to eliminate you, I refuse to believe that this endeavor will not succeed. Chapter 8. The Sanctuary of Almodus, the Frost Giant Wolf, a level 25 lower lord, remains a formidable opponent even at 50% of its strength. To confront this threat, Su Lin utilized the sealing stone he had kept at his side. The level 25th tier sealing stone contained the formidable level 20 commander class boss, the Rock Bear. A brownish magic circle swiftly formed in Su Lin's hands. Initially small enough to be held by a person, it expanded dramatically with the wind to tower several times higher. A majestic figure materialized within the magic circle. The deep growl of the bear signified its master's disdain towards the frost giant wolf, likely due to the presence of numerous allies nearby. Upon witnessing the emergence of the rock bear, A grave expression flickered in the eyes of the frost giant wolf, which began to growl menacingly as it challenged the bear. The rock bear exhaled forcefully, uprooting a massive stone from the ground and hurling it at the frost giant wolf. In response, the frost giant wolf exhaled a breath of icy air, freezing the stone into fragments, and lunged towards the rock bear. The frost giant wolf leapt high into the air, only to encounter a similar fate as before. The silent, binding ice flowed around its body, while the sudden appearance of Yang Hong resulted in a swift dagger thrust to the back of the frost giant wolf, a backstab. The attack dealt a painful blow of -722 damage. In its agony, the frost giant wolf was unable to break free from the icy bindings, and a flash of light emitted from Lu Ying, causing minor damage while impairing the wolf's vision. The rock bear roared with excitement as a rich brown light coalesced in its clenched fists. With a powerful leap forward, it surged 3 steps and then propelled itself downwards, crashing forcefully onto the frost giant wolf. Bang! Cracks radiated outward from the frost giant wolf, quaking the ground as the colossal rock bear landed with a tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble for several moments. A staggering -3,599. The damage inflicted surpassed even a critical backstab by 5-fold. Su Lin, overwhelmed with excitement, felt a pang of regret. That sealed stone was worth dozens of gold coins without question. Gold would come, and the sealed stone would too. Deeply influenced by the teachings of Grandpa Ma from millennia ago, Su Lin pondered thus. The frost giant wolf, struggling to rise, exhibited a glimmer of unwillingness in its eyes. Had it not been restricted to merely 50 of its strength, it would fear no rock bear, even if another were to appear. Perceiving the wolf's gaze, Su Lin felt a twinge of compassion, swiftly eclipsed by the allure of the artifact. "Apologies," he whispered softly, as he commanded the rock bear to deliver the final blow. With great force, the rock bear pressed its massive paws against the ground, impaling the frost giant wolf with sharp spikes before unleashing a barrage of thick stone spears that mercilessly battered the creature's form. After enduring for several minutes, the unfortunate frost giant wolf finally succumbed, collapsing in defeat. With a sigh of relief, Su Lin watched as the frost giant wolf disintegrated into a shimmer of white light. Though merely a segment of data, witnessing its torment stirred his empathy, and he yearned for a swift resolution. To his delight, the boss dropped a shard of stone and a ring. Following Yang Hong's voice, Su Lin confirmed that the stone was indeed the frost giant wolf's core, while the ring ignited a flush of excitement within him, even having encountered numerous 4th-tier items before. The soul ring of the Ice Wolf grade, S required class, spiritual required level, 25 magical attack power, 48 to 48 intelligence, for MP, 42 MP recovery speed, 1 ice attribute magic release time, 5 ice attribute magic damage, 5 ice attribute resistance, 5 attached skill, wolf spirit summoning a 5th-tier item. Truly a rare piece of jewelry. It could easily secure a place on the jewelry leaderboard. Su Lin cautiously opened the jewelry leaderboard, scrolling from the 100th position upwards. Item by item. 90th place, 80th place, 50th place, 20th place. At last, Su Lin spotted his ring in 7th place. Item rating, 49 points. The highest rating for a 1st-tier D-grade item is 9 points. For a 2nd-tier C-grade item is 19 points, and so forth. The Ice Wolf ring had been awarded the highest score by the system. The 6 pieces above it all exceeded its level, boasting an extraordinary S-grade rating of 49 points. The officials had announced that items above the 6th tier do not appear on the leaderboard, and player IDs are not disclosed on the rankings. Haha, I graciously accept. Su Lin, under the envious gaze of Yang Hong, placed the Ice Wolf ring into his bag, for who else could be an ice mage but him? What a perplexing task this is, with such a formidable boss. If it weren't for your bear, we would have surely perished. Su Lin shot a sharp glance at Yang Hong, clearly pained by his words. What bear? That was a genuine 2nd-tier commander, the Boulder Bear. Do you understand? The Boulder Bear. 3 teleportation arrays illuminated, and Su Lin and his companions returned to the city of Telt. Upon returning to the city, Su Lin made a beeline for the summoning hall, and out of curiosity, Yang Hong and his companion naturally followed suit. The magnificent and resplendent summoning hall featured colossal doors adorned with a contract magic circle, showcasing the images of a dragon and a phoenix, each occupying half of the design. Legends speak of the holy summoner Almodus, who possesses the ability to summon the dragon emperor Agura and the phoenix lord Zibiana. Stepping through the entrance revealed a long corridor, opaque yet brilliantly illuminated, flanked on either side by murals depicting various summoners. What's the fuss about this mere professional guild? Yang Hong grumbled, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Indeed, compared to the Assassin's Guild, the summoning hall was extravagantly ostentatious. Traversing the corridor led to the grand hall on the first floor, rumored to house a colossal magic circle. Despite its open-air appearance, a vast magic array loomed overhead. The spiraling staircase along the walls ascended to new levels at certain heights, seemingly leading directly to the rooftop, with nothing in between. A first-tier summoner's privilege allowed access solely to the first-floor hall. Upon arriving, Su Lin hurried towards a corner where an unkempt old man sat forlornly. In this hall, aside from players, every NPC donned a flowing white robe, yet this particular old man was dressed in coarse cloth. Su Lin had initially approached him out of curiosity, leading to their brief conversation and ultimately to accepting a quest. "Little Lingzi, back so soon? I suppose you were dispatched by the frost giant wolf," the old man remarked with a lecherous grin after casting a glance at Su Lin. "Would it? I had previously thought that the blacksmith uncle was already quite lecherous, but unexpectedly. Yang Hong has truly encountered an NPC that wishes for players to perish. How disappointing." Su Lin curled his lips, refraining from countering the old man's words, and directly retrieved the frost giant wolf's crystal core from his bag. The old man's eyes, which had been narrowed, suddenly widened, and like the wind, he snatched the crystal core, his gaze fixated as if he intended to consume it whole. "Old man, the task is complete. Swiftly present the reward. Respect for the elderly must be contingent upon the individual, and this old man simply elicits no such sentiment." "Ha ha. At last, I can repair it. Little Lingzi, let us proceed to mend the necklace." Before Su Lin could fully comprehend the situation, he felt someone grasping his collar. And then the surroundings abruptly blurred. When clarity returned, the summoning hall had transformed into a lush forest. Where did the wood go? It appears that NPC has whisked it away. Yang Hong and Luing exchanged glances. "Hey, old man, be careful. I could accuse you of kidnapping." Su Lin glared at the old man in dissatisfaction. Hee. The old man chuckled softly, remaining silent as he produced a multitude of items from a ring on his left hand, which Su Lin recognized as the quest items he had completed. Seeing this, Su Lin questioned with curiosity, "Old man, what is this?" "Repairing the necklace." The old man mimicked Su Lin's earlier gesture of disdain and continued. "These materials are meant for kindling, while the frost giant wolf's magic core is for tempering." "What? After all the effort I put into crafting these items, you intend to set them ablaze?" Su Lin stared in disbelief at the old man. "Were it not for the fact that I find you somewhat agreeable, I would never have entrusted this lucrative task to you." Having said that, the old man disregarded Su Lin, and with a flick of his right hand, the materials on the ground began to levitate and ignite one by one. "Old man, if you are so formidable, why not undertake these tasks yourself? I'm too lazy to move." After several minutes, Su Lin found himself entranced, gazing at the unremarkable ancient necklace in his hand. The silver chain was adorned with a contract magic circle, reminiscent of the one seen at the entrance of the summoning hall, with faint magical currents flickering within the array. Almortis's protection, incomplete, grade, legendary. It embodies Almortis's lifetime of energy, although it has been partially restored post-Holy War. It lacks a soul essence and requires a successor's prolonged nurturing to absorb the souls of all things. Required profession, summoner. Required level, 0 intelligence, 10 constitution, 10 HP, 1000 MP, 1000 MP recovery rate, 1 summoning magic casting time, 50 summoned beast attributes, 50 special effects. Contract summoning eliminates upper limits. Unaffected by mental power restrictions, allows for early-stage learning of summoning magic, and enables control of all summoned beasts not exceeding the summoner's level by 10. Attached skill, mental pressure, basic, passive. The item is bound, non-tradable, and cannot be dropped. A contract, indeed, is my life. Almortis, O divine being, rescue me. Su Lin moaned, a sound of blissful ecstasy. At this moment, he felt as though the goddess of fortune, Stella, was his beloved. Otherwise, how could he possibly encounter such serendipity? "Old man, is this necklace truly mine?" "Of course, it's bound to you now. Once given, it cannot be reclaimed. I only offered it to you because I find you agreeable. Treat it well," the old man replied, his spirit seemingly dimmed after mending the necklace, his voice lacking vitality. "Naturally, I shall cherish it as a treasure," Su Lin affirmed. "Old man, I am weary and wish to sleep. You may leave now." The old man waved his hand dismissively, and a potent wave of magical energy surged around Su Lin. "What is your name?" Su Lin inquired, sensing the space around him beginning to warp, akin to the sensation felt when using a return scroll. "My name? It has been so long that I can barely recall it. I, Carlos, have fallen to such depths." Carlos, the most loyal attendant of Almortis. In a flash of light, Su Lin found himself bewilderedly standing upon the teleportation array in the city of Telt. Chapter 9. Ascension Divine Rank. LV-19 Faction. Light Title. None Reputation. 0 Honor. 0 Guild. None HP. 18-20 MP. 1680 Intelligence. 60, 14. Constitution. 36, 13. Strength. 13, 0. Agility. 14, 0. Spirit. 6, 0. Cannot grow. Physical attack. 37 to 43 magical attack. 125 to 144 physical defense. 117 to 129 magical defense. 210 to 232 light resistance. 0 water resistance. Also ice resistance, 12 fire resistance. 2 dark resistance. 0 earth resistance. 0 upon returning to the summoning hall. Su Lin discovered that Yang Hong and Lu Ying had already departed, presumably having grown impatient from waiting for his return to level up. With the lengthy task now complete, the first order of business was, of course, Ascension. Seated at the far end of the hall was an elderly NPC clad in a resplendent silver-white robe, serving as the second-tier Ascension mentor. Compared to Carlos, this old man's attire was strikingly opulent. "Young one, have you come to ascend?" As Su Lin approached the second-tier Ascension mentor, Ryan, the old man, who had been keeping his eyes closed, spoke softly. Su Lin paused momentarily, then realized it was due to his reaching level 19 with full experience, fulfilling the quest's triggering condition, prompting the perceptive NPC to address him directly. "I wish to ascend." Su Lin nodded in affirmation, responding earnestly. "The advancement task is not an ordinary one. Are you certain you have honed your skills sufficiently?" "Indeed." Mentor Ryan slightly opened his eyes and inscribed a magical array beneath Su Lin's feet. As the spatial fluctuations arose, Ryan's voice echoed in Su Lin's ear. "You will be transported to the second-tier trial scene, Ice Ring Island's periphery. Good luck." Before him lay a vast expanse of white, with a sea behind and a snowy landscape ahead, gentle snowflakes drifting through the air. The trial scene commenced, and the task was received. Please slay 50 ice magic wolves, 30 water crabs, and 10 ice birds, and traverse the cold tide to defeat the ice elemental giant bear. The ice magic wolf is a level 20 common creature. The water crab is a level 25 common creature. The ice bird is a level 25 mutated creature. The ice elemental giant bear is a level 25 boss. A faint smile graced Su Lin's lips. With the protection of Almodis, a level 25 boss seemed hardly a challenge. While it might pose difficulties for ordinary players, for him, it was merely child's play. He donned a necklace, his health rapidly rivaling that of a knight, his confidence surging. The ice magic wolves were not far from where Su Lin appeared. He first conjured an ice shield and summoned a single blue wolf before charging towards the ice magic wolves, for the skilled are often bold. With a 50 enhancement, the blue wolf's attributes exceeded those of the ice magic wolves. The ice magic wolves were somewhat dispersed, and Su Lin swiftly directed an ice blade towards the nearest one. -188. Ice-type monsters possess a higher resistance to frost, typically inflicting damage that is approximately 20 less than that of other elemental types. However, the frost resistance of a level 20 common monster pales in comparison to that of the frost giant wolf. The attacked ice magic wolf let out a furious roar, retaliating with a shard of ice directed at Su Lin, who deftly sidestepped this sluggish assault. Observing his master engage, the blue wolf, invigorated by a surge in attributes, eagerly rushed towards the ice magic wolf, joining the fray in a fierce battle. Su Lin, from the rear, hurled ice blades with precision, and within a mere 30 seconds, the ice magic wolf succumbed to the barrage of ice. The blue wolf, however, retained approximately 2/3 of its health. Su Lin promptly sought out the next ice magic wolf to confront. In addition to wielding ice blades, he intermittently employed a psychic attack skill of level 10 or lower, Psychic Shock. One by one, he lured the monsters, and after nearly 20 minutes, he had vanquished 50 ice magic wolves. With the addition of 2 summoned blue wolves, he now commanded a trio of blue wolves. The first summoned wolf, nearing depletion of health, was directed to the sidelines for recovery, and remarkably, none had perished thus far. Additionally, he fortuitously acquired another ice magic wolf. A casual casting of a psychic contract summoned a fully healthy ice magic wolf, a stroke of good fortune indeed. As he traversed the outermost layer of snow, the presence of ice magic wolves dwindled, and the snowy terrain gradually transformed into icy ground, small puddles emerging before Su Lin. Surely, water crabs must dwell here. Su Lin experimented with elemental manipulation, freezing one of the puddles, only to be surprised by the battle log, which indicated damage dealt to a water crab. Within 10 seconds, a water crab met its demise. Was it truly that simple? As Su Lin attempted to freeze yet another puddle, a cacophony erupted from all the water bodies, and a multitude of enormous crabs, each measuring a meter in length, began to emerge. There appeared to be no less than 100 of them, densely packed together. It seemed trouble was afoot. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lin turned and fled. Facing over 100 level 25 monsters at merely level 19 was tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the water crabs moved at a sluggish pace, allowing him to escape the icy terrain and return to the snowy ground, whereupon the crabs retreated entirely. Phew, that was terrifying. If news spread that the renowned ice mage, Ling Ruo, had perished at the second-tier advancement, one could only imagine the laughter that would ensue. Cautiously, Su Lin returned to the puddle, only to find himself triggering another riot of water crabs after freezing one. After several heart-stopping encounters, he discovered that any disturbance in the water element would summon the crabs, who would promptly retreat upon entering the snow. How had I, Su Lin, fallen to the level of foolishly running back and forth 30 times to slay these water crabs? Though he harbored grievances, he diligently continued to eliminate them one by one. Occasionally, when he moved with greater speed, he would freeze 2 puddles in succession. Thus, this farcical endeavor persisted for an entire hour until the water crabs were finally vanquished. Ice Magic Wolf 50-50 Water Crabs 30-30 Ice Birds 0-10 Ice Elemental Bear 0-1. As long as he refrained from condensing the ice element, he could frolic about the puddles without concern. The water crabs would pay him no mind, strolling nonchalantly across the uneven icy path while remaining vigilant to avoid slipping. As Su Lin traversed the territory inhabited by water crabs, an unseen river of indeterminate length spanned before him. Every 10 meters, a narrow bridge, over 100 meters long, yet scarcely 3 meters wide, appeared. Below, the waters surged tumultuously, while the bridge above lay cloaked in a blanket of snow. What could it be? In the distance, Su Lin discerned a white wave, upon which small black dots seemed to be scattered like embellishments. Could it be a cold wave? This daunting task did not primarily revolve around vanquishing the minor boss, the Frost Elemental Bear, but rather navigating through the cold wave itself. Su Lin surmised that the very presence of those black dots constituted the third phase of the mission, Ice Birds. Oh, system, you certainly know how to impose challenges. Su Lin offered a wry smile, for the system's keywords were meticulously chosen. Traversing the cold wave did not equate to evading it. One must confront it head-on to achieve success. As if that weren't enough, he was also required to slay 10 ice birds amidst the turmoil. While the 4 ice wolves had already become a liability, shaking his head, Su Lin stowed away his humor. He dared not treat this cold wave with negligence. Though it appeared distant, at the cold wave's velocity, in merely 3 minutes, he would witness the colossal surge. With 3 ice shields enveloping him and 4 ice wolves leading the charge, the binding ice flow swirled protectively around his form. The cold wave approached. In the face of nature's might, humanity seemed remarkably insignificant, at least to Su Lin in this moment. The ferocity of the cold wave could only be rivaled by high-tier forbidden magics. Fortunately, its damage paled in comparison to skills of the 6th tier and above. The biting ice and snow lashed against his face, while the 4 ice wolves bowed their heads, growling deeply, steadfastly guarding their master. The cold wave approaches, accompanied by the arrival of ice birds. Dozens of these frigid creatures soar anxiously through the sky, indifferent to the solitary figure of 4 wolves below. With the chilling tempest at hand, who would still concern themselves with birds? Su Lin, combining his powers with the 4 ice wolves, focused their assault on the nearest ice bird, determined to eliminate it before the storm fully descended. Boom! The world abruptly transformed into a blinding whiteness. As the swirling ice shield and torrents crackled ominously in the frigid air, revealing a myriad of fissures, the 4 ice wolves steadfastly shielded their master while diligently searching for the fallen ice birds. Su Lin fervently employed Dispel Magic. attempting to clear a small area of ice and snow, only for it to be swiftly replenished the moment he ceased. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed, heralding the shattering of the ice shield, with the snow directly impacting Su Lin's body. -10, -10, -10. The damage was not severe, yet it was incessant, with dozens of HP being siphoned away each second, summoning the ice magic wolf, bound by a mental pact, to stand before him. His situation improved significantly as he dispatched several ice birds in quick succession. Despite the precariousness of his circumstances, by the time the cold wave receded, 10 ice birds lay defeated, with not a single summoned creature remaining. Su Lin himself was left with a mere 300 HP, teetering on the brink of collapse. He consumed a small health potion, restoring 100 HP over 10 seconds, usable in non-combat, and began to meditate on the spot, replenishing his health with a red potion every 10 seconds. Should another cold wave strike during this vulnerable moment, well, he would simply count himself unfortunate. Cautious, yet unwavering, he waited for over 2 minutes, consuming a dozen bottles of red elixirs until his health points were fully restored. A blue wolf cautiously danced around Su Lin's side. "Ice elemental giant bear, I am here," he declared. The cold wave undoubtedly originated from this direction as he treaded carefully across the snow-covered bridge. A slumbering white bear came into view, and the inscription of Ice Elemental Giant Bear atop its head confirmed its identity as the target of his quest without a doubt. In this vast cold wave, how could this creature be so unperturbed? Su Lin pondered, yet he reminded himself that this was merely a game. This white bear was ultimately just a boss-level foe, incapable of being a hidden lord or domain master. Thus, a reluctant roar of the bear echoed, and Su Lin lightly shook his head, saying, "You refuse to heed my warning to end your own life, compelling me to take it instead. How benevolent of me." The second-tier advancement quest was completed. Player Shenling has ascended to level 20. He has mastered second-tier skills: Frost Armor, Ice Spear, Ice Spike, Freezing, Soul Fire, Ice Bind, Contract, Frost Magic Wolf, and Contract, Water Elemental Beginner. A plethora of skills, numbering over a dozen, abruptly appeared on his skill panel, igniting his excitement as he began experimenting with them. Having played as an Ice Mage during the closed beta, he whimsically chose Ice Summoner after the public release, discovering many refreshing skills. He was already familiar with the Frost Magic Wolf, the imposing water elemental he had just summoned, towering at least twice his height, truly delighted him. Soul Fire, a passive skill, grants a 10 chance of causing an ice explosion upon the demise of a summoned creature, dealing damage equivalent to 50 of the creature's health to all units within a 3-meter radius. Then Su Lin donned the robe of Frostbite, acquired through his recent mission. The edges of the robe were adorned with exquisite flowing silver, a testament to its extraordinary quality. Truly, it is of the highest caliber, unmistakably superior. The Ice Lion Staff, a replacement for the previous level 15B staff, instantly augmented his magical attack by 50. I am determined to level up. The Ring of the Fallen Ice Wolf serves as Su Lin's boundless motivation for advancement. 10 seconds until his return to the Summoning Sanctuary. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 10. Conflict. Su Lin appeared in the summoning hall with an expression of sheer astonishment, attracting the envious gazes of several first-tier summoners, particularly a few level 19 players. Upon failing the task, one would be immediately sent back to the resurrection point. Only those who succeeded would be granted an audience before the Minor. Divine Ascendance, henceforth. You are a second-tier summoner. Thank you, Minor, for your guidance, Su Lin replied courteously, gleefully accepting the task reward of 1 gold coin. Venture forth, and may you soon ascend to the 3rd tier. Upon exiting the summoning hall, Su Lin's first thought was to head to the main city of Guanyin City. Not only was it the closest major city to Telt City, but it was also home to the Huanyu Guild, established by his close friend, Lu Feng. In a bid to purchase that coveted a staff from a certain merchant, Su Lin had depleted nearly all his savings, leaving him with a mere gold coin earned from the recent promotion task, a sound reminder of his dire financial state. Fortunately, the system acknowledged that certain aspects should not exploit the players excessively. After paying a transportation fee of 5 silver coins at the city gate, a flash of light enveloped him, transforming the scenery around him. The myriad of lights flickering upon the massive teleportation array illustrated the bustling population of this main city. Madman, I have arrived. Su Lin was aware that such a loud proclamation might lead others to think him deranged, so he merely gazed skyward and silently shouted his exuberance. In the city of Lightfall, one of the 12 main strongholds of the Radiant faction, presided over by the six-winged celestial angel Andikel, lies on the periphery of the Radiant Realm. Apart from its adjacency to the Divine Graveyard, a battleground for players from both factions, the city of Lightfall stands as a bastion of hope. Su Lin accessed his friend's list and located Lu Feng's ID, Feathered Emperor Wind, only to discover that he was engaged in a fourth-tier promotion quest. Deciding not to disturb him, Su Lin remained oblivious to the precise location of the Feathered Emperor Guild, opting instead to wander the city alone in search of quests and opportunities to hone his skills in combat. Tasks were indeed scarce. Dismissing the meager experience offered by menial fetch quests, he ultimately accepted 3 assignments. After all, having something was better than nothing, a philosophy that Su Lin embraced with his characteristic optimism. The tasks included slaying 20 prairie savage lions, defeating 30 gale demon wolves, and a bounty to hunt a single fierce gale wolf. The bounty quest, taken from the Mercenary Guild, required the acquisition of the magic core from the fierce gale wolf, promising a reward of 10 gold coins, which was quite generous. The fierce gale wolf, a commanding boss among the gale demon wolves, was level 25. And while it was indeed formidable, Su Lin felt confident in his ability to face this boss alone, especially now that he had ascended to the 2nd tier. The prairie savage lion and the gale demon wolf have respawned just outside the western city gates, sparing the need for excessive travel. The presence of players offering transportation is ubiquitous. I spent a mere 5 copper coins to hire a rickshaw, which took me 5 minutes to reach the western entrance. In stark contrast to the bustling scenes within the city, stepping beyond the gates, Su Lin was greeted by a faint scent of blood, a disquieting reminder of the dangers lurking beyond the soldiers' watchful gaze. The lower-tier monsters were few, and within mere minutes, the once abundant first-tier creatures began to dwindle. While the number of players increased, Su Lin summoned his blue wolf, frost wolf, and water elementals one by one. With the water elementals' already elevated attributes, coupled with a 60 enhancement, it nearly matched the prowess of a level 20 elite monster. Such a formidable lineup rendered the 22-level prairie savage lion utterly defenseless. With Su Lin's magical attack power of 200, a single ice spear followed by an ice blade was sufficient to obliterate a prairie savage lion. In approximately 5 to 6 minutes, he claimed the lives of 20 such creatures, drawing the disgruntled gazes of several recently promoted 2nd-tier summoners, puzzled as to which 3rd-tier player had come to contest their kills. The Gale Demon Wolf, being a mere level 20 creature and slightly weaker than the prairie savage lion, fell victim to Su Lin's prowess as well. In under 10 minutes, he dispatched 30 Gale Demon Wolves, though this was partly due to the influx of players competing for the kills. Where art thou, Gale Demon Wolf? Delving deeper into the grassland, the highly social Gale Wolves establish a significant presence within this expanse. At the helm, the formidable mid-tier lord, the Gale Wolf Sovereign, roams the plains with an air of mystery, appearing and disappearing without a trace. However, it is noteworthy that boss entities of lord rank and above typically refrain from initiating attacks on players. Otherwise, no adventurer would dare to traverse the wilderness alone, uncertain of when a lord might emerge to deliver a fatal blow. The Gale Wolf Sovereign spawns randomly within a pack of wolves, generally within smaller groups, where one sovereign leads a maximum of 30 Gale Wolves. The quest to locate a boss is a protracted endeavor. Despite the sparse presence of these formidable Gale Wolves, Su Lin spent nearly an hour uncovering the leisurely Gale Wolf Sovereign, enveloped in 3 layers of ice shields, with frost armor subtly adorning his form. A delicate frost shimmered upon his skin. With a graceful flick of his staff, dense ice elements coalesced at the crystalline tip of his wand. After a brief 2 seconds, Su Lin inclined his staff, and a half-meter diameter beam of ice surged forth with vigor, the pristine white crystals dazzling in the sunlight. Simultaneously, 3 azure wolves and 3 frost wolves exhaled shards of ice, while water elements gradually coalesced into icy projectiles, methodically eliminating the lesser foes before confronting the boss. Approximately 20 Gale Wolves were present. The initial volley of 2 ice beams and 6 shards resulted in the swift annihilation of 10 Gale Wolves, with their numbers significantly diminished. The Gale Wolf Sovereign fixed an enraged gaze upon Su Lin, raising its head to unleash a piercing howl before leading the remaining 10 Gale Wolves into a furious charge. Su Linping extended his left hand, grasping at the air towards the swift Gale Wolf. Suddenly, a thick layer of frost materialized upon the creature. The chilling effect reduced the swift Gale Wolf's movement speed by 75 for a duration of 5 seconds. As a commander-level boss, Its magical attack power significantly surpassed that of ordinary monsters. Yet, this frost did not entirely immobilize the beast. Nonetheless, 5 seconds was ample time for Su Lin to unleash a brutal assault upon the pack of wolves. An icy blade soared through the air, swiftly followed by a 2-meter-long ice spear. 6 ice wolves converged upon a single target, their water elemental damage nearly rivaling Su Lin's own. One of the gale wolves was pierced by the ice spear, crashing into another wolf that was sprinting behind it. 6 ice blades mercilessly tore a hapless gale wolf to shreds. As the last of the gale wolves was impaled like a skewered delicacy in midair, the swift gale wolf finally arrived, its murderous gaze fixed menacingly upon Su Lin. Most of Su Lin's skills were on cooldown, leaving the formidable water elemental to stand guard against the swift gale wolf. The water elemental boasted an impressive HP of 2,000 points, bolstered by a 5 enhancement from its wand, an additional 5 from various accessories, and a 50 boost from Almortis's protection, bringing its health to a staggering 3,200, surpassing that of a second-tier knight by a considerable margin. Wind blades swirled around the swift gale wolf as it launched itself with force against the water elemental. Minus 588. That was brutal. Su Lin cursed under his breath, his movements undeterred as he summoned the binding ice flow to ensnare the swift gale wolf. The swift gale wolf sensed that the icy stream subtly restrained its movements, while the swirling wind blades around it wreaked havoc, reducing the newly formed ice stream to mere shards. However, the execution of this maneuver caused a noticeable delay in the wolf's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Su Lin conjured an ice spear and hurled it at the swift gale wolf, inflicting damage and forcing it back several meters. The water element also materialized an ice spear, compelling the approaching wolf to retreat further. The 6 ice wolves did not let this prime moment slip away, charging forth to gnaw at the swift gale wolf in a frenzy. After repelling the swift gale wolf, a powerful surge of ice elemental energy erupted around Su Lin, coalescing into ice shards. Tendrils of flame seeped from the corners of the wolf's mouth. With a fierce howl, the swift gale wolf unleashed a massive fire pillar from its maw, clashing with the surging ice shards. Ripples cascaded outward where the two opposing elemental forces met, sending tremors of elemental fluctuations that resonated far and wide, alerting numerous psychic players nearby to the tumult. In the realm of the game, competing for a boss was a commonplace affair, especially when the robust physical engine simulated elemental fluctuations that could be sensed by many psychic players. It was only a matter of time before someone would arrive to investigate the commotion. Observing the unfolding scene, the water element opened its maw, releasing a barrage of ice shards that struck the swift gale wolf, which was already locked in combat with Su Lin. Taken by surprise and suffering a grievous blow, the wolf let out a mournful cry, causing its fire element to dissipate, and it instinctively turned to flee. But to escape? Su Lin chuckled softly, as the fleeing swift gale wolf's speed suddenly plummeted, succumbing to the chill of frost. Su Lin cast a glance into the distance and spotted a group of 10 players approaching. Initially, he contemplated his strategy, but soon a smile graced his face, a genuine expression of joy. He silently hoped they would behave and refrain from transgressing. Given his current predicament, taking on 10 opponents was an impossibility. However, upon noticing that 6 of them were summoners, he chuckled to himself. "Hey boss, look over there," remarked a slender mage player to the leading summoner. "That fellow is adorned in a resplendent robe, and his staff radiates a potent ice element. It must be a remarkable 4th-tier artifact." 4th tier? The summoner, addressed as boss, perked up at this revelation. Until now, he had only managed to acquire a level 20 B-tier staff, a feat achieved through the collective efforts of his comrades. Over 80% of their group donned C-grade eco-friendly gear, with the remaining 10% comprised of the most basic of equipment. Shall we go for it? This group has a history of executing such schemes, and the B-tier staff in their possession was obtained through the relentless pursuit of defeating a few lesser foes. Despite being pursued for quite some time, every bit of effort has been worthwhile for the sake of acquiring superior gear. Absolutely, why not? The entire group's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the elemental fluctuations indicated that their target was indeed formidable, they were bolstered by their numbers, with 10 against 1. Even a 3rd-tier player stood little chance. The members of Floating Cloud's team numbered 10, 6 summoners, 1 ice mage, 1 fire mage, 1 assassin, and 1 swordsman. Floating Cloud signaled to the assassin, Floating Cloud's thief, who understood the cue and activated stealth to approach Su Lin stealthily. Upon encountering fellow players, Su Lin, wary of potential assassins, summoned 2 frost wolves to lay in wait within the distant grass. Being inherently sensitive to scents, these second-tier frost wolves, with a 60 enhancement, boasted a notably high success rate in detecting the stealth of second-tier assassins. The audacious Cloud Thief could scarcely anticipate an ambush as he cautiously advanced. Powerful jaws clamped onto his leg. Only after realizing he was under attack did he attempt to retaliate, but an overwhelming chill engulfed him. In mere moments, before he could mount a significant defense, the 2 frost wolves had dispatched him back to the respawn point. Typically, a second-tier player would vastly outclass a second-tier ordinary creature. Yet at this moment, the Cloud Thief remained oblivious to his assailants, thus sealing his tragic fate. This strike was classified as Su Lin's proactive assault. Upon the Cloud Thief's demise, Su Lin's name promptly illuminated the screen, vibrant and blood-red. The thief had been vanquished. Cloud Youth's expression darkened as he noted the stillness of the target. The scout assassin had been eliminated. It must be summoned beasts of the wolf variety, one summoner speculated. Another summoner cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "If mere second-tier monsters can reveal an assassin, then what hope do those assassins have? Enough bickering. Let's execute Plan B. Everyone charge," commanded one player. 9 players, accompanied by over 30 summoned beasts of various types, surged towards Su Lin. As the throng approached within a 100-meter radius, Su Lin sensed the presence of over 30 contract chains, as if at the mere flicker of his intent. All those contracts would belong to him. The once formidable summoned beast, upon entering the sanctuary of Almodus, instantly deflated, its earlier vigor dissipating. "Surrender your equipment, and I shall spare your lives." The oblivious floating Cloud Youth, sensing the overwhelming momentum on his side, shouted towards Su Lin. After restraining the howling gale wolf, Su Lin merely smiled serenely at Floating Cloud and his companions, extending his left hand, from which a faint thread of spiritual energy unfurled. Chapter 11. The Wasteland Clash. A myriad of psychic chains connected to the contracts, while the battle log relayed the news of the enemy units being seized. The 6 summoners, including Floating Cloud, were caught unprepared as their summoned beasts, whether water or fire elementals, turned against them. Under Su Lin's deliberate manipulation, the 3 non-summoner classes swiftly fell, leaving the other 5 summoners, aside from the carefully protected Floating Cloud, with but a sliver of health remaining. Su Lin refrained from eliminating these summoners merely to avoid accumulating excessive kill points. "Spare us, handsome." The bewildered Floating Cloud and his companions fell to the ground in unison, startling Su Lin. "We have elders above and children below. Leveling up while supporting families is no easy task. We've inadvertently offended a great and mighty player like you. Please, let us off the hook this once." With tears and snot streaming down his face, Floating Cloud shed any semblance of his earlier bravado. You all may rise," Su Lin replied, scratching his head. It was indeed his first encounter with such a spectacle. Did these individuals truly possess no sense of dignity? "Great leader, allow us to pledge our allegiance to you." Floating Cloud earnestly gazed at Su Lin. The brief skirmish had already illuminated the fact that this individual was a formidable player. Aligning with a capable leader would surely benefit him. "Great leader, we bow to you." Floating Cloud's 5 loyal followers echoed their leader's sentiments, revealing that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. Su Lin observed that these individuals were resolute in their belief that if he did not accept them as subordinates, they would never rise again. With a sense of resignation, he casually remarked, "From now on, behave yourselves. Should you stir up trouble, do not invoke my name. Once you achieve notoriety, you can assert that your leader is the divine commander." "Thank you, boss," they responded in unison, their voices harmonious. Su Lin could only gaze at these admirers, unaware that half of the members of the formidable 12 dragon summoners, who would one day reign over the sacred Soya continent, were once nothing more than petty delinquents. The 4 who had rushed from the resurrection point, upon learning of their leader's decision, expressed unwavering support and lavished praise upon Su Lin. Consequently, he had no choice but to accompany these followers into the wilderness, awaiting the cessation of his notoriety. In the wild, they encountered numerous solitary players, who, upon witnessing Su Lin's entourage, hastily steered clear. To seasoned players, notorious individuals resembled minor bosses. Yet for those of average skill, they were formidable foes to avoid at all costs. After an hour had passed, Su Lin's notoriety faded, and he noticed that the Dungeon Gale forest associated with his friend Lu Feng had disappeared from the friend list. Regardless of the outcome, Lu Feng had emerged from the advancement dungeon. "Madman, Where are you? I've arrived at Radiant Fallen City. Wood, you've come to Radiant Fallen? Su Lin beheld Lu Feng's delighted figure before him. You've settled here. How could I not come? Su Lin replied with a smile. Well, I have reached the 4th tier. What level are you now? I know you were delayed by the quest for quite some time. I currently have no pressing matters, so I can arrange for some brothers from the guild to assist you. There's no need for that. You should focus on advancing to the 5th tier. During the closed beta, the level cap was restricted to 49, and neither the 4th nor the 5th tier had been reached by anyone. Well, I suppose I shall summon some available 3rd tier players to assist you, Su Lin said, scratching his head. Unable to refuse any further, he merely nodded gently. By the way, Frenzy, there are a few individuals here. Do you still have vacancies in your guild? Could you arrange for them? Having just ascended to a 3rd tier guild, which can accommodate 3,000 members, I will certainly ensure that those you recommend are well placed. Recommend? These are merely a handful of ordinary players clinging on without leaving. You can place them in the guild as long as they do not cause any disruption. After some discussions, Lu Feng personally led 10 3rd-tier players to the Fallen Wasteland in search of Su Lin. To the ordinary players, the guild was a symbol of luxury. Each guild leader was a formidable individual. Establishing a 1st-tier guild required 10,000 gold coins, followed by a day of defending the base. Once the guild's honor points reached the required threshold, an application for guild advancement could be submitted, which involved a fee of 20,000 gold coins and an additional 2 days of base defense, continuing in this manner. Upon observing the varied quality of their equipment, Lu Feng furrowed his brows slightly and let out a soft sigh as he extended a guild invitation to the group. It was merely a few individuals. Their presence would not disrupt the larger scheme of things. After a moment's hesitation, aside from the 6 summoners, the remaining 4 accepted Lu Feng's guild invitation. It was evident even to the simplest observer that this individual named Xinling was a close acquaintance of the guild leader, Yu Huangfeng, of the Huangyu Guild. Though tempted to align themselves with such a formidable entity, the 6 ultimately reached a consensus to follow Su Lin instead. Esteemed President Yu Huangfeng, might we accompany the illustrious Master Xinling? Floated Yun cautiously inquired, fearful of offending this esteemed figure. Lu Feng chuckled upon hearing this. Mutu, who would have thought your charm was so compelling? Su Lin, shaking his head in resignation, wished to distance himself from this group, yet they clung to him stubbornly. Mutu, why not simply lead these 6 individuals to form a mercenary guild? Lu Feng suggested. Unlike a formal guild, where 1,000 members are required to establish a level 1 guild, a mercenary guild can be created by a single individual with merely a 1 gold coin fee, allowing one to undertake team quests within the mercenary union. Boss, the 6 hopeful faces of Floating Yun turned towards Su Lin, making it difficult for him to decline. Crazy, you proposed this idea. You should cover the 1 gold fee. I don't have such spare change. Short on funds? I can lend you 100 gold for now, Lu Feng offered. No need to undervalue yourself. It feels much better to earn your own. Seeing Su Lin's refusal, Lu Feng did not press further. Understanding Su Lin's nature and the fledgling guild's limited resources, Su Lin was also looking out for his own interests. Aside from the staff and robe, I can exchange everything else for you. I have plenty of level 20 A-grade gear stashed away. Lu Feng sported a flowing S-grade robe of wind magic, wielding a premium level 40 A-grade staff, with all his other equipment being no less than A-grade, adorned with several purple S-grade enhancements. Hey, Crazy, do you have any unwanted level 20 B-grade gear to equip them? The equipment of the members of the Floating Cloud faction was undeniably dismal. Upon hearing of the B-grade gear, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The warehouse was overflowing with the discarded 20B, more than sufficient for their needs. After some idle chatter, Lu Feng had specifically brought along 10 mages with high magical attack power to assist Su Lin in leveling up. During moments of boredom, Lu Feng often regaled the guild channel with tales of the glorious exploits of the invincible trio, Su Lin, Yang Hong, and himself, during the internal testing phase. A few players who had participated in the internal testing chimed in, echoing Lu Feng's exaggerated accounts of their illustrious feats, such as the flamboyant exploits of Fengxing Yu Huang and the formidable ice control of Xinling. Among the 10 mages, a curious young girl, who appeared barely past her teenage years, gazed at Su Lin with intrigue and timidly inquired, Uncle, are you the cold-blooded killer that the guild leader speaks of? Caught off guard while enjoying his conversation with Lu Feng, Su Lin stumbled and shot a fierce glare at Lu Feng. Another more mature young man, with a serious demeanor, interjected, Little girl, the leader said he's a cold-hearted flower destroyer, not a killer who doesn't blink. Madman, what have you told them? Su Lin glared at Lu Feng. His teeth clenched in frustration. Well, the weather is quite splendid today, isn't it? Just look at me. That aside, you did indeed slaughter the 3 girls from Jingshui during the internal testing, right? They even mentioned wanting to crush your bones to dust during the public release. It was merely a routine defeat. There was no slaughter involved. Moreover, I was acting in self-defense. Su Lin recalled the incident with slight annoyance. TSK, TSK, TSK. First frost. Then ice, culminating in a spectacular explosion of ice shards flying in all directions. How utterly brutal. Should I perhaps promote your so-called glorious deeds of savagely slaughtering others with your chaotic blades? Su Lin remarked with a cold smile directed at Lu Feng. Just as Lu Feng, lost in a flurry of bubbles, suddenly froze, seemingly recalling something, he cleared his throat twice and said, "Wood, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please take care of him." "Uncle, how are you only at level 20? The president mentioned you seemed quite formidable," inquired the little girl. Affectionately dubbed Yato. "That is because your elder brother here has been occupied with quests," Su Lin responded. "Do I really appear so aged? I began school at 4, studied for 20 years, and have been in the workforce for 3 years. I am merely 27 this year." The little girl, looking barely into adulthood, appeared to be around 24. "Uncle? Never mind." Su Lin decided to cease his internal conflict regarding this matter. With 10 third-tier fire mages, the output was indeed astonishing. Floating Cloud and his companions also benefited from Su Lin's prowess, joining the team to gain experience. Along the way, Su Lin accepted several pieces of equipment gifted by Lu Feng, all of which were of A-grade quality, with even one being a 5th-tier S-grade item. The Frost Moon Ring grade, S required class, Spiritual required level, 25 magic attack power, 35 intelligence, 4 HP, 65 MP, 45 MP recovery rate, 1 ice attribute spell casting time, 4 ice attribute spell damage, 4 ice resistance, 4 fire resistance, 4 special effect. Normal attacks inflict a powerful freezing effect ranked 33rd among the jewelry of superior quality. This ring received a system rating of 46 points, with scores of 0, 1, and 2 categorized as inferior, 3 and 4 as medium, 5 and 6 as superior, 7 and 8 as exceptional, and a score of 9 as extraordinary, according to common player classification rather than system standards. Su Lin accepted it without hesitation, aware that Lu Feng's guild had certainly set their sights on this icy artifact. This madman, Su Lin chuckled softly, not wishing to defy Lu Feng's goodwill. 10 fire mages operated like a well-oiled machine, relentlessly casting walls of fire, their flames visible from a distance as they engulfed the surroundings in a blaze. Such a method of monster farming proved exceedingly efficient. Su Lin and his companions specifically targeted the Gale Wolf Pack, incinerating over 100 beasts in a single sweep. With the fire mage's magical prowess, a wall of fire could annihilate a large group in an instant. With nothing else to occupy his time, Su Lin patiently awaited the cooldown of his Icebind spell, observing which Gale Wolves were left with low health. When the opportunity arose, he would rush in and cast Spirit Contract. By the time Su Lin logged off at the end of the day, he had not only surged to level 24, but was also accompanied by several dozen Gale Wolves. Regrettably, upon logging off or returning to town, these temporarily summoned creatures would revert to system control. What a thrill! I shall seek your company again next time, Su Lin remarked before logging off. Chapter 12. The calm before the storm. Removing the sensor, Su Lin rubbed his slightly dizzy head. After a grueling day of relentless work, even the highest quality sensor could not withstand such strain, not to mention that this was merely a rudimentary model. Had he known better, he would have accepted that wellness pod from the eccentric individual. Despite his grievances, those who truly understood him were aware that accepting valuable items from others was against Su Lin's principles. Even the belongings of his closest friends, Lu Feng and Yang Hong, would not find their way into his possession easily. Pouring himself a glass of water, Su Lin surveyed his home and noted the dwindling supplies. Rarely venturing out, he resolved to treat himself this time. As the Jupiter terraforming project neared its conclusion, the once crowded streets of Mars began to thin. The most formidable challenge of the Jupiter terraforming endeavor was the colossal red storm that had persisted for an inconceivable duration, vast enough to engulf several Earths. Additionally, the fluid dynamics of Jupiter's surface posed significant complications. Since the inception of the Jupiter terraforming project and the transition from the Federal era to the new Federal era, nearly 12 centuries had elapsed. Casually, Su Lin chose a nearby restaurant, ordered a few small dishes, and picked up a magazine resting on the table, patiently awaiting his meal. Upon opening the first page, he was greeted by an eerily familiar advertisement, a legend like no other, Saint Seiya. Indeed, Saint Seiya had truly embedded itself in the public consciousness. After decades of silence, the online gaming company has emerged with a resounding impact, sweeping across all MMORPGs and establishing supremacy with its flagship title, Saint Seiya. With a uniform beginning yet distinct achievements, it has captivated the attention of many aspiring heroes, especially through promotional videos showcasing remarkable players who single-handedly triumphed over 10 or even 100 opponents during the closed beta. Su Lin leafed through a magazine, his eyes landing on an illustration depicting an ice mage, his right fist raised in a dramatic display, obliterating dozens of players. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. He was quite familiar with the mage's attire, even with the face obscured. The equipment and background allowed him to recognize this scene as his own solo encounter against the trio known as the Three Maidens of Tranquil Waters. As he immersed himself in that exhilarating memory, a melodious voice jolted Su Lin back to reality. Following the sound, he spotted a strikingly beautiful woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall with alluring curves, stepping into his line of sight. Of course, the young man beside her went entirely unnoticed by Su Lin. "Brother, do you think we could replace the Huangyu Guild?" she inquired, her voice soft yet clear as she sat at a nearby table, just within Su Lin's hearing range. "Huangyu is in the spotlight, while we, the Yanji Guild, work in the shadows. Though they are a level 3 guild, and we remain at level 2. They have only recently ascended to level 3 and lack the time to recruit new members. Moreover, the 3 waves of monster attacks on their stronghold must have depleted much of their resources. Coupled with the non-combat group invisibility scroll I obtained from my quest, our chances of launching a surprise attack on Huangyu and seizing their stronghold exceed 80. To think of us replacing the notorious Huangyu Guild?" Su Lin felt a stir within him as he accepted the small dish presented by the waiter, feigning an air of dining. However, Yu Huangfeng was, after all, a renowned expert from the internal tests, and our guild lacked anyone of his caliber. The girl furrowed her brow in concern and inquired, "Moreover, I have heard that Yu Huangfeng has already achieved the 4th-tier advancement." Indeed, Feng Xing Yu Huang's prowess could not be underestimated. Nevertheless, for this surprise attack, I had specially invited 3 exceptional ice mages. The young man took a sip of tea, seemingly envisioning a bright future for Guangyun City just within reach. "Who is it?" "Jing Shuiyu." Su Lin inadvertently spat out his tea, bewildered. Was the vengeful spirit still lingering? The young man and the girl turned their gaze towards Su Lin, who pretended to be unfazed and called out to the owner, "Boss, could I have some sugar?" "Certainly." The girl felt a vague familiarity with the young man, as if she had encountered him before, yet the recollection eluded her. "Jing Guang, Shui Guang, and Yu Guang, perhaps?" "Yes. They are all at level 39 and are currently striving for the 4th tier. We anticipate commencing our operation in 3 days. Xiaoyu, there is no need for concern. Once we secure the stronghold of Huangyu, Guangyun City will undoubtedly fall within our domain." Although Lin Xiangyu disapproved of her brother's reckless endeavors, once Lin Xiang had made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. She could only reluctantly assist in his planning. Once their conversation concluded, Su Lin hastily finished his meal, purchased some fast food on the street, and hurried home to log into the game. Madman. In the aforementioned game, Su Lin summoned Lu Feng and elaborated on the information he had overheard at the restaurant. "Are you familiar with the Yanji Guild?" Yanji is a secondary guild located to the south of the City of Fallen Stars, whereas our Huangyu Guild resides in the west. And there is a newly established primary guild to the east. Lu Feng pondered for a moment before advising Su Lin, "Mu Tu. You must level up swiftly within these 3 days. I will arrange for those fire mages to assist you in defeating Tier 3 monsters, aiming for you to reach Tier 3 within this time frame." He recalled a past encounter during closed beta testing where they had vanquished Jing Shuiyu and mused about their potential expressions should they be defeated again in open beta. Su Lin concurred with Lu Feng's strategy, attaining Tier 3 in the short term, fortified by the protective power of Almodus, would enable him to control all of the opponent's summoned beasts. You should also gather your fellow summoners to form a small mercenary group, which will assist in defending our stronghold under the banner of the Mercenary Guild during the Guild Wars. Su Lin was acutely aware of the peculiarities of his necklace. The consequences of the opponent's summoned creatures turning against their master would be quite a spectacle. And what of the monkey? Su Lin inquired. He spends all his time in a world of two with my little sister, Lu Ying. Every time I try to find someone to accompany them, they all decline. Lu Feng expressed his exasperation regarding the couple. Let them be. However, you, being of age, should find us a sister-in-law. Su Lin jested. Oh, spare me. My marriage will undoubtedly be a matter of familial arrangement. I cannot indulge in the liberties you enjoy. The constraints of belonging to a prominent family weighed heavily on Lu Feng. As one of the elite families on Mars, he had relinquished numerous family privileges to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary individual, which ultimately allowed him to forge bonds with Su Lin and Yang Hong. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Feng resumed his endeavor to refine his fourth-tier skills. Previously accompanied by Su Lin and a cadre of 10 fire mages, they ventured into the depths of the fallen wasteland, battling throngs of level 35 dark skeletons. Upon reaching level 25, Su Lin adorned himself with 2 S-rank rings, which significantly augmented his magical attack by 83 points, rendering his magical prowess comparable to that of a typical third-tier player. After logging in for over 10 consecutive hours, Su Lin logged off briefly for a quick meal before returning to the game. While waiting for the 10 fire mages to join, he cautiously lured monsters to slay on his own. This high-intensity effort continued for 3 days, during which the fierce inferno often revealed gaps due to the user's momentary lapses in focus. Ultimately, having advanced to the second tier just 4 days prior, Su Lin successfully reached level 29. Thank you, my dear, he expressed sincerely to the visibly fatigued fire mages. Uncle, if the guild leader fails to provide us with satisfactory compensation, I shall roast you like a suckling pig next time, the girl replied. Her spirit diminished and her tone lackluster. Count on it, Su Lin yawned, and together with his companions, they tore open a return scroll. The others, having reached level 29 a day earlier, had already embarked on their third-tier quests. Despite experiencing several failures, the lessons learned from those setbacks enabled Floating Cloud and his group to successfully advance. After returning to the city, Su Lin logged off, satisfied his hunger, set his alarm, and fell into a deep slumber, preparing for his impending ascension. A spear of ice pierced through the pristine, supple body of the snow fox, embedding itself forcefully into the nearby ice wall. The third-tier advancement quest was complete. The player, Shunling, has ascended to level 30 and has mastered the third-tier skill, Shinbing Shield, an evolved version of the Frost Shield. Among the array of newly acquired skills are Frosty Sand, Ice Wall, Mist of Ice, Triple Ice Blade, Contract, Water Element, Intermediate, Contract, Ice Bird, and Contract, Self-Destructing Ice Ants. After a brief search, Su Lin realized that Ice Blast, a skill available at the third tier for ice mages, actually requires the fourth tier to learn. Self-destructing ice ants? Su Lin's eyes brightened as he opened the description for this skill. Summoning the self-destructing ice ants, they explode upon nearing their target, inflicting 10 points of damage that ignores defenses to enemy units within a 1-meter radius. The maximum number of summoned ants cannot exceed his mental power limit, and the cooldown period is 10 seconds. With a mental power of 6, Su Lin would typically be able to summon only 6 ice ants. However, the max mental power granted by Almortis Protection transforms Su Lin into a veritable bug, capable of summoning countless self-destructing ice ants given enough time. In a moment of reverie, Su Lin returned to the summoning hall. The hall in Lightfall City was indistinguishable from that in Telt City. The tier advancement mentor on the second floor, much like most mage mentors, kept his eyes closed throughout the day. Boss. The voice of Floating Cloud startled Su Lin. Let us register the mercenary group. Nodding in agreement, Su Lin led his 6 companions to the nearby mercenary guild. In the presence of the sweet smile of the female attendant, they paid a total of 7 gold coins, 1 coin per person, successfully establishing the Fallen Ice mercenary group. Su Lin borrowed the prefix from the Wolf Spirit Ring and aptly named the group Fallen Ice. After the establishment of the mercenary group, Su Lin, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous players from the mercenary guild, accepted a peculiar quest posted on the mission board to protect the Emperor's Feather Guild for 3 days, with a reward of merely 1 gold coin. Setting aside the incredulity of any mercenary group believing they could withstand troubles that even the Emperor's Feather could not resolve, the paltry sum of 1 gold coin left everyone astounded. Observant individuals could discern that this mercenary group must have an unusual connection with the Emperor's Feather Guild. Yet the capabilities of 7 level 30 players remained a mystery. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, Su Lin was not in a hurry to level up. Instead, he focused on honing skills with the 6 members of Floating Cloud, guiding them in the timing and awareness required for skill execution. The Emperor's Feather Guild stronghold was perched upon a vast cliff, with the paths leading away from the stronghold becoming increasingly narrow, only to widen again at the mountainside. It was undoubtedly a fortress that was easy to defend but difficult to assault, especially before the arrival of significant aerial forces. The elite members of the Emperor's Feather Guild were concealed within the stronghold, with most being 2nd-tier players and a scant few at 3rd tier. Feigning leveling up at the foot of the mountain. Approximately 2 to 3 hours prior, Lu Feng had briefly outlined the situation in the guild channel, particularly emphasizing the assistance of the renowned expert, Ice Control God Ling, who was invited to help during the internal testing phase. Thus, the curtain began to rise on a guild war involving thousands of participants. Chapter 13. Fierce battle time trickled by. And Su Lin's unique intuition sensed that the ambush from Yin Ji was imminent. True to his instincts, the young man he had observed in the restaurant emerged, leading a throng of over 1,000 players who unexpectedly appeared on the mountainside. At that moment, a resounding system announcement echoed throughout Guangyun City. The Level 2 Guild, Yinji, initiates an assault on the Level 3 Guild Huangyu. Success is defined as occupying the Huangyu's council hall within 24 hours. Failure results in the dissolution of the guild and the loss of glory. This time, Huangyu would be forced to start from scratch. Lin Xiang, wielding a 2-meter-long, broad-bladed greatsword, charged forward alongside a cohort of berserkers and other melee classes. The speed of their advance was remarkable. Within 2 or 3 minutes, they breached the grand gates of Huangyu's stronghold. Just as Lin Xiang believed the council hall was within his grasp, the massive gates thunderously slammed shut. What was happening? Hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Xiang turned to find the iron gates slowly closing, effectively separating the physical combatants from the mentalists outside. The Level 3 Guild stronghold was expansive, with clearly defined streets. Yet after enduring the onslaught of monsters, the defenses, such as watchtowers, had evidently dwindled. This was precisely why Lin Xiang felt emboldened to assault Huangyu. Suddenly, several mages appeared atop the 4 watchtowers within the gates, unleashing 3rd-tier area of effect spells upon the warriors below. In the first wave of attacks, a dozen players, caught off guard, vanished in a flash of white light. Berserkers, focus on dismantling the towers. Swordsmen, provide damage output. Knights, hold the line. Lin Xiang is indeed a commendable commander, maintaining his composure while directing the multitude of players. Concurrently, magic-oriented classes and some relatively weaker martial classes have also arrived at the city gates. A battalion of archers, numbering over 100, stands in formation at the forefront, drawing their bows and knocking arrows, infusing them with pure magical energy, which causes the arrows to emit a brilliant radiance. The most formidable single-target attack skill of a Tier 3 archer, Energy Shot. The resounding echoes of impact reverberate as the arrows strike the city gates, gradually diminishing its durability. Commander, the gate can hold out for a maximum of 5 more minutes. The watchtowers have all been dismantled, and the combatants have already engaged in street warfare with Yinji. A lean young man reports to Lu Feng. Order the assassins stationed at the foot of the mountain to eliminate the fire mages and priests outside. Lu Feng stands at the highest point of the council hall, surveying the entire encampment. How many of these ants have you summoned? Over 500. It truly depletes mana. If it weren't for your provision of potions, I would hesitate to summon so many. Watching his mana points plummet to over 2,000, he cannot help but feel a pang of regret. Can we not unleash a devastating strike upon them? Rest assured, without the interference of large-scale spells from the mages, these little ants will be able to reach the warriors with ease. Su Lin smiles faintly, directing the over 500 fist-sized ice ants to swiftly advance towards the melee on the first street. Although the ice ants are diminutive in size, their speed is astonishingly swift. As they scurried from the central assembly hall towards the city gates, just as the gates were on the brink of being breached, these little creatures darted beneath the feet of our warriors, self-destructing beside the Knights of the Flame's fury. Upon detonation, the ice ants, roughly the size of a fist, unleashed a frosty explosion that enveloped a cubic meter around them. The highly armored knights were beset by a barrage of damage notifications. -10, -10, -10, -10. What on earth is happening? Fall back. I'm down to a mere 100 health. No, we can't retreat. Our comrades are behind us, leaving us nowhere to go. Panic-stricken voices echoed within the ranks of the Flame's Fury Knights, and the once orderly defensive line suddenly faltered, creating a breach through which a horde of berserkers from the Imperial Feather surged into the Flame's Fury formation. Remarkably, they managed to eliminate at least 50 knights. Lu Feng marveled at the spectacle. Even if these knights stood still, it would likely take quite some time to bring them down. Once they deploy their summoners, that will truly be the main event. Su Lin chuckled, declaring that at his current level of 30, he could control any summoned creature not exceeding level 40. Oh, I eagerly await their summoner's arrival, Lu Feng chimed in with a grin. With the city gates breached, a multitude of mages surged through, and Imperial Feather players lined up to engage Flame's Fury in close-quarter combat, beams of white light shooting skyward. Charge! A broad-bladed giant sword, adorned with peculiar runes and emanating a dazzling violet glow, was wielded by Lin Xiang with a commanding ferocity. As he leapt high into the air, the violet radiance of the sword intensified, concentrating a formidable sword force upon its blade, which descended with immense gravity upon the ground. This was the 4th-tier skill, Diamond Smash. In the midst of this 3rd-tier melee, the output of a 4th-tier powerhouse was secondary. The morale he instilled was paramount. Witnessing the emergence of their 4th-tier expert, the previously suppressed members of Yinji rallied fiercely in retaliation. The 4th-tier berserker was none other than Yin Tianxin, the president of Yinji. After observing for a moment, Lu Feng activated wind-soaring technique and soared towards the fray. Hovering approximately 50 meters above the front line of battle, Lu Feng formed a magical seal with his hands, beginning to conjure a spell. Even with Lu Feng's prowess, this spell required over 5 seconds of preparation. The intense fluctuations of wind elements drew the attention of the sensitive magic practitioners nearby. Lu Feng's renowned signature technique, rumored to rival 5th-tier area spells, was a powerful magic born from the fusion of wind element manipulation and 4th-tier skills. Wind Dance, Chaotic Blades. A flurry of razor-sharp wind blades spiraled downward from Lu Feng, devastating the remnants of players who had no refuge and were torn to shreds. The onslaught of wind blades persisted for 4 to 5 seconds, tipping the scales against Yinji. President, you are magnificent. As they beheld their leader's grand display of power, the members of Huangyu were invigorated, charging ferociously towards Yinji's ranks, as if fueled by an elixir of vitality. The madman had truly established his dominance this time. Reflecting upon the pinnacle of my glory, it seems that the most illustrious moment was when I monopolized the tranquility of the moonlit waters, alongside more than 40 players. How does this compare to the present, where I face a throng of over 1,000 players, exuding the confidence of Lu Feng? Meanwhile, the assassins from both sides engage in a silent dance of stealthy assassinations and counterattacks. At this juncture, only Su Lin remains leisurely seated in the council hall, summoning ice ants with nonchalance. The 2nd-tier guild, Tranquil Waters, has forged an alliance with the 2nd-tier guild, Fiery Rush. A system notification reverberates through the air above the guild's stronghold, eliciting expressions of delight from Fiery Rush's players, while members of the Imperial Feather, unaware of the unfolding situation, begin to feel a sense of trepidation. Having just ascended to a level 3 guild, with a mere 2,000 members, Imperial Feather finds itself overshadowed by both Fiery Rush and Tranquil Waters, each boasting precisely 2,000 members, thus greatly exceeding Imperial Feather's numbers. Furthermore, the defensive measures at Imperial Feather's stronghold are currently quite sparse, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Oh, Tranquil Waters. It has been but a short while since we last encountered that wretched wood. Lu Feng remains blissfully unaware, while the 3 women from Tranquil Waters feel a pang of sorrow. After summoning approximately 100 ice ants, Su Lin stealthily exited the guild via a narrow path at the back. According to reports from assassins stationed at the foot of the mountain, Tranquil Waters has brought forth an army exceeding 1,000, complemented by the summoners from Fiery Rush, totaling an astounding 800 summoners. Each summoner commands nearly 10 summoned beasts. Truly a legion of thousands. A dense throng, led by 3 enchanting ice sorceresses, advances towards the stronghold at the mountaintop, while Su Lin too descends step by step. Oh, such a spectacular scene must be captured. Su Lin eagerly activates the recording function, and in an instant, the previous display of Lu Feng unleashing chaotic blades upon Fiery Rush players pales in comparison to what lies ahead. Uncertain of the expressions those women might display, The mountain path stretched long ahead. After a considerable passage of time, Su Lin's silhouette finally emerged at the mountainside. Jing Guang felt a sense of satisfaction. To her, aiding the Yanji Guild in vanquishing the Huang Yu was an effortless task. Upon receiving the reward of 10,000 gold coins, she could also exact revenge on her good friend, the Feather Emperor, thereby achieving a dual purpose. The thought of the indifferent, ice-cold Xinling, who had once shattered the bonds of her three sisters, made her grit her teeth in frustration. "Sister, look over there. There is a figure, Moonlight," who had been attentive to the front, remarked upon noticing Su Lin approaching from the distant forest. "Is someone coming?" Jing Guang's immediate instinct was that Yin Ji had sent word, but upon seeing the crimson emblem of the mercenary group, Frozen Ice, Huang Yu, she swiftly comprehended that it was a mercenary hired by Huang Yu. Just one person? Shui Guang, the second among the three women, questioned with a hint of skepticism. The unusual circumstance raised suspicions. If a substantial force were on the way, they could prepare accordingly, yet the arrival of a solitary figure was puzzling. That seemed somewhat familiar. The girl, Lin Xiangyu, who Su Lin had observed in the restaurant, stepped forward, gazing intently at the approaching figure, and indeed, it appeared somewhat recognizable. "Humph," Jing Guang scoffed, stating, "How could it not be familiar? Elder sister, could it be?" Moonlight watched Su Lin drawing nearer, and an image long concealed within her heart began to materialize. Xinling. He truly has a bold spirit. Does he think himself a deity? Jing Guang coldly regarded Su Lin, who stood opposite her on the mountainside, silently gathering ice elements in her hand. "Jing Guang, it's been a while." As Su Lin came to a halt, he greeted Jing Guang with a smile, remarking on their reunion just over a month since the internal test. "Go to hell," Jing Guang shouted, unleashing a swift ice spear towards Su Lin. With a flick of his hand, a sturdy ice wall materialized before him, effortlessly blocking the attack. "No need for you to intervene. Allow me." Jing Guang instructed her team, swiftly conjuring an ice shield while simultaneously launching an ice spear. "Do we really need to resort to such measures, old friend?" Su Lin mused, aware that engaging in a skill contest with the fourth-tier Jing Guang was folly. Given his own mere third-tier status, he deftly sidestepped the oncoming ice spear with a couple of steps to the side. With a horizontal sweep of his staff, a dense mist began to emanate from it, soon enveloping the entire mountainside. A mere parlor trick, Jing Guang scoffed, preparing to dispel the mist. However, a flurry of ice shards drifted toward her, forcing her to halt her dispelling incantation and instead conjure a vast water wall before her. As the ice shards permeated the water wall, it underwent a sudden transformation, becoming a massive ice wall exuding a chilling aura. "Impressive awareness," Su Lin noted, as the ice mist not only reduced the effectiveness of all non-ice magical effects by 10%, but also severely compromised visibility. This obscured vision affected both adversaries and allies alike, rendering them nearly blind within the mist. Su Lin's most prized technique during the internal test, aside from ice explosion and binding ice flow, was his uncanny ability to discern the positions of his opponents within the ice fog. It was in such a mist that Jing Shuiyu and her companions had been frozen, and when the fog dissipated, they had been mercilessly shattered by an ice explosion. The icy winds and flying sands were repelled, as a small tempest swirled around Jing Guang, dispersing the mist within several meters. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of three icy blades approaching from behind. A flash of brilliance emanated from the robe worn by Jing Guang, and an ice shield materialized abruptly behind him, intercepting the three blades. Quite impressive equipment, indeed. One of the ice beams struck Jing Guang squarely in the chest. However, the frost armor manifested around him, and although it shattered upon impact, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Third tier, Jing Guang let out a cold laugh, casting aside all previous tension. "I shall eliminate you. Third tier. That will suffice." Chapter 14. The Backlash of the Summoned Beast Arrogance. With a sudden shift, Jing Guang's hands sank, and a circle of ice spikes erupted from the ground around her. Ice explosion. With a thunderous bang, the crystalline ice spikes shattered, releasing a fierce chill that solidified a vast area of mist into shards of ice, through which Su Lin's figure was faintly discernible. A beam of ice was unleashed, instantly striking the silhouette that appeared to be Su Lin. -1,388. A shocking crimson number erupted from that figure. Yet Jing Guang received no notification of having slain an enemy player from the opposing guild. Could a third-tier ice spell inflict such damage? Jing Guang pondered, realizing that had she not been adorned with a piece of jewelry that significantly boosted her health, she would have either perished or been gravely injured from such an assault. This woman possesses an astonishingly high magical attack. Su Lin cursed under his breath. Despite his intermediate water elemental having an ice resistance of 30 and a magical defense of 500, he still lost a considerable amount of health. Were it not for the water elemental's base HP of 3,000, augmented to a total of 5,000, this blow would have nearly claimed half its life. Whoosh! A swift sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere, and the water elemental, struck by Jingguang's ice beam, retaliated fiercely, shattering Jingguang's ice shield. The ensuing ripples splashed onto her, yet yielded little effect. How could the ice beam be off cooldown already? The cooldown duration for the ice beam is a lengthy 90 seconds. Xianling had just employed an ice beam to shatter her frost armor. How could it be ready again so soon? In the fleeting moment of contemplation, Jingguang gathered her magical energy with unwavering speed, a glow reminiscent of the ice beam igniting at the tip of her bright orange staff. The fourth-level extreme frost beam has emerged. Su Lin murmured, realizing he could not afford to let the resilient water element bear the brunt. Withdrawing the water element, a shadowy blue wolf stepped forward. It bore a striking resemblance to the icy beam. However, unlike the violent sound that accompanied the ice beam, this enormous, resplendent ice pillar, measuring half a meter in diameter, emitted not a single sound as it seamlessly pierced through the blue wolf. In its wake, the icy mist where the extreme frost beam had passed dissipated completely. Minus 2,454. This damage was a staggering 1,000 points higher than that of the previous ice beam. Seizing the moment while the mist temporarily cleared, Jingguang discerned the creature he had struck. A blue ice magic wolf. Confused, Jingguang gazed at the surrounding fog, perplexed by the emergence of a blue wolf amidst the battle of the ice mages. Xianling, did you use a sealing stone? Jingguang inquired. Not as extravagant as that. I am a summoner, and summoning a few minor magical beasts is merely a flick of my wrist, Su Lin replied nonchalantly, showing no concern about revealing his identity as a summoner. A third-level summoner, Jingguang exclaimed in astonishment. The fact that a third-level summoner had been able to contend with him using ice-based skills for such an extended period, with Jingguang even finding himself at a slight disadvantage, was deeply ironic. Jingguang, in the icy mist, if you can only rely on sound to discern your position, you will forever remain at a disadvantage. The most crucial thing to remember is to keep moving at all times, Su Lin criticized and educated Jingguang mercilessly, all the while using ice blades to harass him as waves of ice and surged towards Jingguang. Beneath the icy mist, the ice ants, each the size of a fist and shimmering like crystalline frost, were beyond even Su Lin's recognition, let alone Jingguang's. After Jingguang inadvertently dislodged several ice ants, the majority safely descended at her feet, whereupon they detonated in a flurry of chaos. What a bizarre phenomenon. Though each explosion inflicted a mere 10 points of damage, the sheer multitude of them proved deadly, and in mere seconds, Jingguang's health plummeted to half. Cleric. Mass healing spell. In a moment of desperation, Jingguang called for assistance from her team. Waves of pure, divine light cascaded into the icy mist, and in an instant, her life was fully restored, far surpassing the damage inflicted by the ice ants' self-detonations. Summoner, dispel. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of translucent ripples rippled through the mist, dissipating it like spring snow melting under the sun. Suddenly, a solitary ice spear hovered ominously before Jingguang's forehead, while beneath her, a circle of ice crystals marked the presence of the fourth-tier protective magic, Frost Nova. The determined ice spear was thwarted by Jingguang's Frost Nova, leaving Su Lin helpless. Had he been a fourth-tier mage, had he commanded pure ice magic, the spear would undoubtedly have been frozen in its tracks. Divine being, I can see that in a one-on-one confrontation, I am no match for you. To defeat you this way is truly disheartening. One day, I shall vanquish you myself. Jingguang shot Su Lin a resentful glance before retreating to her team. Su Lin shook his head, dismissing her, and turned his attention to the delicate beauty within her ranks. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Greetings, fair maiden. Do you remember me?" The renowned ice control god Ling is known far and wide. Lin Xiangyu gazed at Su Lin with a complex expression, puzzled by his inquiry. In the southern region of Mars, in the city of Yuanlin. Su Lin spoke each word deliberately, and Lin Xiangyu's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment as she asked, "That day at the restaurant, I thought you had forgotten me. So it was you." While surprised, Lin Xiangyu also felt enlightened. No wonder her brother's meticulously crafted plan had failed. The Emperor's feather had laid a trap awaiting her. With the combined forces of the two guilds, Hui Yanji and Jing Shuiyu, totaling 4,000. The emperor's defeat was inevitable. You will understand soon enough, Su Lin said, revealing a self-assured smile. Closing his eyes to feel the mental contracts of the thousands before him. Attack. Roar. The commands of Jing Wang and the roars of the summoned beast reverberated simultaneously, as the skills of thousands of summoned beasts struck directly at their original masters. What is happening? Are the summoned beasts rebelling? How could this occur in a game? A bug? You are overthinking it, Jing Wang responded swiftly. Once the summoned beast rebelled, Jing Wang immediately ordered the summoners to use Dispel to inflict damage on the summoned beasts. Subsequently, nearly 2,000 players and 8,000 summoned beasts engaged in battle on the mountainside. Only at this moment can I truly feel the power of the soul fire. Though the chance of triggering the soul fire is merely 10, the sheer volume compensates, as summoned beasts frequently self-destruct due to the soul fire, inflicting substantial damage on surrounding players. First, eliminate the ice control god. To seize the thief, one must first capture the king. This is a simple yet profound truth. Regrettably, at this moment, only the three women, Jing, Shui, and Yu, are able to extricate themselves from the fray. As a priest, Lin Xiangyu is tasked with tending to the injured players alongside her fellow clerics, leaving her unable to focus on Jing, Shui, and Yu. Despite having recently suffered a setback at Su Lin's hands, she is no longer alone in this battle. 3 4th-tier ice mages should surely prevail against a mere 3rd-tier summoner. No matter how formidable you may be, I shall reduce you to a mere block of ice. Su Lin, however, is not foolish enough to engage the three women in direct combat. Instead, he selects 10 mid-level water elementals from his vast array of summoned beasts. With a health pool of 5,000, these water elementals, bolstered by their ice resistance, are far more equipped to contend with the ice mages than the rock giants whose defenses hinge on life points. Moreover, Su Lin possesses an intimate understanding of the water elementals, instilling in him the confidence to face 3 adversaries with just one. A beam of ice shattered the ice spear launched by Yu, forcefully colliding with her ice shield. Before the first beam dissipated, a second struck the same point, causing Yu's ice shield to buckle and begin to crack under the pressure. Simultaneously, 6 ice blades surged towards Su Lin from the side. A water elemental let out a silent cry as an ice wall rose before it, shattering alongside the ice blades. The beams of ice continued to assail Yu. As Su Lin entrusted all his defenses to the 2 water elementals, his focus now solely on her. The sound of shattering frost armor echoed as Yu's icy protection fragmented, and in that moment, an ice spear plunged mercilessly into her being. Although the damage was not particularly significant, the frail ice mage, Moonlight, staggered backward under the impact of the ice spear. In that moment, a water elemental surged forward, hurling shards of ice, its basic attack, relentlessly at Moonlight. "Little Moon," Waterlight exclaimed, abandoning the water elemental that had entangled them. The surging ice elemental rapidly amassed its power, sending a formidable ice pillar crashing toward the water elemental that threatened Moonlight. The water elemental, moving with sluggishness, howled as it was encased in the chilling beams, frozen solid. Ice explosion. Regaining her composure, Moonlight clenched her fists toward the immobilized water elemental, recalling the very motion Su Lin had made when she had unleashed an ice explosion upon them. The water elemental, having lost nearly half its vitality from the freezing beam, succumbed to the forceful ice explosion that dealt a critical blow, shattering it completely. As the elemental's form disintegrated, it let out a despairing wail, its hollow blue eyes ablaze with fury. With a cataclysmic eruption, the explosion radiated outward, affecting everything within a 3-meter radius. Moonlight, closest to the water elemental, could only watch in shock as the ice shards surged toward her. Unable to evade in time, she was entirely engulfed by the icy debris. Minus 2,500. The immense damage signified Moonlight's demise, as the ice explosion triggered a catastrophic self-detonation of the elemental's soul fire. What luck, Little Moon! Upon witnessing Moonlight transform into a wisp of white light, Silent and Waterlight glared furiously at Su Lin. "This is not my fault. I did not bring about her end," Su Lin replied, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. The luminous water emitted a circle of frost-laden new stars, decelerating the water element before raising her staff and rushing towards Su Lin. Ice spikes erupted from the Moonlight, and a colossal ice spear formed on the elegant staff. resembling a formidable lance. Dance of Ice. The assault was fierce, yet Su Lin habitually shook his head and remarked, after all this time, "Why hasn't your Dance of Ice been refined?" With a powerful shout, the ice spikes lunged directly at Su Lin's chest. Unhurried, Su Lin conjured an ice shield, successfully blocking the swift thrust, and then retreated a few steps. After the colossal ice spear was thwarted, numerous ice spikes suddenly detached from Waterlight and surged towards Su Lin, who was now in close proximity. Such a barrage of ice spikes left no room for Su Lin to evade, regardless of his agile maneuvers. Without a hint of concern for his dignity, Su Lin dove to the ground as the rapid ice spikes zipped past, embedding themselves in the earth barely half a meter behind him. An ice spear shot forth from the hands of a water element, and just as Waterlight intended to sidestep, a torrent of ice had already ensnared her form. Chapter 15. The Ice Demon. The encircling streams of ice swiftly ensnared the shimmering Waterlight, and the merciless ice spear pierced through its head. Dozens of icy blades rapidly descended, extinguishing the remnants of its life. Second, as the elder sister, Jingguang watched in horror as her sister met a tragic end, while she herself was entangled by several level 30 water elementals, overwhelmed by grief and rage. Shenling, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Consumed by fury, Jingguang drew forth a dazzling purple sealing stone from her bag and bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Noticing the radiance emanating from the sealing stone, Su Lin's expression grew solemn. He used frost to slightly disrupt Jingguang's actions, causing several ice tendrils to erupt from the mouths of the water elementals. Engrossed in her task of releasing the sealing stone, Jingguang remained oblivious to the icy strikes that battered her. Just as the final ice tendril was about to claim her, the silent and radiant purple sealing stone suddenly erupted in brilliant blue light. An overwhelming chill surged forth from an immense blue magic circle that appeared out of thin air, and an exceptionally strange man stepped forth from the circle. He inhaled the fresh air, standing approximately 6 feet tall, with exquisitely chiseled features resembling a finely carved sculpture. His pale blue eyes seemed filled with disdain for the world, and his long silver hair cascaded down to his waist. A pair of ice-blue wings emanated an oppressive cold, while an enigmatic blue rune on his forehead flickered with chilling light. The edges of his white robe were adorned with glistening ice crystals, reflecting radiant beams under the sunlight. Su Lin gazed intently at the information he received. Ice Demon Slant, level 40, mid-tier lord, attributes unknown. It is indeed peculiar that Su Lin, isolated from the news, remains unaware that the Quiet Water Moon Guild in the main city of Aluo has mobilized 500 members to finally topple the second-layer boss of the Ice and Snow Shrine, the strikingly handsome mid-level lord before him. Oh, the plight of humanity. Regrettably, the master who summoned him, Jingguang, has already retreated to the corridors of memory, leaving no commands. The highly intelligent Slant is fully capable of independent action, albeit restricted from harming members of the Quiet Water Moon Guild and the Flame Disease Guild, who share the same faction as Jingguang. Su Lin's pupils contracted as he instinctively rolled backward. A colossal ice spike, measuring a full meter in diameter, erupted from the ground where he had just stood. Had he not evaded swiftly, he would undoubtedly have been impaled like a shish kebab. A translucent water wall materialized before Slant, and upon impact, the ice spike disintegrated completely. Subsequently, a larger ice spike surged forth from the water wall, converting the water elemental that had launched the ice spike into the purest essence of water. The water elemental, boasting a total of 5,000 HP, was annihilated in a single strike. How could Jingguang possess such a monstrous creature? Su Lin felt a wave of trepidation. With such formidable magical power, had that ice spike struck him, it would likely have resulted in instant demise. With 8,000 summoned beasts facing off against 2,000 players, the initial surprise was swiftly followed by a significant reduction in the strength of nearly half the summoners in the team. The disparity between the willing and the unwilling, compounded by the high damage of soul fire, led to the annihilation of nearly 2,000 players at the cost of half their summoned beasts. Lin Xiang, who was struggling on the front lines, could hardly have anticipated that the costly reinforcements he had summoned would be annihilated before even reaching the battlefield. Su Lin deftly evaded the icy spears hurled by Slant, summoning a horde of rock giants to shield him, thereby buying precious time. A barrage of rocks, ice spears, wind blades, and fireballs rained down upon Slant from all directions. The frost-like gaze of Slant flickered with a glint of coldness as he raised a finger, causing a visible circle of frost to emanate from him. Regardless of whether they were fireballs or wind blades, they were all frozen solid. Several summoned creatures in close proximity to Slant were likewise encased in this expansive frost nova. With a single hand extended, Slant unleashed massive ice beams, turning rows of summoned beasts into mere shards of ice. Su Lin feigned an attack against Slant, a circle of ice elements shimmering around him, yet it bore no effect. How resilient is this ice? Su Lin mused, concealing himself behind a rock giant to evade Slant's piercing gaze. Barrier, ice. Slant intoned an arcane incantation, and a pale blue membrane radiated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire mountainside. Within the barrier, the efficacy of all elemental effects diminished by 20%, while ice-based effects surged by the same margin. Ice, assassination. The voice of Slant was not loud, yet it resonated distinctly in Su Lin's ears from a distance. Beneath Slant's feet, a colossal magical array materialized, with runes representing the element of ice radiating a mesmerizing luminescence. A vast blue beam ascended from the array, its resplendent light remarkably subdued, devoid of any chilling aura. Only the several hundred summoned beasts enveloped within could truly fathom the potency of this beam. The blue radiance flickered and vanished, leaving the multitude of summoned beasts standing there like statues, their forms dissipating like icy sand in the gentle breeze. Indeed, Slant was formidable. Fortunately, the legion of summoned beasts was vast. Slant's health points dwindled gradually, yet the crystalline clarity in his gaze betrayed no hint of urgency. Behind him, his ice wings gently fluttered, releasing tendrils of frost that swirled around them. "Human, you are quite extraordinary," Slant remarked, casting a penetrating glance at Su Lin, his attention lingering on the ancient necklace adorning Su Lin's neck. With a powerful beat of his ice wings, he ascended several meters into the air, the wings shattering soundlessly. A dense surge of ice essence emanated from the remnants of his wings, causing the entire ice elemental barrier to quiver momentarily before retracting inward. In an instant, the ice essence within the barrier became chaotic, prompting all non-ice summoned beasts to roar in unrest. Su Lin too sensed the disarray of the ice elements, which arranged themselves in peculiar patterns. As the barrier collapsed entirely into Slant's being, the ice essence erupted violently. A storm of icy shards erupted abruptly, and immense damage values of -10,000 appeared above the heads of all non-ice summoned beasts. Su Lin sensed that the chaotic ice elements had no impact on him. The remaining summoned beasts dwindled to a mere 300 ice-type creatures, while Slant, too, was at the end of his strength. 4,000 summoned beasts, nearly all annihilated. Quite formidable indeed. As Su Lin gazed at the fallen Slant, contemplating the gathering of all remaining summoned beasts to vanquish him, an obscure yet potent contract manifested within his perception. Could it be? Upon sensing this contract, Su Lin was suddenly filled with elation. The contract that had appeared was undoubtedly that of the weakened ice demon, Slant. Slant had been summoned by a sealing stone, categorically considered a summoned beast, and his level fell precisely within the limits Su Lin could control. In that moment, Su Lin channeled all his mental energy to command this contract. Slant, lying on the ground, refrained from casting any further spells, gazing at Su Lin with a complex expression before closing his eyes. Within Su Lin's perception, the defiant contract abruptly relinquished all resistance, allowing Su Lin to take control. Upon acquiring Slant's contract, the once dormant protection of Almodus resonated with the blue magic circle beneath Slant, radiating a similar brilliance. System, contract acquired, Ice Demon Slant. Was it truly over? Su Lin stared blankly at the strikingly handsome figure before him, as well as the newly emerged skill in his skill bar. Contract, Ice Demon Slant, summons an ice demon of the same mid-tier lord level as oneself. The contract dissipates upon Slant's demise, with a staggering 300,000 health points. Augmented by the protection of Almodus and other equipment, I reached a formidable 500,000 health, 100 times that of the intermediate water elementals. I chuckled with pride, reveling in my triumph. Su Lin, grinning foolishly, led Slant and 300 summoned beasts step by step up the mountain. Little did they anticipate that upon descending to confront the trio of Jing Shuiyu, they would inadvertently acquire a powerful summoned creature, Divine Spirit. I am currently only at the 3rd tier, unable to wield skills such as Ice Elemental Barrier, Ice Slaughter, Ice Wings, or Elemental Designation. Slant remarked with a hint of nonchalance. It's all right. You're already impressive enough, Su Lin replied, unable to suppress his goofy grin. A third-tier Slant was undoubtedly far more powerful than Feng, the feathered emperor. What a stroke of luck. After spending a leisurely 10 minutes ambling to the outpost, they found it in ruins. However, Yanji was merely left with a small group of knights and priests, clinging to the last vestiges of resistance under Yin Tianshan in a corner. Returning home was merely a matter of time. Su Lin, with a mischievous grin, had Slant cast a frost spell within Yin Tianshan's circle, drastically reducing the speed of everyone present, who succumbed within half a minute, unwillingly returning to their homes. The second-tier guild Yanji's assault on the third-tier guild Huangyu had failed, leading to the dissolution of the guild and the reclamation of their honor. The alliance between the second-tier guild Jingshuiyu and the second-tier guild Yanji was also severed. Two system notifications echoed in the air above Huangyu's guild, and joy and excitement radiated from every member's face. Victory was theirs. Although many were puzzled as to why Jingshuiyu's reinforcements had not arrived, they shrugged it off. Winning was all that mattered. Who might this be? Lu Feng approached Su Lin and courteously greeted Slant, who, however, exhibited no response. Su Lin stifled a laugh and remarked, he is my friend. So he is a companion of Shun Ling. Welcome, I am Yu Huang Feng. Lu Feng beamed widely and extended his right hand towards Slant. A gentle breeze swept by, causing a few strands of Slant's silver hair to caress Lu Feng's face. Yet Slant remained motionless with his eyes gently closed. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Who is that? Even the president disregards him? I'm unsure. He appears rather impressive. Wow, an incredibly handsome guy. I must become his girlfriend. The whispers of the members of Huangyu reached Su Lin's ears, and he could no longer contain his amusement, doubling over in laughter. Ha! You fool. You've been tricked. Ha! Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. An intricate magical array materialized beneath Slant's feet, and his figure gradually faded until it vanished, leaving only a faint chill in the air to attest to his recent presence. Ha! Fool, help me up. I'm in great pain. Slant resembles a player, doesn't he? Ha! A message also appeared before Lu Feng. Ice Mage Slant, an Ice-type summoner, level 30, affiliated with Shenling. Su Lin exclaimed, You, stand right there. Chapter 16, The Skeleton Champion Would, are you truly not considering joining the guild? Despite being well aware of Su Lin's character, Lu Feng remained persistent in his inquiry. Do you still not understand me, crazy? Otherwise, you wouldn't have suggested I establish a mercenary group in the first place. Su Lin, indulging in the delicacies offered by the Emperor's feather, gazed vacantly into the distance. You wouldn't accept a minor honorary position, and if I were to take on a significant role, your guild members wouldn't comply. It's far more leisurely to merely uphold the title of this mercenary group, as it allows me to assist the guild under the guise of a mercenary when needed. Never mind. I never truly expected you to join the guild. Lu Feng sighed, waving his hand in resignation. What do you intend to do next? Level up? Just wandering around glimmering Meteor City with those 6 hangers-on, picking up trivial tasks to gather materials and earn a bit of pocket change. After all, it will still be quite some time before you all advance to the 5th tier. After a brief conversation with Lu Feng, Su Lin messaged Floating Cloud and his companions, and they collectively utilized a return scroll to teleport back to the central teleportation array of Glimmering Meteor City. Glimmering Meteor City is vast. Traversing from the west to the east on foot would take a full hour, and exploring the entire city could easily consume an entire day. After meandering aimlessly for a while, Su Lin accepted several inconsequential quests and also took on a system task from the Mercenary Guild to eliminate a 3rd-tier commander. During this time, Floating Cloud's Firewolf and Ice Blue companions logged off, leaving only the Fire Summoner Floating Cloud, the Water Summoner Floating Cloud, and the Earth Summoner Floating Cloud Rock Dragon to accompany Su Lin. Boss, shall we venture deep into the Fallen Wasteland to hunt skeletons? Floating Cloud inquired. The 3rd-tier commander skeleton warrior spawns exclusively in that location. If one does not venture there, one cannot encounter it. Su Lin rolled his eyes in response to the rather foolish inquiry posed by Floating Cloud. Boss, what I mean is, can the 4 of us actually take it on? For an average player, facing a commander-level boss typically requires a substantial group of players. Despite the fact that I am now a moderately affluent player equipped with all B-grade gear. Needless to say, Su Lin shot a glare at Floating Cloud and retorted, You may belittle my profession, but you shall not undermine my prowess. In the realm of the Light faction, the existence of dark creatures is categorically prohibited. However, The relatively weaker third-tier dark skeletons possess considerable experience. Whether it be day or night, the number of players grinding in the Fallen Wasteland's Necromancer Swamp remains consistently high. Of course, if one ventures out at the witching hour without any illumination tools like candles and inadvertently falls into the swamp, one can only pray that the nearby skeletons might lend a hand. As for candles, the most basic variety costs 1 silver coin each, illuminating a radius of 10 meters with a brightness of 50, whereas normal daylight brightness is 100, fluctuating during overcast or exceptionally sunny weather. This lasts for 1 hour. A better quality candle costs 2 silver coins, illuminating a radius of 12 meters with a brightness of 60, while the most expensive option is 6 silver coins, providing a brilliant illumination of 100 within a 20-meter radius. If one considers oneself quite wealthy, there is no need to resort to such rudimentary items as candles. A light crystal, which illuminates a radius of 100 meters as brightly as day for a duration of 2 hours, would surely satisfy one's needs. Nevertheless, Su Lin would not indulge in such extravagance as to spend 1 gold coin on such a trinket. As he returned from the Imperial Feather, dusk was approaching. After spending a couple of hours seeking a quest, Su Lin set off for the Wraith Marsh only after nightfall. Outside the city, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the mournful howls of wolves echoed across the plain. Many areas become perilous after nightfall. Some beasts that remained dormant during the day emerged to roam. Fortunately, the Fallen Wasteland is not one of those territories. Compared to daytime, the number of players at night is indeed sparse. Some players, struggling to make ends meet, are reluctant to purchase candles, while others are accustomed to wandering through the night markets in the city. Much like in reality, the night market within the game thrives with activity. Only the second-tier monsters such as gale wolves and prairie lions refrain from attacking players above the third tier. Traversing the outskirts remains quite safe, although in the central region, one might occasionally encounter third-tier monsters, which tend to appear singly and do not dare to confront players traveling in groups. Generally, players are indifferent to the presence of 1 or 2 minor creatures. Upon passing through the central area and reaching the depths of the Wraith Marsh, the monsters transition from the beastly to the undead, predominantly consisting of human skeletons, with a few skeletal beasts that possess greater strength. At this moment, the entire marsh is being divided among groups of players, each brandishing their candles to hunt monsters. Boss, what should we do? The areas with large-scale spawns are already occupied, and the few scattered ones are beneath our notice, Su Lin pondered, finding himself at a loss. Should we resort to killing and seizing territory? That's not my style. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, well, we primarily await the respawn of the skeletal warriors. We might as well fend off these minor skeletons. Su Lin casually unleashed 3 icy blades, reducing the nearest dark skeleton to mere bone dust. He summoned his formidable allies, the Blue Wolf, Cold Wolf, Water Elemental, and Ice Bird, who collectively bombarded a dark skeleton, swiftly vanquishing it. The experience gained from a single creature was trifling, divided among the 4, leaving them with no choice but to amuse themselves by targeting the scattered smaller skeletons. As the night wore on, the gains of Su Lin and his companions paled in comparison to the bounty of those who had played for just an hour. Fortunately, the long-awaited random spawn of the Skeleton Champion finally arrived. The Skeleton Champion, Chucks, stood at level 34, classified as a commander. It emerged in the expansive terrain, where dark skeletons were sparse. Only a few solitary players, like Su Lin, lingered in the open, guarding against minor monsters. The unexpected appearance of the towering 3-meter skeleton sent many players scattering, creating a path for this imposing figure. Rock Dragon, Rock Giant MT, Xiaosheng, Hellfire DPS, and Tian Ran, the Water Elemental, took their positions. Su Lin swiftly assessed the terrain and issued commands to his 3 companions, while his summoned Colossal Water Elemental flanked them. Previously, he had attempted to control the summoned creatures of his teammates, but alas, that endeavor ended in failure. It seemed that such a bug-like action was not permitted by the system. The Skeleton Champion, towering over 3 meters, wielded a massive sword that was nearly as long as his own body. In his left hand, he held a battered shield, and a striking crimson cape billowed behind him, though it was regrettably tattered, leaving only half of its grandeur intact. The towering skeleton warrior, standing a full 3 meters tall, appeared as diminutive as a child before the colossal rock giant, his height scarcely reaching half that of the giant. However, with each swing of his massive sword, he sent numerous stones flying. Against dark forces, particularly those of the undead, The most effective assaults were those of the light element, followed closely by fire. At this moment, the infernal flames conjured by Floating Cloud's spell rivaled in potency the water elementals summoned by Su Lin. The newly arisen skeleton warrior, Chaxis, had yet to survey his dominion when a few audacious humans dared to intrude upon his territory. As a general of the undead, the honor of his kin surpassed all else. The great sword felt as light as a feather in Chaxis' grasp, wielded with fluid grace and without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, the gleaming silver blade was enveloped in a thick shroud of black luminescence, slicing toward the rock giant like a solar eclipse. The giant's stony form was cleaved effortlessly in two, the wound continuously corroding, after Chaxis demonstrated his formidable prowess by vanquishing the rock giant. Su Lin's eye shards and the icy tendrils of water elementals converged, striking fiercely upon Chaxis' skull and scattering bone fragments. With a furious roar, Chaxis emitted a bellow that could only be heard within the realm of the undead. The ethereal blue flames of his soul flickered wildly within his eyes, as his massive leg bones flexed and extended, allowing his immense form to leap over the 5-meter-high infernal flames, landing directly before Su Lin. Su Lin leisurely conjured an ice wall, while Chark's ethereal blue flame flickered with disdain. With a powerful thrust of his shield, the entire ice barrier crumbled in an instant. Yet, instead of the loathsome human he anticipated, an extraordinarily handsome man emerged, exuding an aura that instilled genuine fear within Charks. Warriors of the undead must not harbor fear. Enraged, Charks swung his sword, but the man merely touched him lightly with his right hand. A thick layer of frost spread across Chark's chest, and in no time, he was transformed into a statue of ice. To the onlookers, the calm player faced with the commander suddenly found himself in the presence of this enchanting figure, only to witness the skeletal warrior become an ice sculpture as the enigmatic man vanished in an instant. The players merely interpreted this as a skill of Su Lin's. At this moment, Su Lin preferred to keep the existence of Slant hidden from too many eyes, so he summoned him briefly before retracting his presence. The disparity between a mid-tier lord and a commander was immense. The level 30 Slant effortlessly froze Charks for 5 seconds. Seizing this opportunity, Su Lin retreated while the robust water elemental obstructed Charks. 5 seconds is neither long nor short. In that brief span, the 4 players combined their efforts to strip nearly 10,000 health points from Charks. Upon breaking free from his frozen state, he found himself ensnared in a sluggish condition for a full minute, suffering a 25 reduction in movement speed. Charks sensed that the heart-stopping presence had vanished, and the once dim flame of his soul began to flicker with renewed vigor. A corrosive black luminescence entwined itself around his form, gradually eroding the effects of the frosty chill. Most low-tier undead creatures navigate by sensing souls, their perception of lifeless entities being rather vague. As a commanding boss, Charks possessed a keen ability to discern his surroundings akin to that of a human, and his sensitivity to souls was profoundly acute. Thus, the icy mist had no effect on him. Once the black light dissipated, Su Lin unleashed a frost explosion upon Charks. Although it did not encase him in ice as Slant had done, it nonetheless rendered him sluggish for 8 seconds. Enraged by the mockery of the insignificant creatures before him, Charks erupted in fury, exhaling a noxious vapor from his hollow maw. This foul black mist coalesced into a massive skull, which circumvented the water element and hurtled towards Su Lin. Su Lin furrowed his brow, and the stench emanating from the black mist compelled him to summon water elements before him, creating a substantial current in the path of the approaching skull. As the skull traversed the stream, the once pristine water was tainted, turning an inky black. Su Lin softly articulated the incantation for elemental control, and before the skull could fully pass through the stream, it was encased in ice along with the water, though this ice was devoid of any clarity. With a resounding explosion, the entire water flow shattered into a flurry of icy shards. This was one of the fundamental incantations of elemental control, differing from an ice explosion, as this detonation merely scattered the ice fragments without inflicting any harm. Young master, the pillar of fire, bind him with stone. A towering inferno surged from beneath Cherkas's feet, its searing heat instilling dread and revulsion among the undead, prompting Cherkas to roar in agony and abandon Su Lin in favor of Floating Cloud Young Master. At that moment, 2 powerful stone hands erupted from the ground, seizing Cherkas by his bony feet. Though no sound escaped his lips, the fury of Cherkas was palpable to all, yet it was evident that his fate was sealed. Is it really that simple to eliminate a commander? Floating Cloud Young Master mused in disbelief, realizing the dire situation for the third-tier calamity they faced. What else do you desire? To be eliminated in an instant? He chuckled awkwardly. Boss is on the verge of defeat. We cannot afford any missteps, Su Lin cautioned, channeling extra power into his skills. At that moment, a swordsman arrived with a cadre of players at the boss's side and addressed Su Lin. My apologies. Our mercenary group was tasked with guarding this boss. We were delayed and regret the inconvenience caused. The swordsman bowed slightly in deference to Su Lin. Upon hearing this, Su Lin instructed Floating Cloud Young Master and his companions to maintain control over the boss, while he scrutinized the swordsman with keen interest. Was it truly necessary to fabricate such elaborate justifications for contesting the boss? Su Lin observed the swordsman wielding a long sword with a smirk of mockery. We have indeed kept watch all night. We kindly request that this boss be relinquished to us. The swordsman gestured to indicate that he was accompanied by a dozen others. My apologies. With a courteous smile, Su Lin turned away, disregarding the swordsman. The swordsman's expression grew increasingly grim. He had anticipated that their numerical superiority would intimidate the opponent into retreat. The 4 summoners, adept at controlling the skeletal champion, were undoubtedly not novices. However, at this juncture, even if it meant sacrificing a few members, they had to seize the boss. Attack, commanded Yu Tianhua in the team channel, instructing the berserker and assassin to close in and swiftly eliminate the summoner, while the knight drew the boss's ire. Just as the berserker and assassin from Yu Tianhua's team took action, Su Lin, channeling a shard of ice, shifted his aim towards Yu Tianhua. The unprotected Yu Tianhua was instantly struck, losing more than half of his health to the crystalline ice shard. As another ice shard approached, Yu Tianhua swiftly crossed his sword, a faint blue light emanating from it. The formidable ice shard dispersed the blue light. Yet the damage inflicted upon Yu Tianhua was rendered negligible. Displaying commendable reflexes, he adeptly used his sword to deflect the incoming threat. After executing a moonlight slash to shatter Su Lin's ice spear, 3 ice blades struck from an acute angle. Had it not been for the healing from the priest behind him, Yu Tianhua might have been reminiscing about the long corridor of respawns. Be careful. The 3 of you can hold off the weakened chucks. Have faith in yourselves, Su Lin murmured to the trio comprising Floating Cloud and his companions. As a dense fog of ice emanated from his staff, it was time to consider a new staff. This Ice Lion staff was adequate for the 2nd tier, yet felt somewhat lacking at the 3rd, having only ascended to the 2nd tier 5 days prior. Su Lin had yet to find the opportunity to procure a superior 3rd-tier staff. The lowly one, the Tempest. Within the ranks of Moonlit Dance, there exists no summoner, leaving only the option of employing lesser wind magic to disperse the icy mist. How could Su Lin allow him to succeed? Several ice spikes erupted beneath the feet of the one called the Lowly One, interrupting his incantation. How could he possibly discern my location? Both parties' visibility was hindered within the icy fog, and considering it was night, it was improbable that he could summon ice spikes from his very position just as he began to coalesce magic. Ordinary players find it challenging to comprehend Su Lin's sensitivity to the elements. Within the icy mist, the sudden fluctuations of wind elements were glaringly apparent to him, while typical players merely sensed elemental disturbances. Su Lin, however, could distinctly perceive the precise location of these elemental fluctuations. The impairment of the adversary's vision was but one aspect. Within the icy mist, Su Lin boldly summoned Slant. Upon Slant's emergence, he intensified the icy mist by aggregating ice elements, rendering visibility to less than a meter. Slant, it is now upon you. Slant's ice blue eyes remained devoid of any emotion as he gently raised his right hand, sending forth a barrage of 5 or 6 ice beams towards Moonlit Dance. Moonlit Dance barely managed to evade the first ice beam, while the remaining beams pierced through his form like lasers, propelling towards the others. Captain, the team information relayed the demise of Moonlit Dance, and in an instant, all members were thrown into disarray. Their captain had fallen to the enemy in but a single encounter, while their side still numbered over a dozen against a lone adversary. The voice that just resonated was that of a priest, or perhaps a light mage. Su Lin sensed the fluctuation of light elements emanating from the source of the sound. With his left hand, he conjured a grasping motion, and a dense layer of frost enveloped the player who had called out, causing the frozen priest to shatter into a flurry of ice shards. The group huddled together, launching their skills towards a single point. For a successful hit would result in an instant kill. A rugged voice boomed, and simultaneously, several broad vertical sword energies sliced through the air towards Su Lin's direction. Su Lin materialized an ice wall to impede the speed of the sword energies, narrowly evading as they swept past just inches from his forehead. After dodging the sword energies, Su Lin retaliated with 3 ice blades, while Slant directed Frost towards another direction. In Su Lin's perception, a blue ice magic wolf that had ventured ahead was ensnared there. With a resounding crash within a misty white world, the fiery glow of the fire resistance ring stood out conspicuously, just as the fire mage attempted to negate the frost with the fire resistance ring. A colossal ice spike erupted from the ground, skewering him like a shish kebab. 1588, effortlessly transforming him into a burst of white light. Someone is approaching? A berserker stumbled towards Su Lin, wielding a massive axe that came crashing down upon him. Su Lin intercepted the axe with an ice shield, sidestepping the blow. As the berserker exhausted his strength, Su Lin pressed his left hand against the berserker's chest and invoked Frost. Once the berserker was frozen, Su Lin did not press the attack further, but retreated a few meters to launch an ice spear. The surging battle aura erupted from the body, manifesting as the berserker's protective energy. Immediately, the berserker leapt into the sky and forcefully descended towards the ground, executing a mid-air counterattack. However, this maneuver was ultimately inferior to the diamond shatter, as it left too significant an opening. The overwhelming battle aura shattered the ice spear, momentarily pausing. Before the berserker could reach Su Lin, the ice binding surged forward, striking the berserker squarely in the chest. The 3-tiered battle armor disintegrated in an instant, and the berserker was violently propelled away. Though he remained conscious, he was gravely injured. As the berserker struggled to rise from the ground, several ice blades swiftly concluded his fate. With the berserker defeated, Su Lin promptly repositioned himself. Indeed, several magical assaults soon targeted his previous location. In total, there were 13 adversaries, for had been eliminated, leaving 1 fire mage, 2 ice mages, 1 wind mage, 1 knight, 1 assassin, 1 swordsman, and 2 archers. Su Lin calculated the approximate distribution of his opponents, a feat that would seem utterly astonishing to an ordinary person. Through the subtle sounds of footsteps and the palpable magical fluctuations emanating from the mages, Su Lin could accurately discern their locations before they made any moves. Yet, the whereabouts of the assassin remained unknown. Su Lin furrowed his brow and commanded Slant. Raising his right hand high, Slant summoned a vast amount of ice elements above his head, causing even the icy mist to appear somewhat sparse. Moments later, countless tiny shards of ice descended upon every corner of the mist, resulting in numerous -1 damage notifications. 8 instances of damage. Had the assassin revealed themselves? After counting, Su Lin confirmed the source of the damage but failed to sense the presence of the assassin. Slant, a 5th-tier ranged spell, annihilated them all in an instant. He cast a glance at Su Lin, silent yet resolute, as he concentrated his magical energy. The ice element was swiftly drawn away, and the icy mist visibly thinned. Slant levitated behind Su Lin, and a pair of ice wings unfurled from his back, spreading frost in concentric circles around him. The glory of ice. A colossal ice element symbol materialized above Slant, unleashing an intensely fierce wave of frost that surged outward, instantly encasing the entire misty expanse in ice. The 8 players, caught completely off guard, were transformed into ice sculptures. Even the robust knights, renowned for their resilience, were felled in a heartbeat. As a gentle breeze swept through, the already tenuous icy mist dissipated, revealing 8 frozen figures before the astonished players, alongside the fleeting, enigmatic silhouette. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Had a single individual truly vanquished a dozen players? Observing the range of the ice crystals, one could hardly believe that even a pure 4th-tier ice spell could achieve such devastation. Did you see that? The man with wings, Player A remarked to Player B. Yes, I saw him, but why did he vanish so quickly? Player B replied, puzzled. You're foolish, you can't use a recall scroll in combat, and there's a 5-second preparation time. Player C interjected. What then could have transpired? Player B inquired. It is said that in Spia, there exists an extraordinarily formidable 3rd-tier berserker who has employed a remarkably impressive skill, seemingly known as the God of War descending. Behind this berserker hovers a particularly striking man. And with sheer might, this 3rd-tier berserker vanquished 7 or 8 players led by a 4th-tier fire mage. Player A remarked with gravitas. Could this ice summoner be involved as well? Who can tell? We must hasten to elevate our levels, for for that is the true path. Indeed. Su Lin wore a grim expression as he faced the assassin confronting Floating Cloud Young Master and Floating Cloud Rock Dragon. The lifeless body of Floating Cloud Natural lay nearby, and the colossal skeletal frame of the skeleton warrior Churkas lay strewn on the ground, surrounded by a multitude of scattered items. Boss. Upon Su Lin's arrival, Floating Cloud Young Master and his companions beamed with relief, hastily approaching him to recount the prior events. Originally, the trio had adeptly restrained the boss, maintaining their composure until the very moment it collapsed. Just as Floating Cloud Natural picked up a coveted A-grade accessory dropped by the boss, the lurking assassin, who had been stealthily observing since the dissipation of the ice fog, suddenly struck, swiftly eliminating the unguarded Floating Cloud Natural and seizing the A-grade necklace he had just acquired. Subsequently, Floating Cloud Young Master kept him ensnared in combat, preventing any chance of retreat via the return scroll. Though the assassin could hardly anticipate that Su Lin alone would annihilate their entire 12-member team. Since the moment Su Lin decided to team up with the 6 members of Floating Cloud, he regarded them as companions, resolutely determined to train them into formidable players capable of defeating 10 foes single-handedly. Su Lin had never shown mercy when his comrades faced peril. Hand over the necklace, and leave your level behind as well, Su Lin bellowed, his voice resonating with a chilling intensity that seemed to emanate from the depths of his very soul, bearing down upon the precariously positioned assassin. Chapter 18. Public Assassination. The assassin warily observed Su Lin, remaining silent. Hand over the necklace, and I shall spare your life. Refuse, and I shall ensure your demise, Su Lin articulated, each word dripping with an icy calmness that sent shivers down the spine. 3, 2, 1. Will you not comply? Su Lin sneered at the assassin. If I hang it back up, I shall dispose of the necklace. Killing me would be futile. If you do so, then consider this necklace as compensation for my fallen comrades. You truly have a remarkable plan. A shard of ice erupted from the staff, prompting the tense assassin to roll away instinctively. Yet another icy projectile was precisely aimed, leaving the assassin with no refuge. Phantom form. The third-tier assassin activated his life-saving skill, rendering him immune to all physical damage for 1 second and granting him a 50% immunity to magical damage. However, the assassin, already weakened, found that the ice shard, despite the 50% mitigation, still claimed nearly 1/3 of his health. With a thunderous howl, the wolf spirit ring flickered with a faint light, as the ethereal form of a frost giant wolf materialized before the assassin. The very ice spike that had previously caused Su Lin considerable distress struck the assassin's chest with a ferocity that tore him to shreds. Madman, lend me a hand. Su Lin exhaled, accessing his friend panel to message Lu Feng. What is it? There is an assassin with the ID moon dance in the sky. Keep an eye on him. If he exits the city, send me his coordinates. Consider it done. Let us return to the city gates. I refuse to believe he won't leave the city. With that, Su Lin tore open a return scroll, and in the radiant glow of the teleportation array, he was transported back to the city of Lightfall. Is this truly a summoner? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. A master indeed, almost rivaling my own prowess. Humph. After Su Lin and his companions departed, a wave of discussions erupted over the Wraith Marshes. 1 against 10, effortlessly annihilated. Saint Soa, a realm for the formidable. The connections of the Royal Feather are immensely powerful within Radiant Fall City. Su Lin had only just returned to the city when several anonymous emails from Royal Feather found their way into his inbox, each containing the coordinates of the assassin. Moon Dance Heavenly Creation. Currently setting up a stall? A cold smile graced Su Lin's lips as he, accompanied by Floating Cloud Young Master, Floating Cloud Yanlong, and Floating Cloud Natural, made his way towards the city center. Moon Dance Heavenly Creation was seated cross-legged in a corner of the central square, his stall displaying a necklace that shimmered with ethereal light. Wise Nightlight Necklace Grade. A required profession, none required level, 30 magical defense, 22 to 29 intelligence, 7 constitution, 3 MP, 92 MP recovery rate, 2 skill casting time, -5 goodness. Such a high magical defense necklace that also enhances constitution and reduces casting time, truly exceptional. A fire mage, adorned in their typical attire, sighed before the stall. Isn't 80 gold a bit steep? Could you offer a discount, master? Another player, dressed in a striking yellow and blue, who appeared to be quite prosperous, chimed in. I'll take it for a flat price, 80 gold, not a copper less. Moondance Heavenly Creation paid no heed to the haggling players. 80 gold for this necklace was undeniably reasonable. I'll take it at a fixed price, not a copper less. A calm voice resonated in the ears of all players. With the brute strength of the trio, Su Lin effortlessly squeezed to the front of the stall. Who was this person, so arrogant? Unfamiliar, perhaps a fool. Yu Wu Tiancheng, are you selling for 1 copper coin? Su Lin scoffed at Yu Wu Tiancheng. Shenling, do not overstep your bounds. Overstep? Su Lin rose, looking down upon Yu Wu Tiancheng, and said, if my strength were slightly inferior, perhaps you would have dispatched me already. Am I truly the one overstepping? When the boss is on the brink of defeat, you claim to be guarding it. Why did you not come forth when such a formidable boss first appeared? Yu Wu Tiancheng realized that his side was indeed at a disadvantage and refrained from further arguing with Su Lin on this point. If you wish to sell the necklace, then sell it. If you have the audacity, stay in the city for life. I am aware you might say you can use the teleportation array to reach other cities, but let me be clear. Produce the necklace, and this matter will be settled. If you refuse, I shall slay you and your brethren each time I lay eyes on you. At this moment, Yu Wu Tiancheng was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Indeed, he could flee to other main cities. But would he then have to avoid Su Lin's name in future encounters? The strength Su Lin displayed in the undead marsh left him with no desire to resist. Perhaps you will remain in the city center. The teleportation array is at the city gate. You should trust that I possess the audacity to slay you before the city guards. Su Lin's chilling voice reached Yu Wu Tiancheng's ears, betting whether his luck would favor him, whether the necklace would drop. In the eyes of other players, Su Lin had undeniably become the epitome of foolishness. Oh, it is he who effortlessly eliminated over a dozen Tier 3 players in the Wraith Marsh. A mage at a nearby stall seemed to recognize Su Lin and exclaimed in astonishment, eliminating more than a dozen Tier 3 players? Is he a Tier 4 expert? Indeed. A Tier 4. No wonder. The mage recounted in detail the events of Yu Wu Tianhua and others vying for monsters, and instantly, no one dared to purchase that coveted necklace. Yu Wu Tiancheng realized that selling anything here was futile. However, he truly could not believe that Su Lin would dare to confront him in front of the Tier 5 city guards. He packed up and departed, reaching out to several friends as he headed westward. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Su Lin coldly watched the retreating figure of Yu Wu Tiancheng. Boss, do you really intend to? Floating Cloud Shaoxing gazed at Su Lin in disbelief, for they were all Tier 5 city guards. Su Lin did not respond, striding resolutely behind Yu Wu Tiancheng. In the city center, there were Tier 6 elite guards, and Su Lin dared not act recklessly. Moreover, the city center was too distant from the wilderness, making it impossible for the Tier 3 Su Lin to escape. Killing within the city would result in not only losing all his belongings upon being eliminated by NPCs, but also facing a 24-hour confinement and being barred from entering the city for a week, excluding the downtime. Once I eliminate him, his belongings will certainly not drop. Please assist me in purchasing some supplies. I must remain outside the city for the time being. After a little over 10 minutes, both Yu Wu Tiancheng and Su Lin reached the city gate, accompanied by a few onlookers. I spied. A formidable icicle pierced through the fragile form of Yu Wu Tiancheng, who, in disbelief, turned to face Su Lin, his expression one of astonishment. As his body transformed into specks of white light, the frail assassin, devoid of any defense, was effortlessly slain by Su Lin. In that fleeting moment of Yu Wu Tiancheng's demise, Su Lin's ID illuminated above him in a vivid crimson hue. Shenling. I recognize him. The renowned expert from the closed beta. The players gasped in astonishment as a squad of 4 fifth-tier city guards surged forth, their long spears glinting with dazzling purple energy, effectively sealing off Su Lin's escape from all directions. It was universally acknowledged that even a 4th-tier ice mage, bereft of an ice shield or ice armor, would stand no chance against the 5th-tier firearms, destined only for instant annihilation. Suddenly, a magical circle materialized behind Su Lin. As the ethereal slant silver hair billowed in the wind, releasing a frosty mist that drastically reduced the speed of the formidable 5th-tier guards to a crawl. A flawless joint attack revealed a critical flaw, and in a flash, Su Lin seized the opportunity to flee the city before the other guards could arrive. Upon exiting the city, countless 1st and 2nd-tier novices, upon spotting the blood-red name of Su Lin, hastily veered away. Some 3rd-tier players, witnessing Su Lin's swift dispatching of monsters, reconsidered their own abilities and abandoned the notion of targeting this notorious figure, fully aware of the doubled penalties for murder within the city. As dawn approaches, delicate rays of morning light pierce the tranquil night, illuminating the vast grasslands. Su Lin sits upon a large stone, engaging in casual conversation with a few companions, including Floating Cloud, occasionally hurling ice blades and spears to skewer the oblivious swift-wind demon wolves into a charred heap. Boss, how impressive. Killing right before the city guards. You're the top player in the game. Floating Cloud exclaims with genuine admiration, as if he himself had just annihilated Yu Wu Tian Cheng at the city gate. Of course, the boss's formidable aura is enough to toy with those little guards. Floating Cloud Tian, oblivious to his previous defeat, animatedly boasts, his excitement evident in his animated gestures. Su Lin gazes at these lively companions with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Even the seemingly composed earth element summoner, Floating Cloud Yanlong, harbors a rather playful spirit beneath his exterior. Hush! Su Lin's ears perk up, signaling for silence as he gently closes his eyes to attune himself to the elemental fluctuations. Suddenly, a massive azure wind blade grazes their backs, its intense magical energy sending shivers down their spines. Floating Cloud feels no doubt that this wind blade could effortlessly sever him in two. Boss, what is this? Floating Cloud inquires, bewildered. Even a level 25 Commander Swift Wind Wolf could not unleash such a potent wind blade. The only conclusion that remains is one. Why would the Swift Wolf Emperor actively attack players? Floating Cloud Yanlong questions. Could it be that we've slain too many of its wolf pups? But those players grinding in groups have surely killed far more than we have. Why do they not direct their ire towards them? Could it be the renowned leader? Silence. The fierce Wolf Emperor, a level 32 mid-tier lord, tread carefully and disperse. Su Lin spoke in a hushed tone, rising to summon a water elemental. Suddenly, an intricate and profound ice-blue magic circle materialized before him. Slant emerged slowly from the circle, his ice-blue eyes fixated on the imposing figure in the distance. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Slant, the fierce Wolf Emperor advanced step by step. His streamlined body, though not exceptionally large, was slightly smaller than that of the fierce Wind Wolf. Adorning his pure black fur was a striking streak of fiery red running along his spine, complemented by a series of deep azure V-shaped stripes encircling his neck. A magical symbol, a fusion of wind and fire elements, gleamed upon his forehead, releasing waves of scorching heat that instinctively countered Slant's icy chill. One eye was a vibrant green, the other a fiery red, both brimming with pride. The fierce Wolf Emperor, Era, stood at level 32, a mid-tier lord. Meanwhile, Su Lin continued to summon his beasts, blue wolves, frost wolves, and ice birds, fully aware that these summoned creatures would scarcely endure a second beneath the claws of the fierce Wolf Emperor. Chapter 19. A bountiful harvest. The principal force in this battle was evidently Slant. The fierce Wolf Emperor completely disregarded the few individuals, including Floating Cloud, and merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Lin, who had summoned Slant. The fierce Wolf Emperor initiated the confrontation by unleashing a colossal fireball as a preliminary test. In response, Slant effortlessly conjured an ice sphere of comparable size, which soared forth and collided with the fireball, resulting in a dramatic dispersion. At present, Su Lin was at level 31, sharing the same rank as Slant, both being mid-tier third-level lords, with only a single level difference between them. Their strengths were presumably similar, particularly with Slant benefiting from the assistance of 4 third-level summoners. Although Su Lin's magical attack, nearing 300, could provide some support, the trio of Floating Cloud could only afford to create minor distractions while ensuring their own safety. In hindsight, Su Lin regretted not learning the 4th-level summoning technique sooner. The boon of Almortis's protection granted the ability to learn summoning skills a tier early. However, when Su Lin sought instruction from the summoning mentor, he was informed that each skill would cost 10 gold coins. At that moment, Su Lin pondered the brevity of time until reaching the 4th tier and deemed it unnecessary to squander his funds. While Slant remained motionless, the valiant blue Ice Magic Wolf and the cold Ice Magic Wolf charged towards their unusual kin with fierce intent. Yet, the fierce Wolf Emperor paid no heed to these lesser summoned beasts. Suddenly, fiery pillars erupted beneath the blue Ice Magic Wolf and the cold Ice Magic Wolf, incinerating them to ashes amidst their anguished cries. A dazzling ice beam erupted from the mouth of the water elemental, but as the fierce Wolf Emperor opened its maw, an invisible ripple emanated outward, disintegrating the ice beam, which had yet to reach him, into pure elemental essence. Another shard of ice shot forth from Su Lin's hand, encircling the fierce Wolf Emperor. A flicker of disdain crossed the Wolf Emperor's eyes as a colossal vortex materialized around him. The ice shard, thicker than the water element by a discernible margin, ultimately succumbed to the forces of nature. Slander's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, without a visible gesture. A ring of massive ice spikes coiled tightly around the Wolf Emperor, inflicting damage of approximately 500 points. A resounding roar erupted from the icy forest, shattering the seemingly sturdy ice spikes under its force. Even Su Lin, positioned at a distance, suffered a damage value of 300. Cursing under his breath, he mused that had he been an ordinary summoner, this blow would have nearly claimed half his life, and at such a distance. Without the protective blessing of Almodus granting him an additional 1000 HP, he would have likely been left with only a fraction of his vitality were he any closer. Survival would have been dubious at best. Having successfully landed a blow, Slander offered no respite to the Wolf Emperor. A relentless barrage of ice shards and spears surged towards him. After being suppressed for nearly 10 seconds, the Wolf Emperor let out a furious roar, transforming his entire form into a blazing fireball that charged at Slander. Swiftly, Slander floated backward, conjuring ice walls that appeared from thin air. However, they could not withstand the onslaught of the fireball. The massive fireball, akin to a projectile piercing through a delicate veil, shattered the ice walls into fragments before colliding forcefully with Slander's chest. An ice shield inscribed with arcane runes erupted from his torso, absorbing the brunt of the fiery assault. The elemental shockwave reverberated as the shield fractured, yet the Wolf Emperor's impact did not inflict significant harm upon Slander. With a swift gesture of his right hand, Slant summoned a 1-meter diameter ice ring that hurtled towards the recently landed fierce Wolf Emperor. This formidable 4th-tier ice spell, known as the Death Ice Ring, struck with relentless ferocity. The fierce Wolf Emperor, unable to muster any immediate defense, conjured a wind shield in front of him. However, the colossal ice ring penetrated the shield effortlessly, leaving a layer of crystalline frost upon his fur. Simultaneously, 3 ice blades unleashed by Su Lin found their mark, inflicting damage of -88, -76, and -82. Alas, the individual damages barely exceeded 100, leaving Su Lin feeling rather embarrassed. He had initially intended to launch a frost attack, but he abruptly halted, realizing that the frost spell would likely prove ineffective against the Wolf's formidable magical defense and resistance. Although the damage dealt was minimal, it appeared that the fierce Wolf Emperor harbored a particular grudge against humanity. The Death Ice Ring inflicted a total of 4,000 damage points on him, while Su Lin's contribution was less than 1/10 of that. Consequently, the fierce Wolf Emperor abandoned his formidable adversary, Slant, and charged towards Su Lin. Upon noticing the wolf's change of target, Su Lin wasted no time in fleeing. No matter how agile his movements might be, he knew he could not evade an area spell. Slant cast Frost upon the fierce Wolf Emperor, invoking its freezing effects for a duration of 3 seconds. The notification in the battle log brought a momentary sigh of relief to Su Lin, for he had observed that the Wolf's speed surpassed his own by more than double, given his mage's frail physique. In the midst of battle, distraction is exceedingly perilous. The fierce Wolf Emperor cast aside Slant and pursued Su Lin, granting Slant a fleeting opportunity. With a swift frost spell, Slant encased the fierce Wolf Emperor in a frigid sculpture. Within 3 seconds, even the likes of Floating Cloud and his summoned beasts, whose damage output barely reached 40 or 50 points, unleashed several skills, inflicting an additional approximate 500 points of damage, though this paled in comparison to Slant's own might. With a sharp crack, the fierce Wolf Emperor emerged from its frozen state, glaring menacingly at Slant, as a dense gathering of wind elements surrounded him. Su Lin sensed an ominous shift. Although the fierce Wolf Emperor's gaze was directed at Slant, the swirling wind elements instilled in Su Lin a profound sense of foreboding. A colossal ice sword, 5 meters in length, rose from beneath the fierce Wolf Emperor, while his figure dissolved into countless elemental particles, an elemental doppelganger. This was dire. Su Lin felt a sharp danger approaching from behind. His efforts to move felt futile, as he was rendered as insignificant as an ant against the force of the wind. Just as he turned, he glimpsed Slant's form appearing instantaneously behind him, a violent onslaught emanating from Slant. A wind spear, coalesced from a vast array of wind elements, struck fiercely against Slant's chest. Slant's final line of defense, the frost armor, barely manifested before shattering explosively. Su Lin was heavily jarred by the impact, but fortunately, Slant had shielded him, resulting in only double-digit damage. In stark contrast, Slant bore the full brunt of the attack, sustaining damage in the 5-digit range. Goodness, even a 4th-tier shield warrior was no match for such a devastating blow. Although Slant's defensive capabilities are not particularly high, being an ice mage, he possesses significantly lower physical defense than a 4th-tier shield warrior. The Gale Wolf Monarch's Wind Cone attack combines both magical and physical damage, and it is likely that a 4th-tier shield warrior would sustain between 7,000 to 8,000 points of damage without activating special skills. It is noteworthy that a 4th-tier shield warrior with a health pool of 3,000 is considered quite formidable. Seizing this opportunity, Su Lin sprinted forward, intent on catching up to the Gale Wolf Monarch, but was thwarted by Slant, who erected an exceptionally thick ice wall. With a low growl, the Gale Wolf Monarch summoned a flurry of deep teal wind blades that sliced through the air, striking both the ice wall and Slant with a ferocity that rivaled Lu Feng's chaotic blades. Accompanied by a resounding wolf howl, a small cluster of teal figures emerged on the barren plain, approaching Su Lin at a swift pace. Damn, boss, the Gale Wolf Monarch is summoning its minions. 2 Gale Wind Wolves and hundreds of swift wind magic wolves, exclaimed the nearest member of the group, Floating Cloud, in the team chat. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin responded, Floating Cloud, you 3 hold back the wolf pack while I deal with the Gale Wind Wolves. In his 2nd tier, Su Lin had easily faced off against the Gale Wind Wolves, and now, having reached the 3rd tier, he felt confident in his ability to defeat the level 25 elite Gale Wind Wolves, even if there were 2 of them, within 10 minutes. Directing Slant through their soul bond to lure the Gale Wolf Monarch away, Su Lin summoned a blue ice magic wolf and a frost magic wolf to confront the surging tide of wolves. The speed of the swift flame wolf exceeds that of the ordinary Gale magic wolf, as it swiftly entered Su Lin's attack range. Su Lin, alongside the water element, unleashed 2 icy beams upon a single swift flame wolf. The colossal rock giant, surrounded by hellfire, and the water element, whose waves flowed rhythmically, stood resolutely before the pack of wolves. With spells like Swamp Technique, Explosive Flames, and Triple Ice Blades, several 3rd-tier area magic spells descended upon the wolves, momentarily halting their advance. The numerous summoned beasts conjured by Floating Cloud and his companions engaged the wolves in close combat, effectively separating the swift flame wolves from the Gale magic wolves. Su Lin first encased 1 swift flame wolf in frost for 3 seconds, allowing 2 ice wolves and an ice bird to ensnare another swift flame wolf. Together with the water element, they launched a ferocious assault on the encased swift flame wolf. Ice blades, ice spears, and ice spikes attacked in a relentless succession. After the other swift flame wolf tore apart the ice wolves and ice bird, it suffered a grievous loss of 5,000 or 6,000 HP. Unfortunately, another swift flame wolf triggered the soul fire. While the combined damage from the ice wolves and ice bird barely reached 1,000, however, the self-detonation of the ice magic wolf inflicted an additional 1,200 points of damage. Su Lin deftly evaded the swift flame wolf's wind blades and fireballs, not suffering a single hit, while the life of the swift flame wolf dwindled by hundreds with each strike. Though Floating Cloud and his companions encountered some initial chaos, they subsequently stabilized their control over the wolf pack, and it was estimated that within 10 minutes, they could annihilate all the Gale magic wolves. Frost. After freezing 1 swift flame wolf, Su Lin conjured a stream of ice to bind another, the icy restraint lasting for a remarkable 5 seconds. 2 dazzling ice beams sliced through the air, striking the abdomen of the swift wind wolf, which was pierced by the icy spikes, ushering in a chilling cold that swiftly extinguished its dwindling life. A scattering of blue equipment and gold coins erupted across the ground. Just as Su Lin prepared to confront the freed swift wind wolf, he suddenly sensed a tremendous elemental fluctuation behind him. Turning around, he beheld a fierce gale swirling with tendrils of bright yellow flames within a nearly 100-meter radius, rapidly spinning and howling. Surrounding Slant, a blurred figure, were several towering ice elemental runes that intermittently unleashed colossal ice pillars, each a meter in diameter. A mournful howl echoed as the swift wind wolf's eyes shimmered with sorrow. Ignoring Su Lin, who stood nearby, the wolf's bell-like eyes gazed towards the vast tempest. As the fierce wind gradually subsided, the suspended figure of the swift wolf king slowly came into view. No longer did it possess its former noble appearance. Its once smooth fur was now marred by wounds and ice crystals, and the elemental runes upon its forehead appeared dimmed, though its eyes still brimmed with pride. They were devoid of spirit. Slant, too, bore signs of distress. His opulent robe was riddled with countless small tears, and charred marks adorned its fabric. His ice-blue eyes fixated intently on the swift Wolf King, with strands of ice elemental energy entwining around his arms. With a sudden, forceful motion of his right hand, Slant conjured a gigantic ice blade that soared through the air, spanning dozens of meters, aimed at the swift Wolf King. A flicker of sorrow crossed the Wolf King's eyes, as it found itself powerless to evade Slant's final, devastating strike. A truly magnificent explosion erupted, filling the sky with grandeur. In comparison to the fierce Gale Wolf, the few pieces of equipment shimmering with a violet glow are indeed captivating. After the demise of the fierce Wolf Emperor, the Gale Wolf was utterly powerless to resist, struggling symbolically for a brief moment before being vanquished by Su Lin. Following the release of his final spell, Slant's already pallid complexion turned ghastly white, as an enigmatic magical array materialized beneath his feet, drawing him into the packed space without Su Lin's intervention. Su Lin collected the several B-grade items dropped by the Gale Wolf, while Floating Cloud, the young adept, timely cleared the remaining wolf pack and approached the corpse of the fierce Wolf Emperor alongside Su Lin. "Boss, I have learned the gathering skill," Floating Cloud Yandong remarked upon seeing the corpse of the fierce Wolf Emperor. He then crouched down, placing his hands gently upon the creature, as a soft, milky white light emanated forth. "What did you gather?" "2 wolf fangs, S-grade," Floating Cloud Yandong exclaimed excitedly after the gathering concluded. "These wolf fangs can be used to forge weapons such as daggers and short swords, and S-grade fangs are worth at least 100 gold coins." "Indeed," Su Lin commended, his gaze drifting towards the strikingly designed dark purple longsword. Chapter 20. Earth. The pure purple longsword bore no carvings, save for its fiery red blade. The hilt was adorned with a fierce wolf's head, evoking a shiver in the heart of any who beheld it. Tearing Gale Grade, S required class, Martial Arts required level, 35 physical attack power, 268, 301 magical attack power, 782 strength, 12 constitution, 12 agility, 12 attack speed, 10 special effects. Tear, armor break, a certain chance to inflict burn status on enemies. Attached skill, Azure Wind / durability, 150 Azure Wind / harnessing fighting spirit and the power of the longsword. It resonates with the wind element to conjure a colossal sword spanning 10 meters, inflicting 500 physical attack, 300 magical attack, and 1,000 damage, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Hiss, a sharp intake of breath. Even Su Lin was taken aback by the formidable attributes of the tearing gale. Tear, armor break, and burn, 3 additional effects. A 10 increase in attack speed. Such a domineering supplementary skill. If the Azure Wind / were to trigger the armor break effect that ignores defenses, it could inflict at least 3,000 damage in one blow. Good heavens, even the legendary artifacts in novels pale in comparison. Floating Cloud stared blankly at the purple longsword resting quietly in Su Lin's grasp, wishing fervently that he were a swordsman. Damn, 300 physical attack. My entire set of equipment barely exceeds 200. Floating Cloud glanced at his own attributes, feeling utterly insignificant in the presence of the tearing gale. After marveling at the tearing gale, Su Lin picked up another resplendent piece of purple equipment, a bracer. Windswept Arm Guards Grade, S required profession, Martial Arts required level, 32 physical defense, 96122 magical defense, 6775 HP, 125 constitution, 8 agility, 12 attack speed, 5 special effect. A certain probability of triggering a Tier 3 wind shield when attacked. A certain probability of adding a Tier 3 wind blade upon attack. Durability, 150 wind shield, 300 of magical defense. Wind blade, 100 of magical attack power. Yet another exquisite piece. Although it may not match the splintering sword, as a pair of arm guards, its fundamental and additional attributes are undeniably formidable. Lastly, a dark green longbow, intermittently emitting a violet gleam, at first glance might be mistaken for merely a C-grade eco-friendly piece. The violet light is subdued, and Su Lin excitedly grasps the longbow, unveiling its attributes. Blazing Wind Grade, S required profession, Martial Arts required level, 40 physical attack, 178243 magical defense, 3123, 32 intelligence, 15 constitution, 15 agility, 15 fire magic arrow technique, and wind magic arrow technique, casting time reduced by 10. Special effect. Inflicts burning and piercing effects upon attack. A certain probability of tripling the attack. A certain probability of adding the skill Flame Starpiercer upon attack. A certain probability of adding the skill Wind Shadow Arrow upon attack. Accompanying skill. Rain of Arrows durability. 200 Rain of Arrows. Instantly fires 1,000 magical arrows into the distance for area damage. Each arrow dealing 50 physical attack power and 50 magical attack power, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Assassins or warriors can also wield bows. And archers may utilize short swords, great swords, and axes. However, they cannot unleash class skills or equipment-specific abilities. Assassins are not restricted to leather or cloth armor. But heavy armor or chainmail will enhance physical defense while diminishing agility and attack speed. The selection of equipment is purely a matter of personal preference, with only a few items limited to specific classes, predominantly found among mental-type professions. Silence, and utter silence, interrupted solely by the gentle whispers of the wind across the wasteland. The four of Su Lin held their breath involuntarily upon witnessing the attributes of the longbow. Could it be? Is this truly merely an S-grade item? Floating Cloud, having just experienced the formidable properties of the rending blade, found himself momentarily stunned yet again by the overwhelming prowess of the fiery wind bow. It is indeed a 4th-tier S-grade. We have struck gold. Su Lin inhaled deeply, gradually recovering from the sheer astonishment of the bow's extraordinary attributes, and a plan began to form in his mind. He would sell the rending blade, leave the wind strike bracers for the monkey, and after acquiring the fiery wind bow, he would exchange it for exceptional 4th-tier summoner equipment. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Lin began to gather the remaining spoils with diligence. In addition to these 3 pieces of purple equipment, there exists a 3rd-tier exquisite magic core, which, when embedded in gear of 3rd tier or below, randomly enhances either fire attribute effects by 20, wind attribute effects by 20, or simultaneously boosts fire attribute effects by 10 and wind attribute effects by 10. There is also a sealing stone of a level 35 lower lord, the Fierce Wolf King, not to be confused with the mid-level lord, the Fierce Wolf Emperor. Furthermore, a token known as the Wolf Gathering Order allows the summoning of 2 level 25 commanding fierce wind wolves and 20 elite gale wolves, with a duration of 1 hour. Additionally, there are 8 gold coins and several silver coins. Though the items are few, each one possesses remarkable value. The Fierce Wolf Emperor is likely the first to be vanquished, resulting in a bountiful harvest. After returning to town, Su Lin plans to sell the splitting sword and improve the equipment of his companions. With a chuckle, he prepares to linger a bit longer to remove his red name when the system notifies him of a new mail. Moon Dance, Celestial Splendor? Su Lin's eyebrows arch in recognition of the swordsman who had aimed to seize the boss earlier that morning. Upon opening the mail, the icon of the Nightlight necklace prominently appears above, indicating it can be retrieved at the bank. Below are a few lines from Moon Dance. Celestial Splendor, it was our fault for contesting the boss. The Nightlight necklace is returned, and Moon Dance has been taught a lesson. I hope you accept this 50 gold and spare him a chance at redemption. After contemplating Moon Dance, Celestial Splendor feels somewhat humiliated, yet considers it unwise to offend a formidable opponent over such matters. To commit murder in the presence of the 5th Order City Guards requires an extraordinary level of prowess. Perhaps even the formidable leader of the Royal Feather Guild in the City of Falling Light, known as the 4th Order Wind Mage, could not achieve such a feat. Why jeopardize one's future over a fleeting conflict when one could simply seek opportunities in other cities? Hence, Yu Tianhua returned the Nightlight necklace with a gesture of 50 gold coins. Had he refused, I would have found myself at a loss for recourse. Su Lin chuckled softly, presenting the necklace to Floating Cloud Tianhua. In this vast game, is it not absurd to seek out trouble rather than level up? It is not as if one is merely idling away time. Tianhua, since you've had a setback, this necklace is yours. Boss, it's just an A-grade necklace. S-grade ones will surely come in the future. Su Lin flashed a grin. After waiting for Su Lin's red name status to expire, he and a few companions tore open their return scrolls and bid farewell at the teleportation portal within the city before logging off. Su Lin removed his sensory device and rose to tear open a package of instant noodles. Following a series of unremarkable chemical reactions, the golden strands transformed into a steaming bowl of noodles. After hastily consuming the last spoonful of broth, He let out a satisfied belch and seized a nearby opened can of beer, tilting his head back for a hearty gulp. After changing into fresh attire and addressing a personal need, he exited his apartment complex and summoned an automated taxi. After swiping his card, the hovering vehicle took 10 minutes to deliver Su Lin to the South District Fitness Center, which operates around the clock. Ah, Su Lin. It's been several days since I last saw you. I thought you had returned to your home planet, greeted a cheerful receptionist as he stepped into the gym. Dead girl, do I look like someone who can reside on the mother planet? Su Lin playfully pinched the delicate face of the receptionist, Yi Qiao. Hey Su Lin, how can you randomly touch a girl's face? Yi Qiao swiftly swatted away Su Lin's inappropriate hand, shaking her little fist as she declared, Don't think that just because you're a senior, you can act recklessly. My boyfriend might get jealous. Su Lin retracted his hand, intrigued as he inquired. I've only been away for a few days, and you've already found a boyfriend? It's Fong Ming, the one you know, senior, Yi Qiao replied, her face blooming with a joyful blush at the mention of her beloved. That kid, Su Lin chuckled softly, swiping his card at the front desk before striding into the hall. Senior, if you were willing to be a college instructor, you could thrive even on Earth, the mother planet. Unfortunately, I cherish my freedom, Su Lin called back to Yi Qiao. In the Level 1 light mecha training room, Su Lin was enveloped in a thin layer of silver metal, his silver fists relentlessly striking the chest of a robot towering over him. With a low growl, Su Lin executed a swift 180-degree turn, his right fist delivering a powerful blow to the robot's chest, sending it crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Average punch force, 512 kilograms, maximum punch force, 933. 42 kilograms, average punch speed, 17. 86 ms, maximum punch speed, 33. 66 ms. Number of strikes to head, 0. Number of strikes to body, 0. Number of strikes to limbs, 3. Total number of strikes, 3. Overall evaluation, perfect. Damn, that freak has once again set a new record. His maximum punch force surpasses the previous 924 kilograms by nearly 10 kilograms. After a brief silence, a young man widened his eyes and exclaimed an expletive. Punch speed of 33. 66 ms. I've just managed to break through 13. When will I ever reach his level? A young man sighed in resignation. Upon exiting the combat room, Su Lin paid no heed to the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, for he had just received a message from the front desk, relayed by Yi Qiao, stating that someone was looking for him. At the front desk, Su Lin pressed the connection button on the visual communicator, and a rather handsome face appeared on the screen. Hey, you lunatic, I know you're good looking, but could you please step back a bit? I have no interest in you at all. Look, even your nose hair is sticking out, and there are still girls around. Su Lin remarked helplessly at the youth on the screen. Upon hearing the mention of girls, Lu Feng hurriedly adjusted the camera angle and quickly tidied up his appearance. Giggle, the lunatic senior is still the same as ever. Yi Qiao chuckled a few times before pressing a button at the front desk. Instantly, a light screen rose from the ground, encasing Su Lin within it, isolating the information inside the screen. Come on, it's just little Yezi. Are you messing with me again? Su Lin waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this had nothing to do with him. Alas, it is a lamentable pity that Su Lin, the renowned mech king of the Earth 103 Comprehensive Mecha Academy, has chosen not to practice as a fighter. And you, have you not also opted for the mage path? Well, aside from my main courses, my specialization lies in long-range fire suppression, whereas you are focused on close combat light mech breakthroughs. There exists a fundamental distinction, you know. A person of my refined elegance is ill-suited for the brutality of hand-to-hand combat, Su Lin remarked shamelessly. In the scene, a slender middle finger was raised. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us address the matter at hand. Are we going to Earth? Lu Feng, who had been jesting, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Earth? What business do we have on our home planet? Su Lin paused momentarily, inquiring. Chapter 21. A new abode. My family has entrusted me with the management of an enterprise on Earth, an obligation I cannot decline. However, my sister and the monkey will also be accompanying me. It is just you who is absent. At this moment, Su Lin fell silent. Like wood, these matters must eventually be confronted. Lu Feng sighed softly, continuing, she has wronged you. You have done nothing amiss, so why fret over encountering her? I am aware that you still harbor feelings for her, yet it is all in the past now. Within the silence, Su Lin's mind flickered with vivid memories. The image of a girl lingering persistently in his heart. During his university years, Su Lin met Fong Qing. From their serendipitous first meeting, their relationship gradually solidified. After graduating, they journeyed to Mars together, believing their happiness would endure indefinitely. However, with the news of Su Lin's father's passing, his family shattered soon after, and Fangqing returned to Earth, leading to a long-distance yearning between them. After being distanced from family, Fangqing became Su Lin's sole concern, apart from friends. Their long-distance romance persisted for a year until Fangqing uttered the words, "I'm sorry, I wish to be with him," shattering Su Lin's hopes. Consequently, in his despondency, Su Lin embarked on a career as a professional gamer. When will this be? Su Lin did not remain silent for long and quietly inquired of Lu Feng. "Have you made up your mind?" Lu Feng responded with surprise. "Since you have come to a decision so swiftly, we can catch the high-speed flight in 3 hours. And we are expected to arrive on Earth by tomorrow morning." Minutes later, a limited edition G175 hovercar, worth 10 million credit points, came to a halt at the entrance of the gym. Two young men emerged from the vehicle, Lu Feng and Yang Hong. "What?" Yang Hong exclaimed with excitement as he rushed forward to envelop Su Lin in a bear hug, despite his height of just over 1.7 meters appearing somewhat frail next to the 1.85 meters Su Lin. "Monkey," Su Lin replied with a faint smile, giving Yang Hong a hearty pat on the shoulder. "The voyage ship is about to depart. Let us be on our way," Lu Feng announced. Su Lin had little to pack. The shabby second-hand sensor and some instant noodles along with worn clothes would suffice as this month's rent for the landlord. Without hesitation, Su Lin climbed into Lu Feng's car. Upon their arrival at the docking port, the ship was preparing for takeoff, and the G175 drove directly into the vessel. In the late hours of the night, the ship was sparsely populated, with only a handful of passengers, most of whom were resting with their eyes closed. Su Lin settled into his seat, activated the rudimentary light brain attached to it, and logged into his account on the St. Soya forum, retrieving an image. "Monkey, take a look at this," Su Lin nudged Yang Hong, gesturing towards the image on the screen. "Remarkable," Yang Hong remarked, his eyebrows raising in admiration. Anyone with a modicum of gaming knowledge would understand the significance of the rating of 46 beneath the windstrike bracers. "Hee hee." Su Lin chuckled softly before pulling up a screenshot of the blazing wind bow. "Wow. Where did you procure such treasures?" Lu Feng leaned in, his eyes widening in astonishment. In a light-hearted tone, Su Lin articulated his plans. One exquisite item would be sold to enhance his life, another would be gifted to a monkey, and the last would be exchanged for a superior summoner artifact. With a snap of his fingers, he roused Yang Hong from his dream of wielding the windstrike bracers and conquering foes. After a leisurely 3-hour journey filled with casual conversation, the trio donned their sensors and ventured into the immersive cinematic experience. The sensors aboard the interstellar vessel, alas, did not support expansive virtual network games. Since the launch of the game, Su Lin had finally seized the opportunity to explore the first expansion of Sanctus Aea, the War of Gods and Demons. On a battlefield engulfed in swirling yellow sands, countless weapons lay haphazardly embedded in the ground, occasionally revealed by the gentle breeze that stirred the sands, exposing the bones beneath. Amidst the desert, a striking young man, clad in tattered armor and bearing 2 colossal swords, ambled forward, his battle-worn appearance indicative of a recent fierce conflict. The bloodied blades shimmered ominously, reflecting a predatory glint. Suddenly, a streak of black light raced towards him. The youth unsheathed his sword in defense, and 6 pristine wings unfurled from his back. Gabriel, the Seraph. As Gabriel engaged in combat with a demon bearing a pair of blood-red wings, countless warriors from both celestial and demonic realms materialized in the sky. Time slipped by swiftly, and after Su Lin concluded the expansion, he indulged in a newly released comedy film. He spent some time browsing the forum before the vessel announced its imminent arrival at Earth. At the Asian docking port, a cloud of dust was stirred as a sleek, black metallic spacecraft descended gracefully to its designated berth. The extending hatch opened, and a luxurious hovering vehicle emerged. At 6 o'clock in the morning, during the summer season, the sky was already bright, and a refreshing breeze wafted through the air. As I opened the car canopy, the morning wind swept across Su Lin's face, dispelling any lingering traces of sleep. With 800 kilometers remaining to our destination, I knew it was time to accelerate. Lu Feng's voice cut through the air as he gently reminded me, and the top canopy slowly closed. He pulled the control lever to its maximum position, causing the speedometer to surge from 80 as the vehicle ascended into the high-speed aerial corridor. The two thrusters at the rear emitted a faint blue glow, and in an instant, the car transformed into a mere shadow, maintaining a speed of 1,200 kilometers per hour. Lu Feng's exceptional G175 effortlessly surpassed several ordinary family vehicles, which had a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour, attracting envious glances from onlookers. Having dozed off in the car, Su Lin opened his eyes to find the hovering vehicle parked beside a beach villa, surrounded by an array of luxurious residences, clearly indicating an exceptionally upscale neighborhood. "Are we there yet?" Su Lin inquired, rubbing his eyes. "Of course," Lu Feng replied, tossing each of us a key with a mischievous grin. "I know you both dislike having servants around, and aside from the decor, this house is practically a shell, so—" "Damn it," I responded with a raised middle finger towards Lu Feng, clearly indicating that we were about to play the role of manual laborers. Lu Feng guided the car into the garage and beckoned Su Lin and Yang Hong, who were staring in disbelief at the empty house, to join him as we departed from the prestigious Bihai Lantian community, the most exclusive villa area in the capital of this ancient land. Hailing a taxi with ease, the destination was clear: the largest commercial district of Longcheng, where a grand furniture acquisition event was set to unfold. It was not until noon that Lu Feng, with a sense of satisfaction, announced his return home, having completely exhausted his credit card limit of 1 million credit points. Su Lin and his companions each carried a box containing the latest model of sensory access devices from the continent of Saint Soya. These 3 expensive sensors accounted for nearly 1/3 of the day's expenditures. "Have you heard that the second expansion pack is about to be released?" Su Lin inquired. "It is rumored to be so. Once another wave of players reaches the 4th tier, it is likely to be unlocked. At that point, we pioneers who have reached the 4th tier will be busy striving for the 5th tier. The 5th tier, a significant threshold. The ordinary monsters of the 5th tier are nearly on par with the bosses of the 4th tier. During the internal testing phase, a 5th tier elite winged beast proved to be more formidable than a 4th tier leader. Recalling the formidable presence of certain 5th tier bosses during the internal test still sent shivers down Su Lin's spine. "Damn, I'm only at level 29, preparing to ascend to the 3rd tier." Yang Hong lamented, his expression long and gloomy upon learning that Lu Ying would be delayed for a few days. "Who told you to engage in a double date with Xiaoying?" "I'm not going to ask anyone from the guild to accompany you," Lu Feng chuckled. "Monkey, you're already quite impressive for managing to keep up with Xiaoying, the priest," Su Lin complimented aptly. "Of course, one must consider who I am, an esteemed first assassin from the internal testing phase. Who conferred that title upon you?" With a smile, Su Lin spoke. And just as his words fell, a shadow unexpectedly collided with him, a powerful force striking him. Su Lin shook his shoulders and discerned the face of the shadow. It was a rather delicate young woman, appearing to be no more than 20, clad in a pure white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, embodying the essence of a charming beauty. "I'm sorry," the girl said, brushing aside a strand of dark hair, casting a brief apologetic glance at Su Lin before swiftly departing. "Wow, Su Lin, you've attracted a beauty," Yang Hong exclaimed dramatically, while Lu Feng looked at Su Lin with a grin. "It's merely a fleeting encounter." Su Lin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "She made off with my wallet." Yang Hong, previously animated, was instantly taken aback. "Then why didn't you chase after her? That wallet was quite old." "It was time for a replacement anyway. There wasn't much in it, except for a picture of my handsome self," Su Lin replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had furiously discarded Su Lin's photo onto the ground, continuing to stomp on his radiant smile with palpable indignation. "Achoo! Who's thinking of me?" Having dined on fast food, Su Lin returned home to find that the 3 main bedrooms had been impeccably arranged. It would be inaccurate to describe the villa as a bare shell. At the very least, these 3 interconnected master bedrooms were tastefully decorated. Connecting the sensor to the large access port that could serve as a bed, Su Lin reclined upon it and pressed the sensor switch. The LED indicator lights at the head of the bed illuminated one by one, and 2 gossamer thin protective shields slowly closed. In that instant, he was immersed in the game, an experience far surpassing that of inexpensive sensors. Yang Hong also entered the game, while Lu Feng was required to report to the office. With a flash of white light, Su Lin materialized in the city of Lightfall. He opened his friends list, finding only Floating Cloud still online, engaged in battle, so he refrained from calling out to him. Su Lin first visited the bank to withdraw the luminous necklace of wisdom, then sent it to Floating Cloud Natural, having forgotten to hand it over during their previous hurried departure. In the real world, it was noon, coinciding with midnight in the game. Lightfall City was ablaze with light. The magical crystals embedded in the street lamps emitted a milky glow. Players returning from the wilderness either sought amusement in the fairy tavern or set up stalls around the city. Nighttime belonged to the monsters. Su Lin wandered through the mercenary guild, but found no appealing quests. Aside from trivial tasks requesting assistance from NPCs to locate lost items, there were only quests currently unachievable, such as the first task on the list, Supreme Glory. Slay the dragon and retrieve its core. Su Lin had always held a dismissive view towards the so-called dragon slayers. Dragons, for the most part, were powerful beings that cherished life. They would not attack players unless provoked by malice or if players invaded the sacred grounds of the dragon tribe, Mount Agula, though a few malevolent dragons were exceptions. Su Lin was exceedingly confident in his abilities. He purchased a dozen candles and ventured out of the city alone, making his way directly to the Marsh of the Departed. Chapter 22. The Lost Valley. 3 azure wolves and 3 frigid wolves stood guard, while several icebergs circled overhead, causing all second-tier monsters to refrain from approaching. In the fallen wilderness, a brilliant yellow light darted through the endless darkness, encircled by 3 ice shields around Su Lin to prepare for emergencies. With frost armor already adorning his form, amidst the flames, a myriad of emerald eyes fixated upon Su Lin. Yet they recoiled in fear from the imposing presence of the 6 fierce ice wolves. The fallen wilderness was predominantly the realm of the Gale Magic Wolves and the Flame Blade Magic Wolves, occasionally refreshing the leader, the Savage Lion, who commanded the Lost Blood Lion, alongside the Swift Gale Wolf leader and the Swift Fierce Wind Wolf, with the lower lord being the Swift Fierce Wolf King and the leader being the Flame Wolf, culminating in the mid-tier lord, the Swift Fierce Wolf Emperor. The Swift Fierce Wolf Emperor would not respawn for at least a week after being vanquished by Su Lin, as dictated by the system's natural evolutions. The term respawn signified the promotion of the lower lord, the Swift Fierce Wolf King, to the rank of Wolf Emperor. Although the quantity of monster respawns during the night typically exceeded that of the day, Su Lin found it peculiar that the surrounding wolf pack was exceedingly abundant. The ethereal glow of fireflies increased in number, and as companions multiplied, a few audacious Gale Magic Wolves even lunged forward, only to be torn asunder by the Ice Wolves. Yet, the demise of their companions did not instill fear in the wolf pack. Rather, it seemed to ignite their bloodlust, echoing with a series of thunderous wolf howls. Witnessing this scene, a term involuntarily surfaced in Su Lin's mind, an exceedingly rare event known as the nighttime predator beast tide. Once the beast tide erupts, monsters within a designated area will spawn limitlessly and wander in packs beyond their usual confines. Where the tide passes, not a single player will remain unscathed. Among the myriad of formidable nocturnal creatures, the beast tide poses a significant threat to many night-dwelling players. In the later stages, leveling up may take 10 days. Yet losing a level could transpire in less than 10 seconds. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Su Lin: to flee. Perhaps Slant could wreak havoc among the wolf pack with ease, but he could not shield Su Lin, this humble summoner. Should Su Lin perish, Slant would inevitably return to the contract space, leaping onto the back of a frost wolf, though not a conventional mount. It at least allowed Su Lin to traverse faster than his own frail physique could manage, though riding the wolf was quite the ordeal. As Su Lin bolted, a multitude of Gale Magic Wolves seemed to ignite, their jaws agape as they pursued him. Following the Gale Magic Wolves were the 25-level Flame Blade Wolves, interspersed with several boss-level Swift Wind Wolves and Fiery Wolves. The 5 Ice Wolves that provided cover were swiftly engulfed by the surging horde. During his flight, countless magic wolves launched attacks from both sides before joining the throng behind him. Su Lin recited an incantation, causing an ice-blue magical circle to materialize out of thin air. The frigid air emanating from the circle momentarily hindered the advancing Gale Magic Wolves, disrupting the oncoming pack and creating a brief moment of chaos, allowing Su Lin to widen the gap between himself and the relentless pursuit. Slant's silver hair, cascading down to his waist, danced gracefully without the slightest breeze, while his ice-blue eyes remained devoid of any emotion. He gently lifted his right hand, unleashing a colossal torrent of ice. This was a 4th-tier single-target attack spell, Frozen Light Speed. Although categorized as a single-target spell, the immense ice flow devoured dozens of magic wolves, leaving behind lifelike ice sculptures in its wake. As Slant floated behind Su Lin, he deployed skills such as Ice Wall, Ice Mist, and Frost Thorns to fend off the oncoming horde. occasionally piercing through the foolish magic wolves daring enough to charge at him with ice spears. Unfortunately, using skills while mounted on a steed or summoned creature was prohibited, a precaution against certain classes, such as archers and mages, who might otherwise attack melee foes while on the move. A massive gale wolf lunged at Su Lin, unleashing a barrage of fireballs encircled by razor-sharp wind blades. Its entire form resembled a spear, the wind elements enveloping it underscoring its formidable power. A flash of blue light ignited in Slant's eyes as a visible aura of frost erupted around him, dissipating several fireballs mid-air after a brief tremor. The gale wolf found itself ensconced in a layer of frost, crashing to the ground and succumbing to a 5-second freezing state. Frost Nova. The Frost Nova cast by Slant was incomparable to that of the 3 women from Jingshuiyu. Within a radius of 50 meters, every object was encrusted with a thick layer of ice crystals, a testament to its overwhelming power. The speed of the ice magic wolf beneath Su Lin diminished, its broad tongue lolling out as it panted heavily, the prolonged escape having drained its stamina significantly. Su Lin decisively issued a death sentence to the ice magic wolf and summoned all his strength to sprint forward. His gaze fixed on the undulating desolation of the mountains ahead, where the wild grass gradually thinned. Before him lay an entirely different map, except for a few exceptional monsters. All creatures were confined to the vast area of their spawning grounds, and even a beast tide would only venture outside its limited zone to roam within the broader expanse. For instance, this beast tide had seen all the magic wolves abandon their original coordinates and assemble into a formidable pack, parading across the fallen wasteland. If he could reach that valley, salvation might be within his grasp. Su Lin was determined not to let the hard-earned levels slip away in vain. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, one would be reluctant to surrender. The valley was drawing near, yet the pack was closing in as well. Gusts of wind and fireballs grazed past Su Lin, inflicting minor injuries. Curse it, Strant, unleash your ultimate move. Su Lin's stamina plummeted, nearing the critical threshold, causing his speed to falter. Strant, who had been picking off the encroaching magic wolves, heeded Su Lin's command and hovered silently in the air. With a swift motion, he formed intricate magical seals with his hands, and a pair of crystalline ice wings unfurled dramatically. A formidable ice wall rose before Strant, and then a colossal ice barrier, magnitudes greater than the ordinary, crashed down like a mountain, generating a massive wave that surged toward the wolf pack. 5th tier area spell, Ice Wave Tsunami. Among the 2 5th-tier group spells mastered by Slant, a towering wave of ice, reaching heights of several meters, surged violently into the pack of wolves. Upon contact, countless magical wolves were instantly frozen into shards of ice, subsequently becoming part of the icy tide. Su Lin, overwhelmed by excitement at the flood of experience points, hurriedly scrambled into the valley. Despite suffering such a significant loss, the wolf pack did not retreat. A colossal wolf, twice the size of the fierce wind wolf, stood proudly at the forefront, its cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Su Lin, the subordinate lord, the fierce wolf king. Although the fierce wolf king regarded Su Lin with hostility, it circled the valley a few times with its pack before retreating along the same path, clearly indicating that this valley did not belong to the domain of the fallen wasteland. With a sigh of relief, Su Lin opened the message interface, where a new notification appeared at the top of his experience log. System, you have discovered the Lost Valley. The desolate mountains surrounding the valley rightfully earned their name, barren and strewn with jagged rocks. Su Lin ascended the mountain, diligently marking the coordinates on his map. Uncertain of the level of monsters lurking within this unknown territory, he dared not act recklessly. If they were 2nd or 3rd tier creatures, he might manage, but should they be 4th or even 5th tier, his life could very well be forfeit. However, the notion of discovering a brand new map and then retreating with a return scroll was far from Su Lin's character. In this virtual realm, where true death was not a consequence, the courage of individuals was amplified exponentially. With a piercing cry, the ethereal form of the lost axe warrior gradually dissolved, while several ice spikes disintegrated into pure water elements, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. System, defeating the ordinary level monster, the Lost Battle Axe Warrior, grants 1320 experience points. Su Lin picked up the dropped C-grade battle axe and casually placed it in his pack. This level 40 battle axe warrior possessed vision that lay between the mutated and elite monsters, emerging from the foothills as the initial level 35 lost swordsman. followed by the level 38 Lost Archer, and now the level 40 Lost Battle Axe Warrior on the mountainside. Su Lin refrained from summoning Slant, as it had become evident that powerful summoned beasts could attract formidable bosses. Given Su Lin's current strength, confronting a Tier 4 monster, while somewhat strenuous, posed no real danger. After collecting the scattered copper and silver coins, Su Lin moved behind the water elemental, shielded by 3 ice magic wolves. Following a prior ambush by 2 archers that had emerged from behind shortly after ascending the mountain, Su Lin recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant in this territory. An ice bird sent ahead to scout had lost contact with Su Lin, evidently having been eliminated. With the protective enhancement from Almortis, Su Lin's health was comparable to that of a Tier 3 swordsman, and his magical prowess slightly exceeded that of a mage. Coupled with 2 S-rank rings, Su Lin's magical attack was indeed remarkable among Tier 3 adversaries. Not long after, 2 wisps of mist coalesced in the air, forming 2 translucent warriors wielding heavy swords, each poised to execute a pre-Tier 1 heavy strike that barred Su Lin's path forward. The Lost Heavy Sword Warriors, at level 42, were of ordinary rank. Su Lin took a step back as the 2 Lost Heavy Sword Warriors lifted their massive swords, their entire forms lunging towards him, executing the Tier 2 Dragon Strike. An ice magic wolf lunged forward, standing protectively in front of Su Lin. The sturdy shoulder of a fallen greatsword warrior collided with the icy beast, forcing it back by 2 steps. In unison, 2 greatsword warriors pivoted and used the hilts of their swords to lift the ice magic wolf into the air, their sharp blades following closely behind. In an instant, the ice magic wolf's vitality was utterly depleted, returning to the embrace of the system. As the airborne greatsword warrior adjusted his stance, he descended upon Su Lin with unparalleled swiftness, executing the mountain slash of the 3rd-tier warrior. Frost. With a flick of his right hand, Su Lin summoned a layer of frost upon one of the greatsword warriors, causing his semi-transparent soul to plummet to the ground. Meanwhile, 2 icy blades and a frozen bind surged toward the other greatsword warrior. For the fallen greatsword warrior, who possessed nearly 5,000 HP, the meager damage of just over 1,000 was hardly significant. However, the inherent freezing attribute of the ice magic inevitably affected the warrior, momentarily stalling the descent of the mountain slash, resulting in a collision with the water elemental. For any 3rd-tier spiritual profession, such damage could prove fatal. Yet, against the 3rd-tier water elemental reinforced by a 60 attribute enhancement, it was evidently insufficient to undermine its essence. Seizing this opportunity, Su Lin summoned forth the recently recharged blue ice magic wolf and the ice magic wolf, sacrificing 1 blue wolf and 2 ice wolves to ultimately vanquish the 2 fallen greatsword warriors. Chapter 23. The Necromancer, a colossal sword, shimmering with a cerulean light, lay upon the vanishing form of the heavy swordsman. The Forsaken Cane-style greatsword, Grade B physical attack power 128 to 256, magical attack power 77 to 94, strength 9, max HP 80. 5 chance to inflict a bleeding wound, required profession, martial arts, required level, 40. The attributes were decidedly impressive, boasting a high physical attack ceiling and a chance to cause a bleeding wound. Su Lin resolutely discarded the Grade C axe onto the ground. With a pointed gesture of his staff, a veil of mist enveloped the water elemental as a verdant numeral 10 floated above its head. Basic water healing spell. Consuming 10 MP, restores 10 HP per second to a single target, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Su Lin devoted nearly 2 minutes to fully replenish the water elemental's health, summoning an ice bird to scout ahead as he pressed onward. The desolate mountain path was eerily quiet, and after traversing several hundred meters, Su Lin encountered no further foes until the shadow of the mountain summit loomed before him. Just as he approached the peak, the ice bird soaring ahead was abruptly pierced by 2 ethereal, semi-transparent arrows, obliterated in an instant. 2 fearsome warriors wielding menacing longbows materialized from thin air, far surpassing the ordinary foes encountered earlier. Forsaken Demon Archers, level 45, mutated tier. Following the 2 demon archers, 3 orbs of white light gradually coalesced, manifesting into an assassin, a warrior, and a mage. Forsaken Demon Hunters, level 45, elite tier. The Lost Berserker, level 45, elite rank. The Lost Undead Mage, level 48, boss rank. Goodness, this must be the final challenge, at least before stepping into that profound cave atop the mountain. Two demon archers knocked their bows, their arrows shimmering with a faint white light, aimed directly at Su Lin. Thud! Thud! The arrow struck with such swiftness that Su Lin had no time to react, effortlessly shattering his two ice shields. Seizing this momentary reprieve, Su Lin evaded the lethal blows as the arrows grazed his neck. A staggering damage of 112. 93 ensued from merely a glancing hit. Su Lin could scarcely fathom the consequences had he been struck directly without the ice shields. The demon hunter had vanished into thin air, while the berserker charged forward, swiftly closing the distance to Su Lin. Without hesitation, Su Lin unleashed a swirling mist of ice, striving to diminish the demon archer's line of sight, while simultaneously, a water elemental fired icy projectiles toward the approaching berserker. Su Lin focused his energy, conjuring an ice beam that shot through the fog, targeting a demon archer in the midst of casting a spell. The visually striking ice beam pierced through the mist, striking the demon archer with force, interrupting his incantation. A tremendous weak point damage of 2,355 was dealt. Fortune favored him, as he had struck a critical blow, causing the demon archer's health bar to plummet by a quarter. Before Su Lin could fully grasp the situation, his innate heightened alertness detected a palpable sense of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, icy spikes encircled him, and a sharp blade sliced through the air towards his chest. The keen dagger pierced through his frosty armor, embedding itself deep within his flesh. However, due to Su Lin's preemptive awareness, what was intended as a fatal strike missed its mark. The damage inflicted by the ice spike revealed the form of the demon hunter, 360. The blow, imbued with armor-breaking prowess, dealt a staggering 1,256 damage to Su Lin, who was clad in cloth armor. Had it struck a critical point, it would have undoubtedly resulted in instant demise. Nevertheless, Su Lin's health dwindled below 500, prompting him to swiftly cast a healing spell upon himself. With a flick of his staff, frost erupted upon the demon hunter, halting his pursuit. The berserker and the water elemental engaged in close combat, with the defeat of the water elemental merely a matter of time. Reluctantly, Su Lin summoned his indomitable ally, Slant, who immediately encased the berserker in ice, alleviating the threat posed by the water elemental. Deathly ice rings and thorny frost. 5 colossal ice rings surged towards the demon archer, previously assailed by Su Lin. Each ring inflicted approximately 1,500 damage, resulting in the archer's swift disintegration, leaving him with merely a quarter of his health. A series of crystalline ice formations encircled the berserker, who had purified himself from the frost and entered a frenzied state. These icy thorns grew like brambles, causing the berserker to lose hundreds of health points with each contact. In a one-on-one confrontation, Su Lin managed to control the demon hunter with remarkable composure, gradually wearing down its life with ice blades and ice spears. The remaining berserker and another unharmed demon archer were effortlessly vanquished, leaving only the level 40 lost lich. As the icy mist slowly dissipated, the lich, who had yet to intervene, held a bone staff adorned with a skull, its pallid visage exuding a chilling aura. Unlike the translucent forms of other lost warriors, the lost lich appeared almost corporeal. Even Slant, usually proud and aloof, exhibited caution in the presence of the lich, a demeanor Su Lin had only witnessed during the fierce battle against the Wolf King. "Humans, this is not a place for you. Depart," the lich finally spoke, startling Su Lin. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin replied solemnly, "I am here solely to uncover the truth." Indeed, he was eager to discover what lay within that dark void. "Behind me lies the entrance to the Forbidden Realm, a place that does not belong to Saint Suya." Just as Su Lin anticipated further dialogue, the lich waved its staff, summoning dozens of grayish-white skeletons armed with swords and shields from the ground, their bones creaking ominously as they advanced step by step. Knife and shield skeletons, level 40, of ordinary rank. Abandoned guardians of the entrance dare to utter such grandiose claims? To Su Lin's astonishment, Slant, who typically disregarded his inquiries, surprisingly chose to speak up. "The mark of the Ice and Snow Law. The guardian of the Ice and Snow Temple. Has it truly fallen to the whims of humanity?" The necromancer scrutinized Slant for a moment, mocking him. "To submit to the law of contracts, I dare not defy the supreme deity." A cold smile graced Slant's lips, unfazed by the necromancer's derision. He raised his hand, conjuring a shard of ice that sliced through the advancing skeletal soldiers into disarray. The necromancer summoned forth a horde of expendable minions, bowing his head to recite incantations. 2 swirling emerald green magical circles materialized in the air, and as the spell concluded, two colossal and grotesque skulls emerged from the circles. An abandoned low-tier bone dragon, level 45, elite rank. Sensing the bone dragon's aura, which rivaled that of a tier 3 commander skeleton warrior, Su Lin instinctively tightened his grip on the staff in his right hand. Su Lin began to chant, and with a high level of proficiency, an ice spear soared through the air towards one of the bone dragons. The dragon tilted its head, unleashing a jet of jet-black dragon breath that completely eroded the ice spear. As the breath subsided, 3 spinning ice blades struck the pulsating azure flames of the 2 soul fires within the dragon's eyes. 692, 703, 681. The 3 critical hits indicated that these soul flames were indeed the vital weakness of most undead creatures. With its vital point wounded, the bone dragon reared its head and roared in fury, flapping its massive bone wings, each spanning several meters, and charged towards Su Lin. 2 icy projectiles, originating from Su Lin and the water element, once again struck the skeletal dragon. It remained uncertain whether its transformation into the undead had dulled its faculties or if it simply could not defend its vital points. The icy shards penetrated the dragon's enormous eye sockets, inflicting over 1,000 points of damage each. Witnessing a companion harmed by a mere human, another skeletal dragon furiously joined the fray, launching a barrage of assaults including lunges, claw strikes, and even some high-tier dark magic of the 4th rank directed at Su Lin. As he battled the 2 skeletal dragons, Slant also engaged with the army of the undead. The initial wave of skeletal soldiers, armed with blades and shields, gradually grew stronger, while the necromancers incessantly cast various enhancement spells upon their ranks. Hand of Death. The necromancer swiftly intoned an incantation, summoning 2 ghastly white skeletal hands from the ground that seized Slant's feet, which were slightly hovering in the air. A glint of cold light flickered in Slant's eyes as he unleashed a fierce blast of frigid air, freezing the 2 skeletal hands and dozens of surrounding zombies into shards of ice. O Lord of the Underworld, heed my supplication and perceive my most sincere faith. Descend with your unparalleled will. Hearing the necromancer chant the spell, Su Lin stumbled, nearly allowing the skeletal dragon to seize the opportunity for an attack. What the heck? When did even a 4th rank leader master 5th rank magic? This perverse necromantic sorcery. During the internal test, Su Lin had the rare misfortune of witnessing the 4th rank superior leader, the Lord of the Undead, unleash its power. The overwhelming tide of countless undead buried him along with a dozen other 4th rank experts. 5th tier summoning magic of the undead catastrophe. As the final syllable of the incantation resonated, a wisp of faint black mist ascended to the mountaintop, beneath which the sound of bones grinding against one another grew increasingly pronounced. 2 skeletal dragons let out a triumphant roar, their excitement palpable, as their attack speed surged momentarily. Upon casting this formidable 5th tier spell, the necromancer appeared utterly drained, contrasting sharply with the nonchalant wave of the undead lord, whose power remained seemingly inexhaustible, clearly highlighting the disparity in their ranks. Slant felt the escalating threat posed by the burgeoning horde of undead to Su Lin. His eyes glinted with an icy brilliance as he extended his right hand, his crystalline index finger pointing decisively toward one of the skeletal dragons. A pair of ethereal ice-blue wings unfurled from Slant's back amidst a flurry of ice shards, and the sudden surge of frigid air momentarily halted the movements of several nearby undead. Slant's mastery culminated in his last 5th tier spell, one of the most powerful singular spells, Wrath of Ice. Chapter 24, System Update, final episode of the 1st series. Suddenly, 2 ice pillars erupted from beneath a skeletal dragon, swiftly entwining themselves around its form. Subsequently, an increasing number of ice spires surged from the ground, tightly encasing the dragon. The sharp ice spikes mercilessly pierced towards the flickering flames of the 2 souls until the skeletal dragon was entirely enveloped in ice. Thus, the dragon remained eerily suspended in the air, and moments later, a dazzling blue radiance erupted from the heart of the ice mass, its chilling aura causing Su Lin to feel a sharp sting. Like the roar of an ancient behemoth, the bound skeletal dragon suddenly disintegrated into a cascade of ice shards. A colossal sword adorned with a skull motif impaling the ground at an angle. The skeletal dragon, still possessing over half its vitality, was obliterated in an instant by this furious assault of ice. Following the release of this formidable attack, Slant appeared slightly fatigued. "Are you all right?" Su Lin inquired. Observing Slant's already pale countenance grow even more ashen, momentarily forgetting that he was merely a highly advanced NPC. "I am fine. You must be cautious." To Su Lin's astonishment, Slant, who had perpetually worn a cold expression, managed to offer him an awkward smile, leaving Su Lin dumbfounded. He could smile after all? Initially exhilarated by the familiar power, the skeletal dragon abruptly realized that its companion had transformed into mere bone fragments in the blink of an eye, dead beyond resurrection. A mix of shock and fury took hold of its relatively primitive AI, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Although the assaults grew increasingly ferocious, they remained disorganized and posed no threat to Su Lin. Instead, the incessant tide of zombie skeletons exerted immense pressure upon him. Slant held the line against the necromancer and the majority of the undead, leaving Su Lin to confront them alone, well, with the assistance of his summoned beasts. After narrowly evading a high-intensity corrosive breath from the bone dragon, Su Lin seized the opportunity to summon an ice magic wolf and an ice bird to cooperate with the water elementals in obstructing the ferocious low-level undead. The term low-level is relative to the level 48 necromancer. The weakest among the undead army were on par with Su Lin. The bone dragon's health hovered around 100,000, and Su Lin was able to strike its vital points with considerable accuracy, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose. It would take merely 5 minutes for this bone dragon to follow in its brother's footsteps to meet the god of the underworld. No, rather, to return to the system, as they would never again behold the god of the underworld. Could a mere Tier 3 water elemental and a Tier 2 ice magic wolf hold off over 100 undead for 5 minutes? Unless they were all Tier 2 undead. Alas, my meager resources. After contemplating a strategy, Su Lin reached into his backpack and retrieved a light cyan token adorned with a crimson wolf head. The wolf gathering token. With a decisive motion, Su Lin crushed the token, and 2 magical circles, one cyan with red patterns, materialized beside him. 2 formidable giant wolves emerged from the magical circles, level 25 leaders, the Gale Wolves. Together, the Gale Wolves howled towards the heavens, their echoes igniting like flames, resonating from afar. The wolves had yet to arrive, but the wind had already come. Dozens of wind blades swept through, causing several skeletons targeted by the concentrated assault to crumble into a heap of bone fragments. 20 level 25 elite Gale Wolves charged into the mass of skeletons. Although their individual strength paled in comparison to the level 40 zombies, the Gale Wolves employed a strategy of swift strikes and evasive maneuvers, prioritizing harassment over killing. Moreover, the presence of 2 formidable storm wolves, known as Harbingers of Doom, bolstered their efforts. With the assistance of the wolf pack, Su Lin and Slanty effortlessly harvested the remaining undead. Despite being of the same 5th-tier magical category, the necromancer's minions were significantly inferior in both quantity and quality compared to those commanded by a necromancer lord. Ultimately, Su Lin delivered a decisive ice spear that ended the necromancer's existence. System. The first layer of trials for the Sanctuary of Almodus has been activated. The inheritor is required to slay 1 fire tier, water tier, wind tier, earth tier, lightning tier, light tier, and dark tier 4th level sublord, or alternatively, 1 3rd level midlord from each of these categories. Upon completion of the trials, the first layer of equipment seals will be lifted. A delightful surprise. An absolute stroke of good fortune. Although the Sanctuary of Almodus is already formidable, Carlos mentioned an introduction regarding the equipment, suggesting that this is far from the pinnacle of Almodus's sanctuary. Indeed, it seems that the defeat of several powerful bosses has triggered this so-called trial mission, albeit with an exceedingly challenging difficulty. With an exhilarated heart, Su Lin picked up several items dropped by the necromancer and the bone dragon. Greatsword of the terrifying Knight grade, B required class, martial arts required level, 43 physical attack power, 120, 282 magical attack power, 103, 120 HP, 98 strength, 10 special effects, 5 chance to inflict a laceration, 1 chance to cast a minor weakening curse on the target. Durability, 150. This 4th-tier heavy sword dropped by the bone dragon is truly a masterpiece among grade B equipment, rivaling even the most common grade A gear. News's undead staff grade, A required class, spirit, dark, required level, 45 physical attack power, 82 magical attack power, 203,264 MP, 103 intelligence, 12 constitution, 6 special effects, 5 chance to inflict a minor weakness curse on attack, 2 chance to inflict a moderate weakness curse on attack, 1 chance to inflict a comprehensive curse on attack. There is a certain probability of converting a deceased target into an undead of the same level and tier. The higher the monster's tier, the lower the probability. Durability, 180 Lost Guardian's Bone Ring Grade. S required class, Spirit, Dark, required level, 40 magical attack power, 48 HP, 100 MP, 100 intelligence, 12 constitution, 12 special effects, 5 chance to inflict a minor weakness curse on attack, 2 chance to inflict a moderate weakness curse on attack, 1 chance to inflict a comprehensive curse on attack. There is a certain probability of converting a deceased target into an undead of the same level and tier. The higher the monster's tier, the lower the probability. Accompanying skill, Spectral Guardian, passive trigger. It seems that what is rarely seen by ordinary individuals, this S-grade equipment, has become commonplace in Su Lin's possession. This ring should be considered the 5th one he has acquired. He chuckled, "Here I come." After gathering all the spoils, Su Lin approached the black hole with gleaming eyes, akin to a peculiar elder captivated by a vulnerable lamb. System, this map is currently inaccessible. Please stay tuned. Just as Su Lin extended his right leg to step into the black hole, a chilling system message echoed in his ear. It felt as though his outstretched leg had encountered an incredibly resilient membrane, preventing him from crossing through. What the hell? Su Lin, who prided himself on his personal composure, could not help but gesture a middle finger towards the heavens. After expending a considerable amount of energy and utilizing a wolf collection order, all he received in return was a promise of anticipation. Even with equipment compensation, Su Lin felt as though the system had played a trick on him. The system announced, in 12 hours, the Holy Soya continent will undergo its first extensive server maintenance. During this time, the second expansion pack and a new map will be released. Players are advised to return to a safe zone and log off within 12 hours to prevent any loss. This system message was repeated 3 times, causing Su Lin's eyes to light up. It seemed too coincidental that just as he wished to step into this unknown black hole, the system announced an update. Filled with hope, Su Lin tore open a return scroll. The pitch-black wilderness and the brightly lit city appeared to be 2 distinct worlds. Many players, having emerged from the perils of the night, did not spare their final energies. From the city center to the alleys, the sight of players setting up stalls was ubiquitous as they tirelessly promoted their equipment. Su Lin first sent the Windstrike bracers via the Holy Soya bank system to Yang Hong, and then made his way to the largest chain entertainment venue in Holy Soya, the Fairy Bar. Casually tossing a shiny silver coin, he was warmly welcomed inside by a beaming doorman. A horde of beasts drove him to a new map, and he inadvertently acquired several remarkable pieces of equipment. His expenditures, too, had gradually increased, with the tips given to the doorman's little brother transforming from copper to silver. "Beautiful lady, a glass of ice wave, please." Su Lin snapped his fingers and tossed a gleaming gold coin to the bartender. No sooner had he spoken than numerous players turned their attention towards him. The drink, named after the 5th-tier ice magic, commanded a price of 30 silver coins, an extravagant sum for the average player. "Handsome, do you need change?" The bartender cast a flirtatious glance at Su Lin, her smile radiant. "Yes. Let me have another glass of Heart of Flame, and you may keep the rest as a tip," Su Lin replied after a moment's contemplation, indulging in the luxurious drink priced at 50 silver coins. "Thank you, handsome," the bartender said with a charming smile, retrieving several glasses from the counter and beginning to concoct the drinks in a dazzling display. Within mere seconds, a glass of shimmering blue ice wave, adorned with a delicate layer of frost, appeared before Su Lin. "Players as generous as you are quite rare," the bartender remarked, as she prepared to mix the Heart of Flame. You're a player?" Su Lin asked, taken aback upon hearing her use the term. "Does it not seem so?" She replied, presenting the Heart of Flame to Su Lin with a playful smile. I meant." Su Lin fumbled, awkwardly touching his nose. "My name is Bylan, a summoner at level 31. Quite impressive, isn't it? I work part-time as a bartender in the evenings." With azure arms crossed and resting on the counter, 2 glistening eyes gazed curiously at Su Lin. After a brief pause, the girl named Azure continued, "Fortunately, I did not venture out of the city last night. I heard that the wolf pack in the Fallen Wasteland went on a rampage, resulting in a beast tide. Many have returned in a state of despair. Those with such glum expressions are likely those who were torn to shreds by the gale wolves." Su Lin chuckled softly, for it was indeed the beast tide that had driven him to the Lost Valley, triggering the trial mission and the subsequent system update. "I am called Shin Ling. Also a summoner, level 32. Amidst the chaos of the Beast Tide and the Lost Valley, Su Lin had leveled up to 32. Shenling? He clarified. The Ling in my name signifies sharp. For half an hour, he conversed with the girl named Azure in the Fairy Tavern, when suddenly, a lewd voice echoed through the Fringe channel. Hey, Shenling, I've got a lucrative offer. A buddy of mine is looking to offload a complete set of level 35 ice summons. Interested? Su Lin mused, feeling fortunate as if a pillow had been offered right when he yearned for sleep. Where? He replied succinctly. Same old place in Telt City. Chapter 25, The Lost Continent Ice Robe of Largith Grade. A required profession. Spiritualist required level. 35 physical defense, 88. 112 magical defense, 190. 211 MP. 138 intelligence. 9 constitution. 6 ice summon creature defense. 5 summoning skill gathering time. 5 durability. 150 ice pants of Largith grade. A required profession. Spiritualist required level. 35 physical defense. 6. 065 magical defense. 120. 134 MP. 92 intelligence. 7 constitution. 5 ice summon creature defense. 3 summoning skill gathering time. 3 durability. 150 frostbound larg headpiece grade. A required class. Spiritual required level. 35 physical defense. 3247 magical defense. 7892 HP. 42 MP. 42 intelligence. 6 constitution. 3 ice summon attack power. 3 summoning skill charge time. 3 durability. 150 frostbound larg wrist guards grade. A required class. Spiritual required level. 35 physical defense. 3451 magical defense. 6881 MP. 56 intelligence. 6 ice resistance. 5 ice magic effect. 5 ice summon all attributes. 2 durability. 150 frostbound larg gloves grade. A required class. Spiritual required level. 35 physical defense. 3347 magical defense. 8085 MP. 49 intelligence. 5 constitution. 5 ice perception. 5 durability. 150 frostbound larg boots grade. A required class. Spiritual required level. 35 physical defense. 5161 magical defense. 7789 MP. 51 intelligence. 6 constitution. 3 ice resistance. 5 movement speed. 5 durability. 150 frostbound larg staff grade. A required class. Spiritual required level. 35 physical attack power. 6693 magical attack power. 184235 MP. 98 intelligence. 12 MP regeneration rate. 8 ice summon all attributes. 5 summoning skill charge time. 5 special effect. Chance to trigger freezing effect upon attack durability. 150 set effect. Strength 6. Intelligence 12. Agility 6. Constitution 6. Max HP 100. Max MP 100. Ice summon all attributes. 3. Ice resistance 5. Ice element perception 3. Frost Nova effect 10. Additional skill, large shield. A fixed price of 300 gold coins. This rather unseemly individual, resembling a lecherous scoundrel, boldly extended 3 fingers and declared, I have invested over 200 gold coins and considerable effort in acquiring this equipment. I am offering it to you at this cost solely because I perceive you to be an acquaintance of that scoundrel. Otherwise, I would not part with it for less than 400 gold coins. 300 gold coins is indeed a fair price. Su Lin compared the ice staff of Ralgar with the arcane ice lion staff. These 7 pieces of A-grade equipment boasted commendable attributes, particularly the Ralgar staff, which received a remarkable score of 37 from the system, indicating its status as an exceptional A-grade item recognized by the system. Even more valuable was the fact that these 7 pieces constituted a complete set, endowing additional attributes and a supplementary skill. I do not possess that amount of gold, but I trust you would not mind a trade instead, Su Lin remarked with a grin, retrieving from his bag a long sword intricately carved with a wolf's head, exuding an ominous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The splintering blade, Grade S, system score 46. By the heavens, a level 35 exquisite purple sword. How could you conceal such a treasure from me? Upon witnessing the attributes of the splintering blade, the scoundrel leapt as if his rear had been set ablaze, his squinty eyes widening in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon Su Lin. Impressive. Where did you acquire it? He inquired eagerly. I defeated a mid-tier 3-stage lord with the help of my friends. Su Lin shrugged, considering Slant and others as his companions, and he spoke the truth. A mid-tier 3-stage lord. To vanquish such a formidable creature would surely require the sacrifice of countless lives. Su Lin raised an eyebrow, non-committal, remaining silent. This sword was worth at least 300 gold coins. Trading it for the large set was indeed more advantageous for me. After marveling at Su Lin and his companions' exploits, the professional dealer began to appraise the value of the Sword of Rift. Do you have any summoner equipment available? I need a tier 3A grade item. I have a batch, but the attributes are quite ordinary. What do you need them for? To equip a friend, you rascal. Do you have any left? I don't have many tier 3 summoner A grade items, but I do possess a few exceptional B grade ones. Very well, I'll take them all. You too, calculate the price. In the end, besides the large set, Su Lin acquired a total of 12 A-grade items and 4 B-grade items. Exchanging them for several B-grade items dropped in the Lost Valley, the giant sword of the terrifying knight, and Nuss's undead staff. A 4th-tier exceptional A staff was worth the equivalent of 5 or 6 ordinary tier 3A items, and with those B-grade items being quite decent 4th-tier equipment, the professional dealer readily agreed to the trade. Upon seeing Su Lin produce the Lost Guardian's bone ring, the professional dealer paid 450 gold coins for it, knowing that paired with Nuss's undead staff, it could effectively strike down dark mages with great force. Receiving the 450 coins from the professional dealer, Su Lin felt a surge of fortune and prosperity. After bidding farewell to the professional dealer and the dubious rascal, he teleported directly back to Lightfall City, heading straight for the property management center. Upon acquiring wealth, Su Lin's foremost desire was to possess a residence in the illustrious city of Guanyun. As one of the principal cities, the real estate prices were considerably higher than those in surrounding smaller towns. However, with his newfound riches, Su Lin felt emboldened. The D3 residential complex, housing all unsold properties, was situated in the heart of the city. A middle-aged gentleman at the office smiled warmly at Su Lin. Su Lin meticulously examined each map and ultimately selected a charming 3-story villa, spanning 120 square meters, nestled beside a tranquil lake. 360 gold coins, please, he stated. Alas, nearly half of the freshly deposited 450 gold coins vanished in an instant. As the vast expanse of the game had undoubtedly consumed countless coins through such acquisitions. Reluctantly, Su Lin surrendered the 360 gold coins, recognizing that bargaining with the system was futile. As a courtesy, the middle-aged man presented him with a light golden VIP card, intricately engraved with the image of Andetcher, the guardian angel of Guanyun. This VIP card afforded a 10% discount at all establishments within the city, though it could not be traded or discarded. Despite the sting of the expense, receiving such a card provided Su Lin with a modicum of solace, suggesting that the system was not entirely merciless. With the key to D3112 in hand, Su Lin hailed a rickshaw and made his way to his new abode, entering amidst the envious gazes of the driver. The adage "you get what you pay for" holds true, as the European-style residence boasts exquisitely refined decor. The study on the 3rd floor even comes with a bookshelf filled with game-related literature, from the history of the Saint Soya continent to the Monster Compendium. Providing an extensive collection, the expenditure is certainly justified. Su Lin reclines on the sumptuous bed in a sprawling manner, soon losing consciousness as he disconnects from the game. Awakening to reality. Monkey, did you log off too? Stepping out of his bedroom, Su Lin immediately notices the door to Yang Hong's room ajar, where Yang Hong is intently focused on his holographic computer, fervently tapping away at something. I'll log off once I complete this level, Yang Hong excitedly informs Su Lin. The latest official announcement reveals the opening of an entirely new large-scale map. The specifics will only be known after the update begins. Su Lin responds with a mysterious smile, recounting every detail to Yang Hong. Is it that incredible? Yang Hong exclaims. Of course, Su Lin chuckles heartily. The system update will take 24 hours. Let us indulge in some decadence with the madman. Let us go. As a nominal director at Anshin Corporation, Lu Feng enjoys an exceedingly leisurely life, propping his legs on the desk while watching videos and sipping green tea. Upon receiving Su Lin's call, he skips requesting leave and slips away. As dusk descends, with the sky painted in hues of crimson, the trio revels in the bar until the early hours before returning home, collapsing onto their beds in a deep slumber. Awakening from their slumber, they discover that the update has already progressed significantly, and the three gather around a holographic computer to check the update information, which announces the unveiling of a colossal new map. The Lost Continent, a realm parallel to the continent of Saint Soa, is steeped in legend as the battleground of ancient divine wars. Following the cataclysmic conflict between the gods and demons against the undying necromancers, all dimensional portals connecting to the Lost Continent were sealed. However, the adventurers of Saint Soa have inadvertently unlocked the gateway to this forsaken realm, heralding the dawn of a new era of strife. The forces of light and darkness now share the same map, where the player-killing system mirrors that of the Divine Tomb. Slaying adversarial players yields 1 honor point, while the creatures of the Lost Continent grant double experience. From ordinary foes to high-ranking lords, there is no shortage of challenges, and delving into the heart of the Lost Continent promises unforeseen opportunities. All players can access the Lost Continent through the randomly distributed ruins surrounding the main city, each fortified with a measure of defense. These areas are designed for 10-player instances, allowing for a maximum of 10 participants in a party. Indeed, it's clearly connected to you, Yang Hong exclaimed dramatically after skimming through the update. Would you truly have a knack for this? However, as you described, only a party of 4-tier experts can surmount the final hurdle. Lu Feng, contemplating the broader implications, immediately envisioned a swift incursion by their guild into the Lost Continent. Yet, aside from himself, the only other member of the Feather Emperor Guild who had reached the 4th tier was a berserker known as Mad Warrior of the World. Other captains, including those of swordsmen and archers, were still striving to complete their 4th-tier ascension tasks. By the way, let us see if we can find additional information about the Lost Valley, Su Lin suggested. After conducting a search, they indeed uncovered several pertinent details, including a particularly thorough account regarding the Lost Forest. A conventional team of 7 unexpectedly ventured into the dense forest, ultimately struggling to confront the level 48 boss, the Lost Blood Knight. The article describes this formidable level 48 boss as exceptionally powerful, with only the team leader, an archer, and a shield warrior surviving the encounter. However, judging by the screenshots, the prowess of the Blood Knight appears to be significantly inferior to that of the undead mage. Surely, I cannot be simply unlucky. After perusing several related articles, I found that the strength depicted therein is somewhat weaker than that of a Tier 3 low-ranking lord, whereas Su Lin's encounter with the undead mage proved to be an evenly matched contest against the Tier 3 mid-ranking lord, Slant. The second expansion pack was released in due course, focusing on the various significant battles between the Divine Demon Alliance and the Undead Legion, featuring countless epic heroes. After nearly 10 hours of anticipation, the server reopened at 8 in the evening, and Su Lin and his companions promptly re-entered the game. Chapter 26. The Flame Forest. Upon opening the friend panel, the icons of friends illuminated one after another. Lu Feng busily organized a team within the guild to venture into the Lost Continent, with the coordinates provided by Su Lin. The hassle of locating the lost land was alleviated. Yang Hong estimated that he would accompany Lu Ying in a bold assault on the Lost Valley. Should he encounter a boss that was not as formidable as the one Su Lin faced, the likelihood of him vanquishing the undead mage with his skills remained quite promising. The 6 members of Floating Cloud's team were all online. Su Lin summoned them to gather at his newly acquired abode. "Wow, boss, is this your place?" exclaimed the wind element summoner, Floating Cloud Wind Trace, dramatically, even spitting into his hand to caress the exquisite mural. "Indeed, this shall serve as our temporary gathering place henceforth, and I will grant you access," Su Lin replied with a smile, continuing, "I did not call you here merely for a tour of the house." He then pulled out a chest from the hall and opened its lid, a dazzling golden light radiating forth. "So much A-grade equipment." Floating Cloud Thunder, the lightning element summoner, gasped in astonishment. "All of it is 3rd-tier A-grade gear." Another fire element summoner, Floating Cloud Flame Burn, stood transfixed, as if his eyes had been cast in a golden hue by the gleaming items. "Choose what suits you best," Su Lin said nonchalantly amidst the astonished gazes of the 6. "Boss, are you saying all this A-grade gear is for us?" Among the 6, the leader, equipped with the finest gear, was none other than the relatively modest level 25A staff wielded by Floating Cloud. In contrast, a level 32 Fire Summoner's staff boasted a magical attack that exceeded his by a staggering 70 points. How can this be considered B? Floating Cloud effortlessly picked up a B-grade necklace rated at 28 points, whose attributes were only slightly inferior to the luminous necklace he had just acquired. What about you, boss?" inquired Floating Cloud Rock Dragon. Su Lin smiled faintly as he began to retrieve pieces of the large set from his bag. "Oh my goodness, boss. Which guild did you plunder?" Floating Cloud Wind Trace exclaimed, admiring the significant boost in attributes after donning just 2 pieces of gear, filled with both respect and admiration for Su Lin. "Enough talk. Let us venture to the Lost Continent. The Forgotten Land seems quite formidable. Can we manage it?" asked Floating Cloud Flameburn. "Do not doubt the boss's prowess." Floating Cloud Natural glared at Floating Cloud Flameburn. Having witnessed the impressive sight of Slant battling fiercely against the fiery Wolf King, the image of their clash of 5th-tier area spells etched deeply in his memory. Floating Cloud Flameburn recoiled slightly, choosing silence. "Rest assured, we shall easily conquer it," Su Lin replied with a smile. Upon exiting the city gates, Su Lin sent a party invitation to the 6. The effects of the novice mercenary group granted a 1 boost to all attributes for the entire party. As they entered the Fallen Wilderness, coordinates 356, 722, 1349, Su Lin and his companions smoothly arrived at the Lost Valley, without the need for teleportation for the 6 members of Floating Cloud, as Su Lin had already cleared the stage. "Why are there no monsters at all?" The young man, Floating Cloud, gazed at the jagged cliffs, perplexed. "I am empty," he said. Su Lin, leading the way, did not summon the water elementals for companionship. Once a player had defeated them, they would not respawn. Silence enveloped them as Floating Cloud and his companions felt somewhat at a loss. They had all witnessed the struggles of that well-equipped 7-member team battling the Forsaken Warriors online, yet it appeared that Su Lin effortlessly traversed the challenge alone. Indeed, the leader was formidable. Floating Cloud Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment for his earlier doubts regarding Su Lin's prowess. The black hole, known as the Gate of Dimensions, remained profound, now accompanied by a slowly rotating vortex. Just as Su Lin was about to step into the gate, a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to halt. "Here, take this," he said, retrieving the seal stone of the Swift Wolf King from his bag and handing it to Floating Cloud. "Leader, what is this?" Floating Cloud asked, taken aback and hesitant to accept the stone. "I fear the system might disperse us, so I give this to you for a measure of self-protection. However, this is the only seal stone I possess. As for the others..." Floating Cloud hesitated for a moment before accepting the stone, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. "Leader, even if we are separated, I will survive until you find me." "We will too," chimed Floating Cloud Tianran and Floating Cloud Yanlong, clearly inspired by Floating Cloud's determination. "Then let us set forth," Su Lin said with a faint smile, the first to plunge into the black hole. One by one, Floating Cloud and his companions followed suit. System: entering the Lost Continent. The party is automatically disbanded and randomly teleported. As Su Lin stepped through the dimensional gate, darkness enveloped him, and a system prompt echoed in his ears. In the next moment, Su Lin found himself in a dense jungle. System: combat retaliation mode has been automatically activated. Friend communication is temporarily disabled. Players from the light and dark factions are randomly teleported together. Eliminating a player from an opposing faction will grant 1 honor point. The combat modes are categorized into 3 types: Peace Mode, Retaliation Mode, and Attack Mode. Activating Peace Mode prohibits any attacks on red-named players and those from opposing factions. When Retaliation Mode is activated, players may justifiably retaliate against attackers within 15 minutes, allowing for attacks on red-named players and those from opposing factions. Attack Mode, however, permits indiscriminate assaults, typically adopted by deranged killers. Most players operate in Retaliation Mode, ensuring they neither inflict collateral damage nor miss the chance to retaliate aptly. Su Lin opened his friend panel, only to find it transformed entirely into a shade of gray. In this realm, he could only hope that his companions, Floating Cloud and others, would be fortunate, for the creatures in the Lost Continent begin at level 4. At the top of the news interface, a numerical display indicated the total number of players currently in the Lost Continent, noting that one cannot re-enter within 12 hours after dying. The display showed that there were 1,042 players in the Lost Continent at that moment, with the number gradually increasing in increments of 10. While it may seem a substantial figure, it is but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the game's overall player base of over 1 billion. There are only a handful of players in this vast Lost Continent, making the chance of encountering another player akin to winning a grand prize. Currently, the player's greatest threats arise from the indigenous inhabitants of this land. Su Lin unfurled a parchment, a map bestowed by the system upon entering the Lost Continent. capable of indicating his current location and the position of the central zone. At the bottom of the parchment, a small inscription read, "In the Lost Continent. Wisdom surpasses brute strength." The map revealed that Su Lin was situated near the edge region known as the Darn's Flame Forest, where the dominant entity was the level 50 sublord, the Crimson Flame Lizard King, a true lord with an entourage of minions. The distance from the Flame Forest to the central zone exceeded 1,000 kilometers, requiring approximately 10 days of gameplay to traverse, assuming a direct route. Along the way, one would have to pass through several high-level maps, including the Watchful Plains, the Wasteland of the Fallen, the Mountains of Divine Punishment, and the Lost Battlefield. Legends spoke of a domain lord guarding the Lost Continent, referred to as the Unconquerable Domain Lord. At present, Su Lin needed to establish a foothold in the Flame Forest, necessitating at least a thorough understanding of the distribution of monsters within the forest. The map merely indicated that the Crimson Flame Lizard King was the most formidable boss in the Flame Forest, without clarifying whether it remained anchored to a specific location or roamed about with its minions. Should he inadvertently cross paths with this colossal lizard? Even if Slant were to regain its former glory, it would not withstand a few slaps from the Crimson Flame Lizard King. Logically, the closer one approached the central zone, the more formidable the monsters became. Su Lin hoped to leverage the double experience in the Lost Continent to reach level 35 in the Flame Forest. Being near the edge zone evidently presented an opportune locale for such endeavors. An icy spear pierced through the neck of the blazing lizard, the fiery claws of the creature barely managing to shatter the ice wall before it fell helplessly, its flames rapidly extinguishing. System notification: you have slain a level 45 ordinary creature, the blazing lizard, and earned 3,120 experience points. This fire-breathing lizard is predominantly found throughout the Flame Forest, possessing a wealth of experience yet a rather dull intellect. After experimenting with a few more, Su Lin summoned Slant. Aware that if the blazing lizard king were to be drawn near, he could only resign himself to misfortune. Having just dispatched a blazing lizard, Su Lin observed Slant effortlessly dispatching several, his nonchalant demeanor igniting a pang of envy within Su Lin. Meanwhile, a group of ice wolves, ice birds, and water elementals fought valiantly, and, after suffering significant casualties, finally managed to wear down a single blazing lizard, a commendable effort. System notification: player Shenling has leveled up to level 34. At last, the long-awaited upgrade had arrived. After several days of toil in the Flame Forest, Su Lin had attained level 34, while the number of adventurers entering the Lost Continent had surpassed 100,000. The exhilaration of leveling up momentarily alleviated the exhaustion from his intense efforts. However, the thought of the experience required to reach level 35 doused his spirits like a bucket of cold water. The struggle must continue. At this moment, Su Lin found himself in the western part of the Flame Forest, where the respawn rate of the blazing lizards was relatively slow. Following his usual course of action, he prepared to head south, towards the outermost region near the Endless Sea, where a larger settlement of blazing lizards awaited. Su Lin retracted Slant, as the consequence of wandering with Slant was the attraction of a multitude of crimson flame lizards. After narrowly escaping from the jaws of the leading purple flame lizard, Su Lin resolved to summon Slant only during monster hunting periods, likely a mechanism for system balance. The Flame Forest remained, as always, tranquil, yet Su Lin, inherently sensitive, furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling anomaly in his surroundings. Typically, the Flame Forest exudes a certain calmness, but it never descends into this profound silence. At last, Su Lin detected the scent of danger. A corpse of a crimson flame lizard lay before him on the open ground. The Crimson Flame Lizard clan undeniably reigns as the sovereign of the Flame Forest, yet it does not imply that the forest is exclusively inhabited by this singular monstrosity. Intermonster conflicts are not uncommon, with unrefreshed corpses scattered throughout. While the presence of a corpse is to be expected, the few gleaming copper coins beside the Crimson Flame Lizard's body under the sunlight revealed the truth. Monsters do not drop any items during territorial disputes, leaving only one plausible explanation: a player had passed through. Chapter 27. Drizzle and Wind. Su Lin suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He swiftly tilted his head to the side as a glimmer of cold light flashed past. A slender figure materialized in the air, the dagger in the assailant's right hand still glistening with a droplet of blood. Su Lin's reflexes were remarkably swift. Immediately after the attack, he unleashed a blade of ice. Not aiming to harm, but rather to force the assassin back. However, the assassin, undeterred, absorbed the ice blade with his left hand and thrust the dagger towards Su Lin's heart. Su Lin was slightly taken aback by the assassin's reaction, but just before the dagger could reach him, he conjured an ice shield. The dagger struck the shield, causing a spiderweb-like crack to appear, yet it did not shatter. The assassin's right hand trembled slightly as he prepared to shatter the burdened ice shield. At that moment, a water elemental unleashed a jet of ice towards the assassin. While the frail figure could withstand Su Lin's summoned ice blade, enduring one of the strongest single-target skills below the third tier, the ice bind, would surely leave him severely injured. The assassin indeed chose not to withstand it. With a graceful sidestep, he evaded the ice bind, his dagger slicing through the air with a chilling arc as he executed a third-tier skill, Shadow Reversal. Though the assassin quickly regained his composure after being momentarily disrupted by the water elemental's ice bind, Su Lin was even quicker. Seizing the opportunity, he waved his staff, sending a flurry of icy particles swirling forth. Though the damage from the icy sand was minimal, within the dense storm of ice particles, Su Lin completely vanished from the assassin's sight. In the gentle rain, the girl known as Xiu Tingfeng found herself in a state of melancholy. Despite her youth, she had garnered a modest reputation within the goddess grave, a battleground where two factions clashed. Accompanied by a few classmates, she ventured into the lost continent, leaving herself to tend to the aftermath of battle. It was then that she encountered a third-tier summoner from the same faction, initially believing she had stumbled upon an opportunity. Without honor points as a reward, acquiring even a piece of equipment would suffice. However, she soon realized she had struck a hard surface instead. As the icy element surged forth, Xiu Tingfeng transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading an ice spear that narrowly shattered her afterimage. Ah, the gale step. Su Lin mused, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. The prowess of this assassin was entirely beyond his expectations. She could approach and eliminate me with ease. Aside from the monkey, I had yet to encounter another of her caliber. During the internal testing, Su Lin had trained as an ice mage, yet this time he found himself facing an ice summoner. What merit is there in calling oneself a summoner if one does not employ their summoned beasts? The formidable water elemental obscured Su Lin from view, its massive form entirely enveloping him, while three lingering ice wolves and an ice bird stood vigilant. With a cold smirk, Su Lin released a thick mist from his staff. I cannot see you, and you shall not see me. Every adept assassin is a master of sound and spatial discernment, and in this regard, Yang Hong, a top-tier assassin, humbly acknowledged that he fell short of Su Lin's capabilities. Suddenly, Su Lin's ears perked up as several ice spikes erupted from the ground, inflicting 2 strikes of damage, 86 and 470. A shard of ice grazed the arm of Misty Rain, inflicting damage just shy of 3 digits. Yet, her throat-slicing maneuver not only stripped 1/3 of the Frost Wolf's health, but also plunged it into a state of hemorrhage, draining 30 HP per second for a duration of 10 seconds. How absurd, merely a summoner, yet her perception is astonishingly acute. Misty Rain glared at the misty figure before her, unable to discern which among them was Su Lin due to the obscuring ice fog. Clenching her daggers, she stealthily advanced, unaware that during her approach, she severed a delicate waterline as fine as a spider's thread. Here it comes again. Within the icy mist, no one would likely notice this waterline. Even if they did, it would hardly register as a sensation. However, Su Lin, who manipulated this waterline, was acutely aware of every ripple it produced. A mournful howl echoed as the Frost Wolf, already on the brink of death from Misty Rain's triple-tiered high-output skill, succumbed to its fate, dissipating into elemental essence. Having successfully struck, Misty Rain chose not to pursue further and turned to flee, only to collide with an ice wall. Her expression darkened as she pivoted 180 degrees, narrowly avoiding an ice spear that shot through the wall beside her. As she prepared to retaliate against the water elemental that had unleashed the ice spear with a backstab, a sudden wave of frigid air enveloped her, dramatically reducing her speed. Frostbite. Feeling a reduction in speed exceeding 75, the character known as Xiu Tingfeng was suddenly infused with a surge of fighting spirit, releasing a gentle violet aura that dispelled the encroaching chill. Fighting spirit purification? This technique represented a 4th-tier skill within the martial arts profession. Yet this assassin's various displays indicated she was merely a 3rd-tier assassin, likely a reward acquired upon completing her professional tasks. On the other hand, Su Lin felt helpless, unable to freeze even a 3rd-tier assassin, He believed that had he been able to encase her in ice, he would have had a 90 chance of capturing her. The formidable fighting spirit expelled the cold from within, enhancing his speed. As a massive shard of ice hurtled towards him, Xiu Tingfeng's figure suddenly faded, shattered by the icy projectile. Swiftly evading the icy mist, Xiu Tingfeng felt a lingering dread. Not only had she expended her fighting spirit purification, but she also employed a mirror technique granted by an S-grade equipment. What an extraordinary individual! Xiu Tingfeng muttered in frustration as her figure receded into the distance. Despite Su Lin retaining some confidence in capturing her after she avoided the ice shard, he could summon Slant to effortlessly eliminate this adept assassin. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin ultimately decided against pursuing further. The yellow glow emanating from the assassin during the attack indicated that she was a brazen individual willing to attack players from her own faction. Since she was not part of the dark faction, killing her would yield little benefit, and it was certain she had allies. If a third-tier assassin could infiltrate the Forgotten Continent and had already slain numerous Crimson Flame lizards, Su Lin would rather confront a wall and meet his demise. Xiu Tingfeng? Quite intriguing indeed. Su Lin chuckled softly, dispersing the icy mist, confident that the one known as Drizzle listening to the wind would not dare to return unless summoned by his comrades. Even if a full 10-member squad were present, he would have long vanished into some corner of the flame forest. Su Lin harbored no concerns about encountering Drizzle's teammates. The odds were exceedingly slim, and even if fortune favored an encounter, he possessed ample confidence in his ability to escape unharmed. This particular area in the southern part of the flame forest had likely been cleared by Drizzle's allies, prompting Su Lin to venture elsewhere. After several days of intense leveling, Su Lin felt as though his resilient nerves were on the verge of snapping. As he listened to the enchanting melody of leveling up, he instinctively patted his chest, still haunted by the near miss. Just as he was on the brink of leveling up, with experience surpassing 99, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a 42-level lower lord, the lava giant. Thanks to the freezing attributes of Slant, Su Lin narrowly escaped. Had he been struck by one of the meteors plummeting from above, all his efforts over the past week would have been in vain. Damn, is my luck truly this abysmal? Through his explorations over the past few days, Su Lin discerned that the flame forest was divided into 3 major territories. The most expansive central zone was dominated by the Crimson Flame Lizard King and its minions, while the other 2 factions were led by the lava giants of the Blazing Lion clan and the Thunder Eagles of the Storm Eagle clan, both of which were also lower lords of the 4th tier. Aside from the Crimson Flame Lizard King, both the lava giants and Thunder Eagles roamed freely throughout the flame forest, aside from the central area, which ultimately led to the unfortunate encounter with Su Lin. Su Lin fiercely kicked the corpse of the Blazing Lion, muttering indignantly, "Who told your leader to bully me? If I cannot defeat it, how could I possibly be subdued by you?" The attribute points gained from leveling up were merely a trifling matter. The real treasure lay in the complete set of Tier 3 exquisite A-grade equipment. Filled with delight, Su Lin began to methodically extract the Rauge set from his bag. Comparing its attributes with the subpar Tier 2 gear he currently wore, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Look at these runes, observe this material," he marveled, caressing the robe and staff for a considerable time before calming himself to fully appreciate his transformation. The Rauge set boasted an elemental affinity that was over 10 greater than his previous equipment, allowing Su Lin to distinctly feel the water elements in the air resonate with him more harmoniously. The likelihood of freezing his opponents had significantly increased. Should he encounter the likes of Drizzle or Wind, he could undoubtedly encase them in ice. Most importantly, this was a set designed for ice summoners, not merely ice mages. The ensemble's attributes granted his summoned beasts an impressive 18 increase in defense, a 10 boost in attack power, and an 8 enhancement across various attributes. After lingering in this realm for so long, it was time for him to depart, having fallen a week behind others. Su Lin opened the map to assess the location of the central area, undeterred by the challenges ahead. Summoning a water element to accompany him, he deftly navigated around the territory of the Crimson Flame Lizard King. Soon, he exited the Darn's Flame Forest, named after the formidable lizard. The system announced, discovered the Watcher Plains. Apart from the Flame Forest, a small sign stood at the forest's edge, its intricate and ornate ancient script clearly etched upon it. Although I cannot comprehend these characters, it is evident that this is not merely obscure information decipherable by assassins or sorcerers. The system has translated it automatically. In the year 1233 of the Holy Era, The Watcher Cybele engaged in a fierce battle with the Lich King Lonbus at this very location. Cybele sacrificed his own soul to inflict a severe blow upon Lonbus, thereby delaying the advance of the undead army. The least of liches are formidable 6-tier bosses, and one can only imagine the might of the Lich King. This unknown Watcher Cybele is likely a figure of great renown. Numerous undead creatures inhabit the Watcher's plane. Thus, adventurers entering this area should exercise utmost caution. At the bottom of the notice board, a line of small print serves as a warning. The azure sky stretched infinitely, devoid of clouds, while a gentle breeze caressed the grasses, creating a scene reminiscent of a utopia. This picturesque landscape starkly contrasted with the graveyard one might envision as the haunt of the undead. Despite its beauty, a glance reveals not a trace of life. Such terrain. Although I was aware that the plains predominantly exhibited this characteristic, witnessing it firsthand left Su Lin with a tinge of disappointment. The vast expanse is largely adorned with lowly grasses, with only the occasional half-human-sized rock dotting the landscape. Should one encounter an insurmountable boss or a horde of monsters, Su Lin, as a summoner, would find the likelihood of escape exceedingly slim. This is not the low-tier monster zone of the Fallen Wasteland. Chapter 28. The Endless Black Night. Su Lin cautiously summoned the water elementals and Slant to guard him, with 3 ice shields and frost armor constantly enveloping his form. He even conjured a few self-destructing ice ants to scout the terrain, as the vast plain filled him with trepidation. How could this be? After traversing for a full hour in the game, Su Lin's stamina and hunger levels had plummeted to critical lows. He sat cross-legged upon a rock, nibbling on rye bread to recuperate his vitality and satiate his hunger. For the past hour, Su Lin had encountered not a single foe. The scouting self-destructing ice ants and ice birds maintained their contractual connection with him and were currently surveying the area not far from his position. Thud, thud. Su Lin gulped down a generous swig of ale. Though inexpensive, the brew possessed a considerable potency, serving as an excellent stimulant for an exhausted mind. Even as he momentarily relaxed his vigilance, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, the air becoming thick with tension. Roar. Suddenly, the rock beneath Su Lin shifted dramatically, rising abruptly and sending him tumbling to the ground, revealing a fearsome, gargantuan face of stone. The initially human-sized rock swelled larger, eventually transforming into a towering stone giant, standing over 10 meters tall. Rock Giant Commander, level 45, commander rank. Goodness, the thought of having just been perched atop this colossal being sent a chill down Su Lin's spine, prompting him to urgently command his summoned creatures to engage in an assault. A flash of yellow light emanated from the Rock Giant Commander, causing a faint, earthy yellow ripple to swiftly spread across the vicinity, enveloping an expanse of several hundred meters in mere moments. Within this realm, the world appeared to be suffused with a delicate yellow hue. Under the illumination of this golden radiance, Su Lin felt as though he were burdened by an immense weight, making each step arduous. The ice bird, soaring gracefully through the air, plummeted to the ground like a downed aircraft, struggling in its descent, while the diminutive ice ants were crushed by the overwhelming gravity, resulting in their self-detonation. The only one who remained unaffected was Slant. After casting the gravitational domain, the Rock Giant Commander let out a thunderous roar, forcefully stomping his right foot into the ground. A visible shockwave of energy, interspersed with countless fragments of rock, surged forth. In contrast to the 4th-tier Berserker, the power unleashed by the Rock Giant Commander was incomparably greater. The impact of the debris quickly caused cracks to appear in the ice shield, and just as it was on the verge of shattering, Slant deftly pointed his right hand. A formidable frost rapidly enveloped the Rock Giant Commander, interrupting his war stomp. System: the Rock Giant Commander has entered a frozen state, lasting for 3 seconds. Su Lin understood that his own attack power was somewhat lacking against such a heavily defended creature. Seizing the opportunity while the Rock Giant Commander was immobilized, he diligently searched for any vital weaknesses on the giant's form. Unfortunately, in such a brief span, he could discern no significant anomalies. Upon the removal of the frozen state, the Rock Giant Commander's deep brown eyes blazed with fury, seemingly fixated solely on Slant. With a series of thunderous roars, 6 ochre magical circles materialized upon the grass. The Giant Guardian, a level 42 elite, was summoned. The Rock Giant Commander effortlessly called forth 6 subordinate guardians of the 4th tier, igniting a spark of astonishment in Su Lin's eyes. He could distinctly sense the bond between the giant guardians and the rock giant commander, as if he could seize it at any moment. With a mere thought, the contracts of the 6 giant guardians shifted to his command. The colossal stone head of the rock giant commander could not fathom that his trusted subordinates had been lured away by an enemy so swiftly. Without hesitation, Su Lin commanded the 6 giant guardians to unleash the swamp spell around the rock giant commander, while he himself utilized dispersion to carve a small area of normalcy within the gravitational field. The swamp spell of the 4th-tier giant guardians was evidently far superior to that of the 2nd or 3rd tiers. The combined effort of the 6 giant guardians transformed the land within a 100-meter radius into a quagmire, leaving Su Lin and the water element as the sole occupants of a small patch of solid ground beneath them. Though the rock giant commander was perplexed by his subordinate's sudden betrayal, his fury was palpable, with his stone eyes radiating boundless wrath. A violent surge of earth elemental energy surged forth, attempting to reclaim the swamp as solid ground. However, before this could transpire, 2 waves of ice elemental energy surged in, as Su Lin and Slant struck in unison, preemptively converting the swamp into a frozen expanse. This maneuver is not merely a skill. It represents the fundamental manipulation of elemental forces by a practitioner of the spiritual arts, transforming vapor into water and solidifying water into ice. Though this technique appears straightforward, it demands an immense reservoir of magical energy to sustain it. A flash of petrifying light flickered, yet the swamp had already succumbed to a frozen expanse. The chief of the rock giants shook his head and tentatively took a step forward, only to stumble, nearly losing balance on his massive form due to a stone leg that struggled to support him. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Lin's eyes. It seemed this boulder-headed creature was not particularly astute. If he were to deliver another blow, this icy terrain would likely shatter into dust. Su Lin, alongside Slant and other summoned beasts, relentlessly assaulted the beleaguered giant. After several attempts, the rock giant leader realized he was unable to maneuver upon the icy surface, resorting instead to furiously launching stone projectiles from his stationary position. The ice impeded his ability to draw upon the earth's elements beneath him. Su Lin leisurely targeted the colossal figure with ice blades and spears, and as he awaited the cooldown of his skills, he forged an ice shield to bestow upon Slant for an ice explosion. The rock giant leader's health steadily diminished, yet he remained ensnared in his predicament, growing increasingly frantic. With a thunderous roar, filled with rage and despair, he glared resentfully at Su Lin, the architect of his plight. In a sudden burst, a deep brown beam erupted from the rock giant leader's mouth, racing towards Su Lin with alarming swiftness. Su Lin's pupils constricted slightly. Upon impact, the ice shield transformed into a stone barrier, while the relentless beam surged toward his chest. Suddenly, a colossal diamond-shaped ice shield, towering above a person, rapidly materialized before Su Lin. The shield was adorned with the same runes as those on Larg's robes, and at that moment, these runes emitted a faint, ethereal glow, while a deep brown beam of light collided with the ice shield, becoming momentarily ensnared. This was the equipped skill, Larg's shield. Although Larg's shield ultimately succumbed to petrification, the duration it endured provided ample time for anyone to react. The deep brown beam struck the icy ground, transforming it into a robust expanse of solid earth. Su Lin's eyes brightened as he discerned a rune of the earth element flashing on the forehead of the rock giant commander at the moment it unleashed the deep brown beam. A surge of earth element energy flowed from this rune into the beam of light. Perhaps this was the commander's vital weakness. As the rock giant commander realized that his final trump card, the petrifying beam, had failed to yield results, he appeared to relinquish his resistance. Yet, Su Lin failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in the commander's eyes. The rock giant commander's health was dwindling, and just as Su Lin prepared to exhale a sigh of relief, he sensed a heavy aura approaching, accompanied by a faint sound of hoofs, resonating as if directly trampling upon his very soul. In the distance, a thin line emerged at the edge of the plain, with Su Lin positioned at its center. He dispatched an ice bird to investigate, and through its vision, Su Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Hundreds of thousands of black knights surged towards him in a menacing encirclement. Faced with such a multitude of fourth-tier undead beings, it was unlikely that anyone could muster the courage to fight. Should the number of players be sufficiently ample, there exists the potential to endeavor towards a breakthrough in a singular direction. Presently, with the formidable power of Slant's fifth-tier magic, there is a certain probability of escape. Yet Su Lin hesitates to take the risk. A chilling aura envelopes Slant, causing fissures to form within a 100-meter radius of ice beneath him. The wolf spirit ring in Su Lin's hand emanates a flickering blue light, conjuring a majestic giant wolf from thin air. The frost-laden tidal wave opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of icy energy, reminiscent of the perilous attacks that nearly claimed Su Lin's life on 2 occasions. The rock giant commander lets out a furious roar, acutely aware of the impending threat posed by Slant. At this moment, the commander ceases to act foolishly, as a robust layer of earthen armor envelopes his already formidable frame. In the next instant, the icy ground erupts violently, sending shards of ice soaring through the air. Slant has detonated the entire icy expanse in one breath. The earthen armor on the rock giant commander shatters, and his vitality plummets to its nadir as he gazes upon the encroaching army of black knights. The rock giant commander parts his massive jaws, seemingly grinning. However, the smile on the rock giant commander's face freezes in place as a brilliant beam of ice streaks through the air, striking the earth element rune that had yet to vanish, piercing directly through the commander's head. The damage inflicted is astronomical, causing the earth element rune to dissipate, and the rock giant commander falls begrudgingly, leaving behind a glimmering gold coin and a tome of deep brown amidst the rubble. What is this? In the very spot where the rock giant commander once stood, a profound black hole emerges, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. As the relentless sound echoed, Su Lin found himself unable to ponder further. The Black Knight, propelled by an extraordinary speed, would soon be upon him. At that moment, unless Su Lin sprouted a pair of wings, escape would be utterly impossible. Moreover, it was inconceivable that such a vast legion of Black Knights would lack formidable bosses. Even with a pair of wings, Su Lin might still struggle to evade capture. Gritting his teeth, Su Lin acknowledged that, compared to the dire predicament posed by 100,000 undead, the unknown abyss, albeit terrifying, still offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Gazing into the gaping maw of the enormous black hole, he commanded 6 giant spirit guardians to leap into its depths, followed by the water elemental and Slant. Just as the Black Knights were about to obliterate the area, Su Lin seized some gold coins and a brown tome before plunging into the abyss. The tidal wave of Black Knights halted before the black hole, which then parted to reveal a narrow fissure. A knight clad in blood-red armor, exuding an oppressive aura, approached the entrance. Within his hollow eyes, the flickering flame of a powerful soul surged, releasing a potent wave of darkness. In an instant, the opening that had allowed the giant spirit guardians to enter sealed shut, erasing all traces of its existence. With a mere gesture of his right arm, the Blood Knight commanded the 10,000 Black Knights to retreat in an orderly fashion. Contemplatively, the Blood Knight cast a lingering glance at the spot where the black hole had been, and with a flash, he vanished from sight. The Sinister Knight, Fast, stood arrogantly, boasting a level of 55, a rank above that of a lord. Chapter 29, The Relics of Gods and Demons. The black hole was not particularly deep. Su Lin bent his legs, dissipating the force of his descent, and upon looking up, he observed the black hole closing at an astonishing speed. He retrieved a weathered brown tome, its pages boldly inscribed with the words, Gravitational Domain. Skill Book, Gravitational Domain, usable by Earth Elemental Mages, requires level 45. Su Lin's eyebrows twitched. This was indeed a valuable item. He had not anticipated that a 4th-tier leader would yield such a treasure. Selling this skill book at the trading post could potentially fetch a price rivaling that of the splintering sword. The system announced, divine and demonic relics discovered. The cavern floor, initially shrouded in darkness, was illuminated after Su Lin descended. With a series of resounding booms, beams of ghostly blue fire ignited, illuminating the cavern floor in exquisite detail, momentarily halting Su Lin's movement as he prepared to light a candle. As more flames flickered to life, a corridor emerged, wide enough to accommodate several individuals walking side by side. The walls of the corridor were adorned with magical candles that emitted ghostly blue flames, and intricate murals were embedded within the walls, flanked by 2 slightly raised walkways of a person's width. Su Lin caressed the murals, and if he was not mistaken, they depicted the epic battles between the divine, demonic, and undead races, including the confrontation between the Watcher Zizabel and the Lich King Labus. The corridor was not particularly lengthy, and at its end stood a massive door, exuding an ancient aura, firmly shut. The door bore the engraving of a colossal beast. In no time, Su Lin found himself standing before the door. Gazing at the imposing iron door, Su Lin commanded 2 towering 6-meter giants to advance. The seemingly weighty iron door appeared almost weightless in the grasp of the colossal sentinels. With a creaking sound, the door, which had remained silent for an indeterminate duration, slowly swung open. As the door parted, a blinding beam of white light surged forth, and in response, a series of runes began to manifest from the ground. Gradually commencing their rotation, time itself seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment, and an overwhelming sense of peril surged within Su Lin. Instinctively, he darted into the narrow recess beside the corridor. Suddenly, all the runes came to a halt. In the next instant, the radiant white light within the door erupted like a torrent, releasing a colossal beam that engulfed the entire corridor, sparing only the narrow alcoves. The four giant sentinels, caught unawares, were also engulfed in the luminous deluge. The brilliance arrived swiftly and vanished just as quickly. In an instant, the white light dissipated, along with the colossal guardians. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Lin's forehead. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have bid farewell to the lost continent. The giants, with their formidable life force exceeding 100,000, had been obliterated without a sound, while Su Lin, fortified by the protection of Almortis, barely possessed 2,000 life points. Even a multitude of Su Lin's combined vitality would not suffice against such a devastating light. What a monstrous entity! Su Lin patted his chest, still shaken, and cautiously surveyed the grand door. Satisfied that the danger had passed, he permitted one giant sentinel to enter the iron door. After several minutes had elapsed without incident, Su Lin finally dared to follow slant into the threshold. Summoning forth the water element purified by the radiant light, Su Lin cautiously surveyed the expansive hall. This grand chamber measured at least 1,000 meters in both length and width. Aside from the sculptures standing against the walls, a remarkably lifelike statue dominated the center of the hall. Above, the ceiling appeared to be an infinite starry sky, illuminated by a soft glow that bathed the space. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the hall, imbued with an ancient and commanding presence. Descendants of Saint Soya, seekers of the lost temple, prepare to face your trial. Without granting Su Lin the opportunity to refuse, the stones adorning the sculptures along the walls began to crumble. Moments later, 11 statues opened their eyes and advanced towards Su Lin, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Mage, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Summoner, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Warlock, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Priest, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Shield Warrior, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Berserker, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Swordsman, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Archer, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Knight, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Assassin, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Sculpture of the Lost 5th Rank Gladiator, Level 50, Ordinary Rank. Mentalism, Physical Arts, 11 distinct professions, all intact. For an ordinary 3rd-tier player, any one of these ordinary 5th-tier sculptures could spell their doom. Even for those who have ascended to the 4th tier, confronting 11 5th-tier monsters of all classes is a perilous endeavor. They seek my demise, Su Lin mused, furrowing his brow as he observed the approaching sculptures. Before issuing commands to his summoned beasts, 2 giant guardian spirits were dispatched to intercept the agile assassin and fighter, while Slant was tasked with the more arduous duty of confronting the mages, summoners, warlocks, berserkers, and archers aligned with the priest. Su Lin and the water elemental aimed to swiftly eliminate the priest. In a team, the priest, warlock, and shield warrior are indispensable. Although the shield warrior boasts remarkably low offensive capabilities, their defenses, both physical and magical, are astoundingly formidable. The massive double-handed shield surpasses the knight's single-handed shield in strength and is fortified by various skills that can temporarily enhance defense or even grant invincibility. The shield warrior serves as the bulwark of the team, sustaining the front line with their impenetrable defense. The warlock's enhancement and debilitation spells are exceedingly potent. Spells like War Goddess Roar, Flame Blessing, and Ice Blessing can elevate the overall strength of a team by 20 or more. Similarly, the priest occupies a critical protective role within the team. In a game where few can afford to constantly utilize expensive instant recovery potions, the priest's significance becomes apparent. Their array of powerful healing spells serves as the backbone of a team's morale. 2 colossal golem sentinels unleashed a localized gravitational field, restraining the assassins and warriors. As fourth-tier, boss-level creatures, they were more than capable of dispatching fifth-tier common foes. Observing Su Lin accelerating towards the priest, the shield warrior and knight, who had previously ambled leisurely, abruptly changed their pace. The knight halted to summon a steed, initiating a rapid charge towards Su Lin. Alas, how could this detail have slipped my mind? Su Lin's original strategy was to have the golem sentinels impede the swift movements of the assassins and warriors, yet he overlooked the knight's mount, which swiftly narrowed the distance between the knight and himself. Su Lin formed a hand seal, conjuring an ice bird to await the approaching knight alongside a water elemental, hoping to delay for even a few precious seconds. The priest of the lost, witnessing Slant and Su Lin charging with fierce intent, immediately rooted himself in place. The warlock also paused to bestow enhancements upon the berserker and archer, while the summoner called forth a fifth-tier infernal, Death's Ice Ring. Slant pointed with his right hand, launching 5 ice rings that sliced through the air towards the archer. One of these rings struck down a purple arrow shot by the archer. As the archer prepared to evade with a push off his right foot, a chilling frost suddenly enveloped him, encasing him in solid ice. "Ha!" roared the berserker of the lost, as a deep crimson light ignited upon his great sword, cleaving towards Slant's neck with ferocity. An ice beam shot forth, sending the berserker hurtling back, inflicting over 1,000 points of damage. Su Lin and Slant appeared as if they were two comrades who had collaborated for years, with Slant taking the lead and Su Lin providing support. They swiftly breached the defenses composed of berserkers, archers, and hellfire. A row of ice spears interrupted the sorcerer's incantation, allowing Su Lin to reach the priest's side. Despite being a fifth-tier priest, the damage output was woefully inadequate. A flicker of panic crossed the priest's eyes as he unleashed his solitary offensive spell, Mental Storm. A wave of pure white energy surged towards Su Lin, who calmly erected an ice wall. As the mental storm shattered the ice barrier into fragments, Su Lin had already maneuvered to the side of the distressed priest. A massive fireball coalesced in the hands of the fire summoner, but 3 whirling ice blades detonated the explosive fireball midair. Su Lin glanced back to see Slant offering a subtle nod. Su Lin unleashed a flurry of ice shards, interrupting the priest's healing, and utilized ice blades and spears to ravage the priest, while Slant successfully thwarted the support from the sorcerer and summoner. The lost knight thrust his lance forward, leveraging his momentum to pierce the ice bird soaring above with a fifth-tier single-target skill, Gale Stab. A flicker of black light shimmered across the shield in his left hand, absorbing the icy tendrils of the water elemental, sustaining only minimal damage. After a swift series of skills, the water elemental dissipated in mere moments. Meanwhile, the giant guardian, besieged by 5 physical combatants, was on the verge of collapse. Su Lin commanded Slant through their pack to assist the giant guardian. The 2 fourth-tier bosses represented a significant advantage and could not afford to fall here. As Slant departed, the berserker and the archer turned their gaze towards Su Lin. In response, Su Lin unleashed a veil of icy mist, attempting to prolong the inevitable. A violent surge of ice elemental energy emanated from Slant's direction, as colossal ice pillars soared into the starry expanse, accompanied by the roar of frozen wrath. The lost swordsman, struck by this onslaught, shattered into a cloud of debris, leaving only the shield warrior standing. While the fighter and assassin were mere shadows of their former selves, their vitality nearly extinguished. Slant, alongside 2 giant golems, swiftly dispatched the fighter and assassin, freeing the shield warrior to assist Su Lin. Within the icy fog, a disturbance of wind elemental energy rippled through the air, emanating from the hand of the fifth-tier wind mage. Though the magical energy gathered slowly, it was undeniable that this was a fifth-tier spell. Su Lin felt a surge of anxiety, evading the archer's relentless targeting while simultaneously interrupting the cleric's incantations, all while remaining vigilant of the fifth-tier magic coalescing in the wind mage's grasp. Dimension Blade. After more than a minute of intense concentration, the fifth-tier spell finally took form in the wind mage's hands, manifesting as a towering silver wind blade that vibrated with palpable energy, cleaving through the icy mist nearby. "Go," commanded the wind mage, pointing decisively at Su Lin. The silver wind blade let out a melodious hum, slicing through the mist to directly target Su Lin. Chapter 30. The packed burn. Su Lin felt his pores widen, as if the silvery wind blade had locked onto him. He swiftly conjured 3 ice shields to protect himself, and even summoned the large shield to withstand the petrifying rays, quickly dodging to the side. The speed of the dimensional blade left him with little time to react, It effortlessly sliced through the ice shields as if they were mere parchment. Not even the large shield could halt the dimensional blade for a single second. Su Lin watched as the blade, imbued with an incredibly fierce aura, soared past him without touching the wind blade. However, the chilling armor adorning Su Lin was torn to shreds by the blade's surrounding force, leaving numerous small wounds across his body from which blood gushed forth. His life points plummeted to a mere 5, plunging him into a state of severe injury, and he barely managed to cast a healing spell on himself. With a bitter smile, Su Lin realized that had he even grazed the blade, he would have already been in the corridor of memories. Just in time, Slant and the giant guardian arrived. Slant cast a high-level healing spell on Su Lin, restoring 30 HP per second, barely enabling him to regain his mobility. He commanded the giant guardian to eliminate the lost priest, and one by one, the remaining mages and summoners were devoured. It was a pitiful sight. These 5th-tier monsters dropped nothing of value, not even a single copper coin. Before the Grand Hall, a sculpture emanated 2 beams of white light from its eyes, directly impacting Su Lin. Under the radiance, his health and mana were restored to their maximum, while the cooldowns of all his skills reset to 0. What is this? Su Lin gazed at the imposing statue, recognizing it as a likeness of a formidable figure. Having conquered the first layer of trials, he pressed onward. Before him stood 11 sculptures of various classes, yet all had transformed from ordinary to mutated, their powers significantly enhanced. Su Lin decided to employ the same strategy as before, albeit this time the target of the giant guardian's interception shifted from a warrior to a knight. Harnessing the might of Frostwave Torrent and Ice Fury, he swiftly subdued the priest and mage, narrowly eliminating all the lost sculptures. Having passed the second layer of trials, he advanced further. Ice Fury. Slant gasped for breath, having unleashed 3 5th-tier spells: Ice Glory, Frostwave Torrent, and Ice Fury, in quick succession. At this stage, both giant guardians had fallen, leaving only Su Lin and Slant, whose health had dwindled to less than half. With the 3rd layer of trials completed, he continued onward. Su Lin forced a wry smile as a 5th-tier anti-magic arrow hurtled toward him, feeling the powerful surge of energy as it pierced through his skull. 11 5th-tier boss-level monsters had claimed his life in an instant. After laboriously reaching this point, he found himself facing the prospect of retreating once more. Su Lin closed his eyes, preparing to relish the free return to the city. After a brief moment, when he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was still within the Grand Hall, all his statuses fully replenished, skill cooldowns reset, and Slant at its peak condition. What was happening? Su Lin touched his nose, pondering if it was a bug. Impossible, he thought. He believed the system's operational calculations could not possibly exhibit such a fundamental flaw. The eyes of the statue emitted 2 faint glimmers of light, and soon, the stone fragments began to fall away, revealing a man resembling a human clad in black armor. Descendant of Saint Soya, should you survive beneath my sword for 3 minutes, you shall earn the right to enter the ruins. With a swift motion, the man pointed his long sword directly at Su Lin. The projection of the Terminator Soul, level 50, a lower-tier lord. Terminator Soul. Su Lin's eyes widened in shock. In the annals of Saint Soya's continent, the Dark Faction's Terminator Soul was a superlative force, comparable to the 12 Archangels of the Light Faction, even slightly more formidable than the Lich King. Goodness, a mere projection equating to a lower-tier lord of the 5th rank. One could only imagine the monstrosity of his true form. Su Lin muttered an expletive and resolutely unleashed a mist of ice. How could a firefly's light compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The projection of Terminator's soul snorted coldly, sweeping his long sword with a flourish, creating a massive arc of light that effortlessly dispelled the nascent icy mist. With a powerful push of his legs, Soul's projection covered several hundred meters in an instant, thrusting his long sword towards Su Lin's chest. Before the blade arrived, the force of its presence pierced through Su Lin's ice shield, creating a small aperture with ease. A beam of ice and a torrent of freezing light surged towards Su Lin's side. Soul's projection disdainfully curled his lip, and the diamond-shaped shield on his left arm suddenly expanded. The ice beam and freezing light struck the shield as though they were mere whispers in the vast ocean, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Su Lin harbored no doubts that the knight's long sword in Soul's grasp could skewer him into a shish kebab. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his most potent defensive skill, the large shield. The sword's momentum shifted dramatically as Soul transformed his thrust into a sweeping strike. A blade of moonlight-like sword energy swept past, rendering the large shield utterly ineffective, slicing it cleanly in half. The moonlit energy grazed Su Lin's nose before crashing heavily into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Su Lin quickly retreated, casting a fleeting glance at the stopwatch in the upper right corner of his vision, which read 2 minutes and 32 seconds remaining. He silently gestured a vulgar sign to the system, then gently brushed his right hand over his left hand's wolf spirit ring, summoning a flash of blue light that materialized into a frost giant wolf before him. With a furious roar, the frost giant wolf unleashed a torrent of icy breath, causing Soul's projection to stagger. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, a thick stream of black light obliterating both the icy torrent and the frost giant wolf in an instant. Ice wave. A chilling voice, that of Slant, resonated from the side as an immense ice wall rapidly erected itself before Su Lin, intercepting Soul's sword light. The ice wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, unleashing a colossal wave of ice surging towards Soul's projection. As the projection of Soul was engulfed by a wave of ice, a resounding sound of sword chanting emerged from within. A jet of black sword energy soared into the heavens, transforming into a colossal black sword that descended upon Slant with unrelenting might. In a swift motion, Slant conjured enormous ice shields, yet they proved utterly futile against the ferocious black blade. With a thunderous crash, Slant emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of pale blue blood escaping the corner of his mouth, as his entire form was forced into the ground by the weight of the black sword. This damage was sufficient to obliterate Su Lin 10 times over. Only Slant, with a health pool of 600,000, could withstand the onslaught of Soul's projection. Godly might, he surpasses me by a considerable margin. Slant, somewhat disheveled, floated back up from the ground, his resplendent ice crystal robe marred by numerous gashes inflicted by the black sword. His expression grave, Slant spoke in a low voice. I cannot withstand for more than 3 minutes. Su Lin, taken aback, sensed a tone of resolve in Slant's words. Slant. Slant cast a deep gaze at Su Lin and commanded, Contract. Ignite. In Su Lin's perception, the contract linking him to Slant began to blaze within his mind, emitting an intense surge of soul energy. As the contract ignited, the 5th tier skill of the summoner activated for 100 seconds. The abilities of the summoned beast would be doubled, and upon the conclusion of this skill, the contract would dissipate. In this moment, the skills that Su Lin could not hope to touch were forcibly unleashed by Slant, summoning forth a formidable creature. Instantly, the chill surrounding Slant surged dramatically, rivaling that of the 5th tier lower lord, the projection of Soul. A pair of resplendent ice wings unfurled from Slant's back, accompanied by an ethereal blue membrane that expanded outward. The emblem of a 5th tier mental practitioner, an arcane barrier. The Soul projection, no longer dismissive as before, uttered a low growl, releasing a torrent of fierce fighting spirit that distorted the air around it. A realm of combat, the ultimate safeguard of a 5th tier martial artist. With a gentle motion of his right hand, Slant conjured an immense ice wall encircling the Soul projection, while a colossal ice pillar shot skyward from within it. Kill, bellowed the Soul projection. Though it sustained over 10,000 points of damage from this onslaught, it was but a trifling matter in the grand scheme of its total life force. Gripping its long sword tightly, the Soul projection emanated a sharp, restrained sword aura, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it charged towards Slant. The air around it cleaved into vacuums by the force of its blade. The Berserker's 5th tier skill, Linear Charge. Despite the significant augmentation of power following the contract's ignition, it exacted a toll of 1% of life force every second, equating to 6,000 points. At this juncture, Slant's strength barely matched that of the Soul projection. However, his demise was an inevitability. Su Lin stood transfixed, observing Slant's fierce confrontation with the Soul projection, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Although Slant is merely a segment of advanced data within the system, and all emotions are merely simulated from the database, Su Lin had seemingly grown accustomed to Slant's indifference over the course of more than half a month. He had become used to having an extraordinarily powerful ally emerge to assist him when confronted with formidable foes, and he had come to regard Slant as a friend. How absurd! Ignoring the immense disparity in their respective hierarchies, Su Lin concentrated and launched an ice spear towards the projection of Thor, though it was, in essence, an exercise in futility. The countdown for the 3-minute battle commenced, and Slant's contract entered its final phase. The azure-hued magical contract in Su Lin's mind began to fade, Approaching transparency. 3, 2, 1. System. Player Shinling has passed the trial of the Terminator Thor and will advance to the next level. Seemingly oblivious to the system's notification, the figure of the Terminator Thor dissipated in a puff of azure smoke, while Slant's form gradually crystallized, signifying his impending return to the embrace of the system. Su Lin gazed at Slant with a bittersweet expression, at a loss for words. After all, Slant was merely data, just data. Why did he feel such reluctance? It was rare for Slant to display anything other than a cold demeanor. The advanced intelligence bestowed upon him by the system had fostered a sense of attachment towards his master, Su Lin. As they shared a quiet moment, Su Lin's expression suddenly contorted, transforming into one of ecstatic realization. No, this is wrong. Chapter 31. The Tower of Destruction. Su Lin was overjoyed to discover that the fading contract in his mind had regained its brilliance. Slant's health was still above 4,000, with just a second remaining. As the battle concluded, the system restored Slant, who had utilized the contract's burn, to his peak condition. Haha, I knew you wouldn't fall so easily. Su Lin chuckled heartily, giving Slant's shoulder a playful pat, treating him as if he were a fellow player, a human. Reflecting on the profound highs and lows of life, Su Lin noticed a small vial-like object left behind where the projection of soul had vanished. What could it be? Su Lin bent down to pick up the vial, exhaling its attributes. Michaeline's Tears, 6th grade item, instantly restores all health and magic points upon use, eliminates all negative statuses, and resets all skill cooldowns to 0. The goddess of life, Michaeline. What a remarkable treasure. Su Lin hurriedly tucked the vial into his bag. It was undoubtedly a life-saving artifact. Following the system's prompt, Su Lin approached the suddenly manifested dark door, which had only appeared after Soul's projection dissipated. The runes on the door were profound and intricate. Gently, Su Lin pushed the door open and, as it swung wide, instinctively stepped aside. The beam of white light upon entering the grand hall was indeed an unforgettable sight. After waiting for approximately 2 to 3 minutes without any sign of movement, Su Lin cautiously turned and stepped through the doorway. Bang! As Su Lin and Slant entered the doorway, the great door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Unresponsive to Su Lin's futile attempts to pull it open, the system announced the discovery of the first level of the Tower of Destruction. The room, expansive yet desolate, measured approximately 300 to 400 square meters, its floor and walls adorned in an eerie shade of gray. At the far end of the chamber, a spiraling staircase ascended, and apart from that, there was naught but emptiness. Suddenly, amidst contemplations, 2 colossal horned beasts, towering nearly to the ceiling, materialized within the room. Without uttering a word, they unleashed 2 jets of dark green saliva towards Su Lin. Swiftly, he sidestepped the toxic-looking projectiles and scrutinized the attributes of the horned monsters. The first was the Ogre Babik of the Tower of Destruction, level 40, classified as a lower-tier lord. The second was the Ogre Bazato, also level 40 and of the same rank. Su Lin felt a slight relief. While facing 2 4th-tier lower lords was indeed formidable, he was confident in his ability to prevail. Even 10 4th-tier lower lords bound together would scarcely stand a chance against a single 5th-tier lower lord. Slant. Focus your attacks on the left, targeting Babik. Before Su Lin and Slant could make their move, the 2 ogres barreled forward like massive war machines, their dark horns glinting with a menacing cold light. The room, already limited in space, was nearly filled by their advance, effectively blocking Su Lin's retreat. In a moment of quick thinking, Su Lin conjured several ice walls to push forward, while Slant formed a series of hand seals, enveloping Su Lin's ice walls within a colossal ice barrier. Ice wave tsunami. The tumultuous waves surged forth, forcefully halting the 2 rolling ogres in their tracks. The massive heads of the ogres, with eyes the size of basketballs, glared furiously at Su Lin. The Ogre Babik, positioned to the left, inhaled deeply, causing his entire chest cavity to swell significantly. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to a shockwave, rushing towards Su Lin, the visible sound waves displacing the very air around them. Su Lin, aware of the peril that his frail form posed against such a devastating attack, hastily darted aside. A relentless barrage of damage points, each registering as 30, ensued. Though he was not struck directly, the reverberating sound waves depleted over 300 points of his health. Su Lin aimed for Babik's right eye, unleashing a shard of ice that struck the ogre's eyelid, erupting into a flurry of frost and inflicting less than 1,000 points of damage. In contrast, The enormous freezing beam conjured by Slant covered half of Babbitt's face in a layer of ice. The damage read 892 and 2240. Su Lin shook his head gently. Recognizing the vast disparity between his magical prowess and that of Slant, a mid-tier third-level lord. With a thunderous crash, the robust arms of Bazzado came crashing together, slamming into the ground with formidable force, sending a sword-like shockwave and a cloud of debris hurtling towards Su Lin. A soft huff escaped Su Lin's lips as the large shield materialized instantaneously. The fierce sword-like force collided against it, producing a series of thunderous booms, yet ultimately failing to breach the shield's formidable defense. As the large shield had yet to dissipate, Su Lin maneuvered the shield in front of Babbitt. Slant's palm clenched, unleashing an ice explosion upon the highly condensed ice shield. Fragmented shards of ice danced through the air, and Babbitt, whose eyes had just suffered injury, let out another furious roar. With a wide gaping mouth, a blood-red beam erupted forth from Babbitt's maw. The crimson light surged forward with alarming speed, and realizing he had no time to solidify the ice shield, Su Lin hastily summoned the water element to shield himself. This single strike drained more than half of the water element's vitality, its pale blue form ominously turning a shade of red. A corrosive state had set in, causing it to lose 100 health points per second for a duration of 20 seconds. In a hurry, Slant cast a high-level water healing spell on the water element, which mitigated the damage, yet it continued to lose 70 health points each second. How is it that my fragile form is always so easily obliterated? Su Lin mused bitterly. Death Ice Ring, Frosted Thorns, Freezing Beam, Ice Explosion. Slant had pinpointed Babbitt, employing high-output 4th-tier skills, and ultimately unleashed the 5th-tier single-target attack, Ice Fury, plunging Babbitt's health to its nadir. Well done, Su Lin exclaimed, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Roar, roar, sensing his companion's imminent demise. A flicker of urgency flashed in Bazzado's enormous eyes. He opened his mouth wide, and a billowing cloud of crimson mist erupted forth, swiftly enveloping Babbitt's entire form. Green numerals reading 10,000 continually emerged above Babbitt's head, while a corresponding red figure of 10,000 materialized above Bazzado. Babbitt's health points visibly restored at an astonishing rate, whereas Bazzado's health points plummeted rapidly. Life sharing. As a 4th-tier lower lord, both Babbitt and Bazzado possessed a substantial 500,000 health points. Babbitt was left with but a sliver of health, while Bazzado's points remained largely intact. Consequently, both ogres' health points dwindled to approximately 250,000. Damn, this is quite troublesome. Su Lin mused, momentarily stunned for a second or two. He retrieved a deep blue potion from his bag, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and began to meditate. As his magical energy was nearly depleted, Deep Blue Potion accelerates meditation efficiency by 3-fold, lasting until meditation concludes. Potions that either continuously or instantaneously restore magical energy are exceptionally costly luxuries. Presently, Su Lin carried only 2 bottles of intermediate magical recovery potions, each replenishing 50 points of magical energy per second for a duration of 10 seconds. These 2 vials of blue potion were far more valuable than a 3rd-tier A-grade equipment. Chapter 32. The Undying Spirit's 2 ogres raised their heads and let out a furious roar, a layer of crimson mist enveloping their hulking forms, instantly augmenting the presence of Babbitt and Bazzado. They were in a state of frenzy. With a loss of 1 health per second and a 50 reduction in defense, they exchanged it for a 50 increase in damage and speed. Su Lin, having restored approximately 200 to 300 points of mana using a deep blue potion in conjunction with meditation, rose to his feet. In such a critical moment, not a second could be squandered. The 2 ogres unleashed their war stomp simultaneously, causing debris to fly chaotically within the small room. A massive ice wall stood before Su Lin and Slant, shielding them from the relentless barrage of rubble. Babbitt and Bazzado roared as they charged forward, their singular horns emitting 2 bolts of black lightning, aimed directly at Su Lin. With a wave of his hand, Slant summoned 2 wisps of mist that surged towards the black lightning. Upon contact, the mist solidified into ice, immobilizing the dark energy. With a thunderous roar, the ogres unleashed the black lightning from within the icy confines, scattering tiny sparks throughout the room. Glory of Ice. A colossal ice elemental magic rune spun above Slant's head, emanating waves of frigid air. Boom. The cold suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire room in a blizzard of snow and ice. Babik and Bazato were subjected to thousands of damage points, and in mere moments, the more heavily targeted Babik felt his health plummet once again. Countless formidable fourth-tier spells were unleashed upon Babik, while Bazato opened his mouth, intending to cast life sharing on Babik. Seizing the opportunity, Shulin and the water elemental combined two icy beams that struck Bazato's gaping maw, and Slant took advantage of this moment to deliver a powerful frost fury, bringing an end to Babik. At last, it was done. Shulin took a deep breath and unleashed a series of fifth-tier spells, while Slant, feeling somewhat fatigued, struggled, for he was merely a third-tier mage. His magical energy was not inexhaustible. With Babik, the ogre of the Tower of Destruction, vanquished, they had a mere 10 seconds to eliminate the ogre Bazato in order to access the second level of the tower. A cold, emotionless voice echoed through the first level of the Tower of Destruction, as Babik's corpse emanated a faint gray-black glow. To kill Bazato within 10 seconds? Shulin momentarily grappled with the meaning of this directive, instinctively commanding Slant to attack Bazato. Yet, 10 seconds was an exceedingly brief span. Even a fifth-tier lower lord would find it implausible to eliminate a half-health fourth-tier lower lord in such a fleeting moment. As the seconds swiftly elapsed, the scene before Shulin elucidated his confusion. The already deceased Babik wobbled to his feet, touching his immense head, and astonishingly, his health bar displayed a staggering 500,000. He had resurrected in full vitality. As Babik rose, he cast life sharing on his comrade Bazato, reducing both ogres' health to 350,000. Shulin could only exclaim in disbelief. Su Lin muttered under his breath. Two fourth-tier lower lords were formidable enough. The shared life mechanism made it exceedingly challenging to eliminate even one of them. And now he was tasked with slaying both Babik and Bazato within a mere 10 seconds. Gasping for breath, he lamented the depletion of his mid-tier mana recovery potion. While his companion Slant appeared equally disheveled, his robe marred by multiple tears. The water element had been summoned innumerable times, serving solely as a meat shield. As he watched Bazato gradually succumb, the countdown lingered at 3 seconds. After what felt like an eternity, they finally succeeded in vanquishing both Babik and Bazato simultaneously. Was it truly over this time? After a few minutes of waiting and confirming that no further threats emerged, Su Lin brushed off the dust from his attire and made his way to the staircase in the uneven chamber. He spent another 10 minutes awaiting Slant's skill cooldown and mana recovery before turning the corner to ascend to the second floor. System detected the second layer of the Tower of Destruction. The environment mirrored that of the first floor, yet it was 3 to 4 times larger. With various skeletons displayed along the walls, humans, elves, dwarves, and monstrous beasts. Who could possess such a twisted nature? Even for someone as tall as Su Lin. Standing at 1.80 meters, the sight of so many skeletons in such an eerie setting sent shivers down his spine. The power of the undead is beyond our comprehension. The emotionless voice from the first floor echoed in the second, and with it, a frail figure emerged beneath the staircase to the third floor. The aged figure clad in a gray-black robe waved his bony staff, releasing a wisp of faint gray mist that caused the skeletons by the wall to tremble. The necromancer Alfrania, of level 40, ranked as a lower lord, commanded the dozens of skeletons at the wall to spring into motion, wielding swords and knives as they encircled Su Lin. Emerging from the magical circles flanking the necromancer, 2 ogres, devoid of flesh, revealed only their broad skeletal frames, with flickering flames of soul igniting their eye sockets. These ogre skeletons, also of level 40, ranked as leaders, a 4th-tier lower lord and 2 4th-tier leaders, alongside the remaining undead, mostly elite and leaders, with a few at the leader level, presented a challenge comparable to that of the first layer. It was evident that this would not be a simple endeavor. Could the difficulty of the second layer truly mirror that of the first? Such a notion seemed absurd. Yet, Su Lin could not fathom the underlying secrets at play. He directed Slant and the water elementals to engage a seemingly weaker elven skeleton swordsman. The disparity between a 3rd-tier mid-lord and a 4th-tier elite was immense, despite the assistance of 2 skeletal shield warriors defending the elven swordsman from some attacks. They were swiftly reduced to a pile of bones under the relentless onslaught from Su Lin and Slant. Next, having dispatched the elven skeleton swordsman, Su Lin maneuvered past the 2 resilient skeletal shield warriors, now fixating on a skeleton that resembled a berserker, wielding a massive sword in both hands. Within mere minutes, a series of skeletal figures dangled from the grasp of Su Lin and Slant, while by the side of the death, priest Aflania. Two ogre skeletons appeared unable to endure the harm inflicted upon their kin by the alien beings. They emitted silent roars, charging furiously towards Su Lin. You are not mere sublords. The two sublord-level ogres were resolutely held back by Slant, let alone their leader. With a disdainful snort, Slant unleashed a torrent of icy waves. The thunderous tide surged towards the multitude of undead, sweeping them away in its overwhelming force, including the two leader-level ogre skeletons. Suddenly, a flash of sword light sliced towards Slant, who was sustaining the icy onslaught. Su Lin, quick-witted and agile, dashed behind Slant, unable to conjure an ice shield in time, and instead used his body to absorb the blow. The strike drained more than a third of Su Lin's health, and he discerned the assailant responsible for the lethal light, none other than the elven skeleton swordsman that should have been eradicated by the system. The other slain skeletal berserkers and skeletal archers gradually reassembled their forms, rising to their feet, their hollow eyes fixated menacingly upon Su Lin. Chapter 33. The Call of the Dead. Upon witnessing the incessantly resurrecting skeletons and the necromancer fervently wielding his staff, Su Lin immediately grasped the underlying reason. The undead, the souls of the departed, remain eternal. Where there is a soul, life persists. The souls of the deceased across the continent of Saint Soya return to the realm of the gods after death, offering their experiences to the players. However, under the auspices of the necromancer, these spirits rekindle the fire of their souls, regaining control over their shattered bodies. Unless these skeletal remains are utterly obliterated or their souls purified by light-based abilities, they remain undying. Thus, the term undead is derived. Having unraveled this understanding, Su Lin fixed his gaze upon the necromancer Aflania, who was shielded by a legion of undead, while formulating a series of strategies in his mind. Most skeletons and zombies, lacking leader status, possess remarkably low intelligence. Even when elevated to such ranks, their cognitive abilities do not rival those of complex magical beasts. Conversely, high-tier undead such as necromancers, liches, death knights, and bone dragons exhibit intelligence comparable to humanoid creatures of equal rank. To contend with these undead acting solely on instinct, devoid of any command, the formulas of animosity manifest most effectively. They attack whoever inflicts the most damage upon them. A tidal wave of ice surged forth, compelling all the undead to converge upon Slant without awaiting a directive from Aflania. As Slant temporarily restrained the rampaging undead with control spells, Su Lin advanced alongside the water element, charging towards the necromancer Aflania. The necromancer bears resemblance to a hybrid of the priest and warlock professions found within the sacred Soya continent, primarily endowed with the capabilities to resurrect the deceased and bestow enhancements upon them, including the ability to restore health to the undead. In terms of combat prowess, they fall short even when compared to summoners devoid of their summoned beasts. A fourth-tier lesser lord necromancer would find itself easily overwhelmed by Su Lin, who could dispatch it single-handedly with the aid of a water elemental. However, as a formidable creature, the necromancer is endowed with an extraordinary amount of health and magical defense, rendering it nearly impossible for Su Lin to vanquish it swiftly. Frost enveloped the necromancer, effortlessly evading several of its inconsequential curse spells while simultaneously interrupting its dark prayer incantation. Su Lin maneuvered around the necromancer, employing ice spears and blades with agility. With a staggering 500,000 health points and formidable magical defenses, Slant held the undead at bay for a full 5 minutes. During this time, Su Lin managed to deplete the necromancer's health by over 30,000 points. Alas, even a cloth-wearing class possesses such formidable resilience. The undead maneuvered around Slant, launching themselves towards Su Lin, who promptly began to circle around them. Su Lin conjured an ice wall to intercept a bone arrow that had been shot his way. The sturdy ice barrier was marred by a pit, eroded by the dark aura emanating from the arrow. A flurry of ice spikes sent a dwarven skeleton assassin soaring into the air and seizing the opportunity. Su Lin broke free from the encirclement of the undead. Slant, having amassed power, unleashed a torrent of icy waves, once again seizing control over the throng of undead. Su Lin and the water element approached the solitary undead priest, Aflania, and began to wreak havoc. Once the undead freed themselves from the control of Slant, Su Lin utilized the slowing properties of ice magic, leading the undead in circles. This cycle continued for over 2 hours, until finally, the undead priest, Aflania, let out a mournful cry, and collapsed to the ground. Bereft of the priest's support, all the undead reverted to mere skeletal remains scattered across the floor. Observing the bones strewn about, Su Lin exhaled deeply and noticed a small, diamond-shaped crystal beside the body of the undead priest, so dark it seemed to absorb light. He quickly approached, picked it up, and a smile of delight spread across his face. Call of the Fallen, Tier 6 item. This item allows the summoning of a deceased creature as an undead of the same level and tier. Su Lin's brows twitched, and he chuckled softly, glancing at the time before accessing the main panel to log off. Two delicate, gossamer-like protective layers retracted to the sides, and the LED indicators extinguished one by one. Su Lin opened his eyes and climbed out of bed, first heading to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. However, he found Lu Feng sitting in the living room, his brow furrowed. "What's wrong, madman?" Lu Feng lifted his head, glanced at Su Lin, sighed, and slowly replied. "I organized 10 teams of 10, all of whom successfully ventured into the Lost Continent. But after these 10 days, only 3 teams remain, myself, Crazy Warrior of the World, and the 3 others under my command. The Wild Warrior of the Royal Feather Guild is another berserker who has ascended to the 4th tier. The Shield Warrior, with his relatively low offensive power, managed to reach the 4th tier ahead of others when the Lost Continent was just unveiled. His remarkable skills are beyond dispute. If that were the end of the tale, it might have been acceptable." Lu Feng's face darkened with fury as he solemnly stated. The team led by the Wild Warrior initially enjoyed good fortune, fully staffed, and encountered another team engaged in a fierce battle against a boss. The captain of that team invited the Wild Warriors to join in their quest. Seeing that they were all from the Light faction, the Wild Warriors consented. Little did they know, as they unleashed their full might against the boss, the other team suddenly turned against them, leaving only the Wild Warrior to escape in a frenzied dash. "Who are they?" Su Lin's expression grew grave. Such treachery is even more heinous than robbing someone of their boss. The 2nd-tier guild in the main city, Faria, known as the Amethyst Blaze, was where Lu Feng seethed, feeling wronged that one of their 3 main teams had been unjustly eliminated. How could his resentment not be immense? Let us hope I don't cross paths with them." Su Lin chuckled coldly, secretly wishing that team would find themselves fortunate enough to enter the central region, providing him with an opportunity to avenge Lu Feng. "Sigh, enough about me. How have you been faring in the Lost Continent?" "As for me," Su Lin scratched his nose and replied, "I inexplicably stumbled into a relic, and now I find myself in quite the predicament." Su Lin recounted his experiences in the Lost Continent to Lu Feng in their entirety. Both the divine relics and the Tower of Destruction left Lu Feng in awe. "Oh, the tears of the goddess of life and the calls of the departed. Truly remarkable treasures," he mused. "Indeed, they are precious. Yet who knows how many levels the Tower of Destruction possesses? I've only just surpassed the 2nd level." Su Lin sighed in resignation. "Uncertain if you would ever reach the central region, let alone annihilate others. What has become of the 2 monkeys?" Su Lin inquired. Yang Hong and Lu Ying had both successfully advanced to the 3rd tier and dispatched a necromancer before entering the Lost Continent. However, during a skirmish with players from the Dark faction, Lu Ying, a priest, was returned to the Holy Soa continent, infuriating Yang Hong, who then ruthlessly eliminated nearly 10 mental-type players before making his escape. Su Lin quickly finished his instant noodles, returned to his room, and powered on his light brain, searching for information on divine relics and the Tower of Destruction, but found nothing of value. "Never mind, I'll get some rest and continue the battle tomorrow." Chapter 34. The Ghost Afraid of Light. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Su Lin appeared on the 2nd level of the Tower of Destruction. His gaze fell upon the lifeless form of the death priest Aphilania, and a daring thought sparked within him. Perhaps it truly could be done. Su Lin retrieved the diamond-shaped crystal known as the Call of the Dead, which he had recently acquired, and directed it towards the deceased death priest. A subtle black light emitted from the Call of the Dead, enveloping the corpse of the death priest. Gradually, the skeletal figure of Aphilania rose to its feet, grasping its bone staff and standing respectfully beside Su Lin. System successfully controlled the 4th-tier lower lord, death priest Aphilania, for a duration of 1 hour. A smile grazed Su Lin's lips, although the duration was limited to a mere hour. He could distinctly feel the contract formed between himself and the death priest through the protection of Almodus. With a mere thought, the contract was transferred from the Call of the Dead to Almodus' sanctuary, causing the diamond-shaped crystal, which emanated a faint and profound black light, to shatter into a fine powder. System obtained the contract, Death Priest Aphilania. Despite having anticipated this success, Su Lin could not suppress a radiant smile at that moment. Slant, you now have a companion, he remarked, turning to Slant with a grin. Slant raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the fourth-tier lower lord, Aphilania. The Death Priest brandished its bone staff, releasing a swirl of gray mist. The scattered souls of the deceased reignited with spectral flames, aligning themselves before Su Lin. Su Lin counted and found a total of 47 fourth-tier undead, among which there were 32 of elite rank, 10 of leader rank, and 5 of commander rank. Aphilania gathered the undead into her contract space, and Su Lin burst into unrestrained laughter. 5 fourth-tier commanders, 10 fourth-tier leaders. A single summoning-type consumable significantly augmented the resources available to Su Lin's subordinates, and as long as Aphilania remained alive, these skeletal figures would persist as undead. Accompanied by the third-tier mid-level Lord Slanty and the fourth-tier low-level Lord Aphilania, Su Lin strode confidently into the third layer. The entire Tower of Destruction appeared to be composed of a gray material, and the area of the third layer was comparable to that of the second, albeit devoid of the multitude of skeletons present in the latter. Just like the first and second layers, as soon as Su Lin entered the third layer, the door behind him automatically closed and melded seamlessly with the wall. 4 half-human-sized windows were embedded in the walls on either side, through which scattered sunlight streamed, creating 4 bright columns of light that alleviated some of the oppressive atmosphere brought about by the gray environment. The hole Su Lin descended from was not deep. Given the height of each layer of the Tower of Destruction, the third layer should be at ground level. However, Su Lin could see no scenery through the windows, as if the outside world was merely an endless expanse of light. After a brief moment, basking in the warm sunlight and feeling a sense of tranquility, Su Lin noticed an enormous scythe materializing in the center of the room. With the emergence of the scythe, a blood-red cloak gradually revealed itself, yet beneath the cloak, there was nothing but emptiness, while the gigantic scythe lingered ominously at the sleeve's opening. Phantom Parker, level 45, rank lower lord. Although still merely a fourth-tier lower lord. The challenges within this Tower of Destruction undoubtedly escalated with each level. The first level featured life-sharing ogres, the second level was populated by undying specters, and the third level promised to be far more formidable than what lay before him. The ethereal cloak of Phantom Parker billowed without a breeze, as the colossal scythe swung through the air towards Su Lin, unleashing a blood-red arc that sliced through the void. Su Lin rolled to the side, while Slant and the water elemental surged forward. Aphilania remained in place, summoning 5 commanding fourth-tier undead. 2 skeletal ogres, a vengeful knight, a silver skeleton, and a death knight emerged at her command. Having long abandoned his previously summoned blue ice magic wolves, Su Lin found the third-tier water elemental to be of limited use, with only the ice spike proving somewhat effective. This slender ice column struck the cloak of Phantom Parker, yet it stirred not a ripple. Humph, Slant scoffed. With so many undead reinforcements at Aphilania's disposal, he felt no trepidation. He unleashed a torrent of ice fury, causing numerous robust ice columns to shatter the darkened floor, swiftly encasing Phantom Parker within their frozen grasp. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated within the third level of the Tower of Destruction. Su Lin shook his somewhat dazed head and gazed towards the center, where shards of ice filled the air, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him stood the ghostly Parker, trembling as fragments of ice cascaded from his cloak. To Su Lin's astonishment, Parker's health bar remained utterly intact. How could this be possible? The Wrath of Ice was a formidable 5th-tier single-target attack spell. Even a 5th-tier lower lord would hesitate to endure such an assault. Yet, Parker, a mere level 45 specter, was significantly weaker than a 5th-tier lower lord, and yet he seemed utterly unscathed by the blow. Su Lin commanded Slant and the undead to unleash their full assault on the ghostly Parker, but Parker merely twirled on the spot, indifferent to the myriad magical attacks raining down upon him, allowing them to strike him without consequence. Unfazed by the onslaught, Parker glided towards Su Lin, his scythe spinning as he unleashed a series of blood-red slashes. Su Lin skillfully evaded the lethal arcs, positioning 2 gigantic skeletal ogres to intercept Parker. Confident that as long as Aphilania remained alive, they too would endure, he trusted that this specter lacked the capability to obliterate the ogres entirely. With the ogres in pursuit, Su Lin dared not linger in the confined space of sunlight, deftly maneuvering around the room, while the ogres and water elementals joined forces to block Parker's advance. Hissing in frustration after failing to capture Su Lin for an extended period, Parker's blood-red cloak billowed violently, and within the hollow folds, a small wisp of black mist began to materialize. The stationary specter, Parker, wielded his scythe, and in an instant, countless black bats erupted from the depths of his cloak, darting towards Su Lin with unwavering determination. Even Slant could not impede such a multitude of bats. A significant portion of them breached Slant's ogre defenses, soaring towards Su Lin. In addition to the bats, ghastly ghouls, reeking of decay, clawed their way up from the floor, engaging in a fierce battle against the legions of undead led by Aphilania. However, the ghouls were no match for these undead warriors, who were further empowered by Aphilania. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they posed little threat. Before the bats arrived, Su Lin conjured a wall of ice, which stood in stark contrast to the diminutive bats. With a shrill sound, the black bats ignited with dark flames, colliding with the ice wall. What appeared to be an impenetrable barrier crumbled before the onslaught of the fiery bats, punctured with numerous holes. As the black bats slammed into Su Lin's icy shield, it shattered under their relentless assault, and cracks rapidly spread across his frosty armor. Despite their small size, Su Lin felt as though he had been struck by a speeding hovercraft, causing him to stumble backward until he fell beneath a window, where warm sunlight cascaded over him. In a moment of clarity, Su Lin observed the bats circling just beyond the sunlight. It dawned on him that the four windows could not merely be ornamental. This light was the key to overcoming the challenge ahead. Su Lin commanded Slant to encase the bats lurking beyond the sunlight in blocks of ice. Upon stepping into the light, he deliberately allowed the specter Parker to trail behind him. However, as Su Lin entered the radiant glow, the specter Parker halted without hesitation, merely brandishing his scythe outside the sunlight. "Indeed, you fear the light," Su Lin remarked with a cold smirk. Behind Parker, two skeletal ogres rolled forth like a battle chariot, colliding with him and thrusting him into the sunlight. Parker roared in fury, his voice laced with a hint of trepidation. Desperately, he attempted to escape the sun's embrace. Yet the two enormous skeletal ogres remained vigilant outside, while Slant emanated a chilling aura, ensuring that even the most forceful of charges could not breach the sunlight's boundary. Su Lin cautiously launched a few attacks, and indeed, the once invincible Parker's defense had plummeted to a level inferior to that of Aphilania. Under the relentless onslaught from Slant, Su Lin, and numerous undead, Parker met his inevitable demise. His blood-red cape dissipated into the air, and the massive scythe clattered to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Previously, Su Lin had pondered the potential strength of the invincible specter had the call of the dead been utilized to resurrect him. However, it was clear that the system would not allow such a simplistic loophole, leaving no corpse behind for revival. Su Lin picked up the scythe abandoned by Parker. In the ordinary classes of Saint Seiya, no one wielded a scythe, rendering this striking weapon likely not an keepable item, a pity for such a remarkably imposing scythe. The Scythe of Death, capable of smelting. The item description merely states its ability to be smelted. The Tears of the Goddess of Life, Michelian, obtained from the Grand Hall before the Tower of Destruction, along with the Call of the Dead from the second layer, are both exceedingly rare treasures. It is believed that this scythe will not disappoint Su Lin. In addition to the scythe, Su Lin also discovered a thumb-sized, pale golden crystal nestled beside it, glimmering in the sunlight. The exquisite sun crystal, Grade 6 item, enhances the success rate of crafting weapons for physical combat professions. Su Lin had once sold a delicate shard of sunlight to a rather unsavory character. However, that shard pales in comparison to the sun crystal. With a piece of the sun crystal in hand, the success rate of crafting S-grade equipment can nearly reach 100%. It can even significantly impact the creation of Grade 6 legendary equipment. In just 2 short days, Su Lin has acquired 3 precious Grade 6 items. Although the Tower of Destruction is fraught with peril, it is evident that risk and reward coexist. Su Lin looked up at the staircase leading to the 4th layer, contemplating that the gains from this journey to the Lost Continent had exceeded his expectations. Even if he were to be defeated and sent back, he would harbor no significant grievances. Chapter 35. Ode to the Frosty Heracles, a 3rd-tier mid-level lord, a 4th-tier lower lord, 5 4th-tier commanders, 10 4th-tier leaders, and 32 4th-tier elites. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lin had amassed the power comparable to that of an ordinary 1st-tier guild. Just 20 days prior, he had been a mere 1st-tier player, striving for the protection of Almodus. The 4th level was considerably smaller than the 3rd and 2nd levels. and even more diminutive than the first. One could only wonder how the exterior of this tower of destruction truly appeared. In the center of the fourth level stood a man, seemingly an assassin, holding a dagger in a reverse grip. Upon noticing Su Lin's arrival, his eyes sparkled with intensity. And without warning, he charged towards Su Lin at an astonishing speed. The assassin, Bien, was level 45, a lower-tier lord. As Su Lin lifted his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with Bien. In an instant, he was flooded with countless vivid images, each remarkably familiar, and gradually, he found himself immersed in these visions. Lin. A melodious female voice resonated in Su Lin's ear. Instinctively, he turned to look, and a familiar face appeared before him. Lin, I'm sorry. Su Lin stood dumbfounded as Fang Qing threw herself into his embrace. After a moment, he mechanically raised his hand and patted her gently on the back. Lin, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Fang Qing rested her head on Su Lin's shoulder, her eyes brimming with tears. I only love you. I was forced by my family. It's all right. Su Lin stood frozen in place, overwhelmed and instinctively responding. Happiness seemed to arrive so unexpectedly. Su Lin suddenly realized that he was still in the game, facing a level 4 lower lord. How could Fang Qing possibly return to his side? Especially when he was on Earth, not Mars. Su Lin abruptly pushed Fang Qing away, conjuring a mass of ice elements in his right hand. The entire scene shattered like broken glass, transforming the small room on Mars into a dim, ashen chamber of the Tower of Destruction. However, the assassin had already arrived before him. Damn it! Su Lin barely had time to erect an ice shield. Slant and Aphilania were also caught off guard. In Su Lin's recollection, time seemed prolonged, yet it was merely a second. Under the assault of a level 4 lower lord assassin, Su Lin's ice shield was as fragile as paper, torn apart effortlessly. The dagger, glimmering with a chilling light, plunged deeply into Su Lin's chest. 2487. Su Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Slant and Aphilania return to the contract space, his own body disintegrating into white light, fading away bit by bit. The scene shifted abruptly, the surroundings transforming from the Tower of Destruction to the City of Light. Su Lin found himself standing on the teleportation array of the City of Light, furiously opening the system panel to select customer service complaints. As Su Lin's figure emerged from the teleportation array, it vanished once more, only to reappear inside a European-style house. Greetings, Mr. Shenling. How may I assist you today? In a European-style room, a middle-aged woman clad in a voluminous magical robe appeared before Su Lin, her face adorned with a professional smile. What is happening? Upon hearing that there had been a violation of legal regulations, the woman's demeanor shifted dramatically, and she inquired earnestly. Su Lin refrained from elaborating on the matters of the demon and magic ruins and the Tower of Destruction. Instead, he merely mentioned an accidental fall into a ruin, where a creature resembling an assassin could manipulate his memories to conjure illusions, ultimately leading to his swift demise. You must be in the Lost Continent, the middle-aged woman remarked. How do you know that? Su Lin asked, casting a puzzled glance in her direction. I am System Administrator 013. The woman introduced herself without addressing Su Lin's question directly. This opening of the Lost Continent is not merely an event. It is, in fact, a necessity. Su Lin's eyebrows twitched, sensing that he was about to uncover some hidden truths, and he awaited her elaboration with bated breath. Following the public beta of Saint Seiya, all game evolutions were entrusted to the system, leaving us system administrators to merely handle the complaints of others. System Administrator 013 paused momentarily before continuing. Although the Saint Seiya system is remarkably advanced, it remains an exceedingly sophisticated computational program, inevitably harboring certain vulnerabilities, which we refer to as system viruses. What does this have to do with my situation? Please, do not rush. Allow me to elucidate, System Administrator 013 replied with a light chuckle, her tone measured and calm. In the land of Saint Seiya, the control exerted by the system has reached its zenith. Even minor flaws pose little threat. However, in the Lost Continent, the system lacks complete dominion, allowing a multitude of viruses to proliferate. Initially, we intended to unveil the Lost Continent only after more than 10% of players attained the 4th tier. Yet, circumstances compel us to advance this release, hoping to harness the player's strength to eradicate these viruses. You mean the assassin who manipulated my memories is a virus? Su Lin has begun to grasp a fragment of the meaning conveyed by System Administrator 013. One could indeed assert that. System Administrator 013 flipped through a tome of magic as he continued, stating, "If our calculations are not erroneous, it should be a derivative of a formidable virus, where the constraints of the St. Soya system are at their nadir." Su Lin nodded, somewhat comprehending. Recognizing the peculiarity of both the demon and divine ruins in the Tower of Destruction, where one could inexplicably fall directly into the ruins while traversing the watchful plains, accompanied by violations of the law. Does that mean my death was in vain? Su Lin sighed, attributing his misfortune to mere bad luck. Encountering a virus rarer than a bug prompted him to ponder the idea of purchasing a lottery ticket. That is unlikely. System Administrator 013 smirked enigmatically and remarked, "These viruses currently lack the capacity to directly contend with the St. Soya system. Thus, we can still manipulate certain elements within that realm." Su Lin's eyes lit up as he replied, "Thank you very much. I appreciate your participation in the rectification of the vulnerabilities within the St. Soya system." The System Administrator 013 bowed to Su Lin, and in an instant, Su Lin's figure vanished from the European-style room. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself no longer amidst the bustling teleportation array of the Lightfall City, but rather back on the 4th level of the Tower of Destruction. However, the assassin capable of manipulating players' memories had mysteriously disappeared. In the center of the 4th level, a small, glowing mist lingered, and as Su Lin approached, an emotionless voice resonated in his ear. "Proceed through the 3rd level of the Tower of Destruction to claim your reward and exit." With that, the mist transformed, revealing countless shapes of equipment within. A line of small text appeared beside the mist. "Please select your equipment class." Without hesitation, Su Lin chose the Summoner class. "Please select your equipment set." After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin reflected on his attire, which comprised the complete large set, each piece indispensable. The necklace was the Air Mortis Sanctuary, which, at present, was unmatched by any other equipment, being an 8th-tier legendary item. He wore 2 rings, both exquisite 2nd-tier S ranks, while the only slight deficiency lay in his emblem. The emblem was a unique piece of equipment, with a drop rate significantly lower than that of jewelry. Currently, Su Lin possessed only a common 2nd-tier C-rank emblem. Thus, he opted for the emblem. The equipment within the mist ultimately morphed into the shape of emblems, which rapidly shifted among countless variations. Su Lin reached into the mist and grasped one emblem, pulling it forth. This is an emblem shaped like a hexagram, at the center of which is depicted the visage of an Ice-type summon. Clearly, this is an emblem utilized by an Ice-type summoner. Frost Herald of Harak rank. Legendary embodies the will of the legendary summoner. Harak required profession, none required level, 0 magical attack power, 100 to 100 HP, 100 MP, 100 intelligence, 12 ice magic casting time, 20 ice resistance, 10 ice summon all attributes, 10 special effect, life sharing attached skill, pact, bear shield. Nothing can impede my fervor for the pact. Harak life sharing. Choose one summon to share health points with oneself. Pact, bear shield. Summon an ice bear of formidable defense to absorb a single attack. Ecstasy, absolute ecstasy. A 6th-tier legendary item. Undoubtedly a top-tier piece of equipment. Su Lin, filled with excitement, equipped the Frost Herald of Harak, simultaneously linking the life-sharing ability to Slant, thereby granting himself the equivalent of Slant's 600,000 health points. For ordinary summoners, this legendary item would bestow their summons with merely around 10,000 health. A stark contrast to Slant's prowess. Slant, it appears we are now bound to the same chariot. Su Lin jested with Slant. Subsequently, Su Lin opened his quest log and confirmed that one of the trials regarding the Sanctuary of Almortis had indeed been completed, the defeat of a 4th-tier Dark Lower Lord. I smiled with pride, reveling in my delight. Su Lin hummed a cheerful tune, and once again, her figure vanished, leaving me uncertain of where she had been transported.